Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Budget and Finance Committee's continued hearings relating to the Mayor's proposed budget. My name is Paul Krikorian, and I'm chairman of the committee, and I'm pleased to welcome you here. Today is Wednesday, May 2nd, 2012, and I'm joined by council members Mitchell Englander, Tony Cardenas, and Paul Koretz. Regrettably, Mr. Rosendahl still continues to be on jury duty, and so he's serving the public in a different way today, which he has no control over, unfortunately. So he won't be joining us until such time as he's released from that jury. So as in previous days, we're going to be starting with general comment. So if you haven't yet filled out a general comment card and public comment card and you'd like to speak, please fill one out and bring it forward. And then we'll be hearing from each of the departments that are on tap for today, which include, and they'll go in this order: Building and Safety, Animal Services, Emergency Management, El Pueblo, LA Zoo, Aging, Disability, Neighborhood Empowerment, and the Convention Center. So we've got a lot to cover today, and we're going to get started now with public comment. Our first speaker is Jeffrey Stansfield, followed by Amy Rawson. Mr. Stansfield, welcome.
Welcome. I'm here to talk about the neighborhood council budgets. The neighborhood council does a lot of really incredible things for our community. We support organizations. We allow the community to interact with the city officials like you. We have many city officials who come to our council meetings, and the police department and fire department who come to our organizations, come to our meetings and speak to our community, and are really the only way that the community can interact with the city officials in a lot of ways. And so, by that, decreasing our budgets from $45,000 now to $40,500, and now you're proposing a $37,000 budget, really strangles us and keeps us not able to provide the services that you promised to give the community. And a lot of times we're the only conduit that can really help and support organizations like MEND and the Pacoima Beautiful and the San Fernando Valley Emergency Preparedness Community, which help prepare their community for large disasters. So we propose that you rethink and not decrease our budget, and actually increase it to the $45,000 and not include the elections in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amy Rawson, followed by Michael Davies. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Amy Rawson, and I'm an animal keeper at the Los Angeles Zoo. I love my job, and it's a career that I'm proud of. I feel the zoo would be better run by the city, and I've been part of a working group with a plan to make the zoo sustainable. Why would you sell the zoo operation to a private company for 25 years when we have a great plan to operate the zoo efficiently? You haven't seen the plan because the CAO is pushing it back due to the budget hearings. Part of this plan is to stop signing contracts with companies like Cisco, where we're paying 6 times the regular amount for food for the animals, and create monopolies. I hope you push to have this report in your hands sooner, and when you do, I hope for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Davies, followed by Jacob Miller. Mr. Davies, welcome.
Michael Davies, Engineers and Architects Association. I'm here today on a general comment that has to do with the intellectual work that our members do typically is such that they're placed in situations of having to respond to state mandates or municipal code mandates for work products. While our members aren't being targeted for position eliminations, I've noticed a troubling trend where many of our departments have been starved to where they have historically low staffing levels. Planning department, an example, staffing level that existed in 1985. While contracting out has been done in the past for certain functions, what I'm troubled by is noticing initiatives to hire part-time or temporary workers. And I think a great deal of caution needs to be exercised when it's intellectual work, where you don't get the pride of ownership, the continuity of service, the relationship with the public that planners and certain other professionals of the city need to maintain over time. And again, this is an area of concern for us. I hope it's not a trend that continues. This is a matter of a short-term solution to a short-term problem. But the commitment needs to be there for these professional workers throughout their city career to better serve the public and to serve the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jacob Miller, followed by Jim McQuiston. Mr. Miller, welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Jacob Miller. I'm an animal care technician for Los Angeles Animal Services for the last 10 years. I'm here to talk to you today about some questions that maybe you should have for our general manager when she comes up to speak with you. We should ask why we haven't started proposing cat licenses with a fee structure similar to dog licensing. This could be bringing in a lot of money, as well as not just for the breeder permits, but also for microchipping costs. You should be asking about why we can't provide other services to citizens of Los Angeles. Why can't we charge people for euthanasia services, for vaccine clinics on our own, for doing spay-neuter, for doing grooming, for even doing x-rays? These are all ideas that we could be exploring if we truly want to think outside the box. In addition to that, I also wanted to talk about P3 agreements and privatization. This is very important that you guys understand that these do not enhance services. The groups that are coming in to run these shelters are pretty much going in, doing what they already do, but they've got a free facility from us and free utilities. It's not helping us out. In fact, actually, we're losing money because we're not getting the money from those adoptions, which we are more than capable of handling on our own, and we have been doing so. In addition to that, I also want to stress that, the general manager is ultimately responsible for all the issues identified in the audit, and she either knew that they were occurring or should have known. Staff on several occasions has brought these issues and advice to her, which she never entertained and routinely dismisses. So why, I ask, is she making $200,000 a year when nothing has improved? I say it's time that instead of punishing the city workers, we punish the administrator for not doing her job properly. It's time that we ask her to do her job properly and to start looking at some real solutions rather than cutting staff and not supporting staff and simply supporting groups out there that seek to basically do our job but not really do our job. We all rely off of animal services at one time or another, and I highly stress that you don't give us any reductions, because any reductions that we have is going to cause us to not have enough time to either be able to help the public or the animals that we care for. We're going to have to make some tough decisions if that happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jim McQuiston. Mr. McQuiston, did you want to speak now, or would you prefer to wait for the departments? Okay. Our next speaker is Connie Morgan, who will be followed by Jerry Stansfield.
Good afternoon. I'm Connie Morgan, the president of the Greater Los Angeles Zoo Association, and I've come to listen today as you consider the zoo's budget for fiscal year 2013. We are your most successful and long-lived community partner, a board of 39 private citizens and a full-time professional staff of 36 who work at the zoo. We provide millions of dollars of support and programs to the zoo each year, and we fund major capital projects. As you know, we most recently gave $20 million alone to help build Elephants of Asia. We are invested, as much as the city, in this fine institution, and we are committed to its future. The budget for the zoo under review today shows the zoo at a crossroads. By necessity, over the last 4 years, you have had to cut 40 of 268 city positions. Today, you will learn that a number of additional positions will have to go as well, and that general fund support will be slashed to $1.3 million. This is a problem that's not going to go away. As the zoo is a living treasure and animals require 24/7 care, there has to be a resolution, and we as your nonprofit partner have the answer. A fundamental change in the zoo's business operation is now absolutely necessary for its long-term survival. We have responded to the city's RFP to operate the zoo with a proposal in which the city retains ownership of the zoo and that keeps admission prices affordable and accessible, retains current city zoo staff, and stimulates significant job creation rather than reduction, and enhances rather than cuts programs. We know it will work because this is exactly what has happened at other major metropolitan zoos that have made this transition. We aim to be your partner long into the future, and I hope that you and your colleagues will consider it carefully when it comes before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jeffrey Stansfield, followed by Daniel Gonzalez.
Thank you. I'm going to call out three numbers to you. One is $500 million, the other one is $110 million, and the other one is $20 million. $500 million is what the city has not collected in uncollected dues. $110 million is exactly what we have, what we are able to collect right now, and $10 million is what is immediately collectible. We are not collecting the fees that are due to us through the city through different licensing and supported and taxes that we're not collecting. Decreasing the neighborhood council budgets is not an answer. The neighborhood Section 910 says the neighborhood council shall monitor and delivery of services for the city. How can we monitor services and help you deliver the services when you're cutting our budgets and cutting the feet below us? The neighborhood councils, as I said earlier, are the conduit to the police department and fire department, and many of you who come to our council meetings. So I can't stress enough that to please look at our white papers that the Budget Advocates Committee, which I'm a member of, gave to the mayor, and the mayor promised to work with you guys to help and give us the funds we need. There's plenty of other ways to get the money. The small amount that the neighborhood councils get is a minuscule, very small amount to the overall budget. And to cut the fundings that our residents of the city of LA demand and need is not a ethical and proper way to cut funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel Gonzalez, followed by David Bunjak. Mr. Gonzalez, welcome.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Officer Gonzalez, Department of Animal Services. I've been working with the department for 14 years. I'm asking you not to cut the positions in our department. As it is right now, we're running with a very small crew. 3 positions for animal control officers are slated to be cut. Yet, at the same time, our general manager is asking the commission for $25,000 for retraining for medical euthanasia. Now, how can you be asking more money and at the same time cutting 3 positions of animal control officers? This is going to affect the response time to deal with dangerous animal, injurious animal, wildlife, and all other calls. Also, there's 8 positions for clerks that are slated to be cut, and that's also going to affect the response times and the wait time for the citizens to be able to submit their calls. So please don't cut the Department of Animal Services. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is David Bunjak, followed by Jason Elias. Good afternoon.
What the previous speaker also didn't mention is those clerical positions that are requesting to be cut are also going to affect licensing, because one of the cuts is directly, some of the cuts are directly into licensing, so that's going to cut licensing revenue. I came to talk to you about the privatization of animal shelters. The Northeast Animal Shelter was built with taxpayer dollars and then populated by Best Friends, who basically goes to the other animal shelters, collects the most adoptable pets that they can find, and leaving the other ones behind, and then adopts them out. The city loses that adoption fee revenue that goes to Best Friends. Also, when the bond was set to build that shelter, they did not set that to be staffed by. They didn't build a city facility to be staffed by contractors and volunteers. These are public safety positions. If you're contracting out public safety positions like animal control officers, basically it's like contracting out the police department. It's just not workable. The animal control officers do a lot more than just handle a few pets that are brought into the shelter or adopt them out. So we're definitely against this, and we hope you reconsider the animal shelter budget, animal services budget, and eliminate the cuts. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jason Elias.
Good afternoon, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Jason Elias, Regional Coordinator for SEIU Local 721. I won't reiterate what both Jake Miller from Animal Services and Amy Rawson from the Zoo said. I think they hit it right on the head. And, you know, we asked for careful consideration of both Animal Services and Zoo budgets. But I did want to respond to Connie Morgan, who's the CEO of GLAZA. I want to be clear in saying our members at the Zoo and the union are a partner with all of the parties at the Zoo, including the Greater Los Angeles Zoo Association. We want to continue that relationship. Where we differ is that we don't believe that GLAZA has the expertise to run the zoo. We believe the workers and the management have the skills necessary to run the zoo. What we're asking through the working group process that many of you have supported in conjunction with the CAO, the CLA, the zoo, and our members from the unions is a plan to generate efficiencies and generate revenue at the zoo. And by the way, we support public-private partnership at the zoo. We believe that there is ways to improve marketing at the zoo, ways to implement solid business practices, and God forbid you hear this from a union. We believe that the zoo can be run like a business by the city if we give the general manager and the workers at the zoo the tools to create efficiencies there. So we ask you, to consider that, and we also would like to ask you to ask the CAO, to instruct the CAO to move our working group report back to council so that we can get moving on this plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I have 3 cards from Ida Talala. And Ms. Talala, I'm going to give you the choice because you have they're department specific. If you'd like to wait until we discuss each of these departments, you can do that, or I can take them all right now, whichever is your choice. You'd prefer to wait? Okay, that'd be fine. Then the next stack of cards I have all relate to our first item, which is building and safety. So we will go to those next, and we'll start with Jim McQuiston, followed by Steve Catalano.
Jim McQuiston. We got town. Jim McQuiston. You have my paper on the building safety. This is a very, very sensitive paper. It involves billions of dollars, not millions, not hundreds of millions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. And please, please, please read Item 2 in that paper. We have to get going on this immediately. Tomorrow we may be inundated in this, and we're not doing anything about this. Up north, they have done this. The cities up north I visited all have done this. Los Angeles is the only one, and we need this protection fast.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Catalano, followed by Linda Haas. Mr. Catalano, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of committee. I came down today to speak in support of the Department of Building and Safety's exemption, or getting an exemption from the Managed Hiring Committee. I've had the unique perspective of being able to, over the last 30 years, see the city go through 3 pretty major economic downturns and how it impacted the Department of Building and Safety. I saw the first one when I worked for the City Council. the others since in private industry. But in every case, on the recovery side of the economic downturn, the curve at some point takes a spike upward tremendously fast. And the department historically has had trouble catching up with that curve. They're always behind it. And being able to hire nimbly and quickly is essential. And even without having to go through the managed hiring committee, I still think the department's going to have an awful time trying to catch that line. So they'll still be behind the curve. But I encourage that they be exempt from that. We don't need any more impediments to getting projects online quickly that are going to be creating jobs and economic viability for this city as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Haas, followed by Holly Schroeder.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Haas, and I too have been through the cycles with the city. I've worked with developers for the last 28 years doing permitting and processing through the building and safety departments. We work with developers with large commercial, multi-residential, mid and high-rise projects. We currently have several in the pipeline, and we are experiencing quite an increase of interest of developers going forward, and we do expect in the next quarter quite a few large projects coming forward. We also are experiencing quite a long backlog and time to wait at the counter, public counter. It's not uncommon to wait an hour and a half to see staff at the public counter. Though they do try very hard to help through the system, they're just understaffed. Therefore, I urge the committee to also allow building and safety to hire people so that we can anticipate the load of new construction coming forward, which is so critical for the recovery of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Holly Schroeder, followed by Sean Evenheim.
Good afternoon. Holly Schroeder. I'm with the Building Industry Association. As you heard from the previous two speakers, we support the exemption for the managed hire process. The money that is funding building and safety for reviewing plans and doing inspections is paid by builders. These are specific fees for those services and for those activities by the department, and it operates in an enterprise fund. So the managed hiring process that's designed to deal with general fund and other deficits in the agency is not applicable here. And as you heard from the previous speaker, our members are experiencing delays in getting inspections scheduled, and getting cases assigned, and getting plans reviewed so that they can begin construction and pull permits. And that, as we are in a nascent recovery of the construction industry, makes that more tenuous and fragile. And we need to have the staffing in order to process those applications and get those projects moving and get construction jobs underway. So we really support the building and safety's exemption from the managed hiring process. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sean Evenheim, followed by Chuck Frankauer.
Good afternoon. Sean Evenheim, California Home Builders. I'm in favor of allowing building and safety to be exempt from the hiring committee process. The reason is construction activities are up. I'm one of the lucky ones to be able to still build in this time, but we're experiencing major delays in plan checks, over 25 days to be assigned only to a plan checker. That's not acceptable. It's delaying the project. There are many land transactions that are taking place now, and that means that there will be much more construction coming in the next 6 months. So we need to plan for that. As a member of the DIA committee, we try to work hard to reform the development process, and this will defeat a lot of the work that we have done. So I urge you to approve that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chuck Frankauer, followed by Ken Stockton.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Chuck Francoeur, Montage Development. I'm a home builder. I do multifamily projects as well. I believe I've built in all the council members who are present here in your districts over the last 15 to 20 years. Building and safety is integral for the success of my company and to grow my operations back up to what they were at one point in time. I saw my firm go from 33 employees down to 6.5. For the first time in 3.5 years, I'm actually getting phone calls today from banks looking to find out what's currently in my pipeline way of projects. Right now, presently, I'm processing 2 general plan amendments, 3 zone variances, and 3 zone changes in various council districts throughout the Greater Valley. Each one of those projects represents a project that I will build. I don't just develop property, I actually physically build them. Building and safety and the staffing requirements for them, for those projects, is integral to actually having the economy grow, my company grow, and the benefits to the city. Presently, as a way of an example, I currently have a plan check that I've been waiting for a better part of 4 weeks for comments back on the second phase of a 26-unit project. It's because the plan check engineer is stressed to the max, she's working long hours, and she's trying to fit me in on a regular basis. If, in fact, I'm able to get all these projects financed and going forward, I'm looking like better of 250 units. I can't imagine what kind of a burden that will be on building and safety from a plan checking standpoint. And Holly covered it pretty much extensively. It's funded by people like me. So if we could grant an exemption for the managed hiring process, it would allow building and safety to ramp up within the time frame necessary for this nascent recovery to actually take hold. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ken Stockton, followed by Angelica Jimenez.
Good afternoon. I'm Ken Stockton, owner of Ken Stockton Architects in the San Fernando Valley. I urge you to give building and safety the ability to hire people very quickly. I'm seeing the floodgates come back very strong. Our office currently is in the process of designing over 1,100 units of housing throughout the valley and the city. Our work levels are back to a higher level than we were at in 2007 before everything dropped. We too are seeing long waiting periods to get projects through the building and safety process, and it's only due to the fact that they don't have the manpower to push these projects through. I look at a lot of our projects in the peak years when building safety was booming and it had a full staff. Their waiting periods were long only because of the volume work that's going on. We're seeing that waiting period longer now, and trust me, there's a lot of work coming in. We have a lot of developers that basically are back in the ballgame again. They're entering the development market. They want to push their projects through, and I look at it as a source of revenue that can come in much quicker if building and safety can move these projects through plan check, get the permits, get them into construction. It will generate a ton of money for the city. So please, if you can, look for a way to allow them to quickly hire and staff back up to the levels they're going to need to in a very short period of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Angelica Jimenez, followed by Beverly Roberts.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Mi nombre es Angelina Jiménez y vengo aquí
Good afternoon. My name is Angelina Jimenez.
para contar una corta historia sobre mi casa.
I'm here to tell you a short story about my house.
Cuando compré mi casa estaba completamente cerrada. Entonces hicimos los trámites y cuando a mí me dieron el ok para entrar a mi casa, la casa ya estaba incompleta.
When I purchased my house, it was not complete, and I had to do a lot of paperwork. And when I moved into my house, it was not ready to be occupied.
Mi error fue haber firmado un papel donde la casa se vendía tal como estaba, que no iban a hacer ningún arreglo, y yo firmé.
I made the mistake of signing papers that I was accepting my house as is when I moved in.
Acepté la casa como estaba y yo la arreglé. Ahora pasan inspectores por mi casa que se llaman inspectores visuales.
So I had to make my own repairs. Now inspectors come by my house that are called visual inspectors.
Y me dicen, pinta aquí, quita allá. Entonces,
They're always telling me to fix various things.
¿por qué los inspectores ven mi casa y no ven la casa de al lado que está llena de basura?
Why are the inspectors coming after me but not coming after the owners of the property next to me that's filled with trash and is vacant?
Dicen que no tienen dinero para poner más inspectores, pero ese mismo inspector puede ver la mía y la de al lado.
They say there's no money for inspectors to inspect vacant properties, but the same inspector that's harassing me can also inspect the property next to mine.
Estoy sumamente molesta por eso, porque pueden usar el dinero de las multas que les pueden poner a las casas que el banco quita y usarlas para pagar inspectores.
I'm extremely upset about this because the city could be using the money that they could be collecting in fines on the vacant foreclosed properties that are authorized under the city ordinance to pay for inspectors to come out and inspect those properties.
Y quiten la basura de todas las casas esas abandonadas y reposeídas, porque yo también pierdo en mi casa. Gracias.
And get rid of the trash and clean up these properties that are degrading our neighborhoods because it's affecting me as well. Thank you.
Quisiera pedir permiso para enseñar unas fotografías.
I would like to ask permission if we could bring some photos in for the next two speakers so that you can actually see these properties.
You can submit photos to the clerk to be distributed. Okay. Thank you. Our next speaker is Beverly Roberts,
Good afternoon.
followed by Abdullah Mohammed.
So we're going to bring the photos up to the front at this time. Is that permissible?
You can just give them to the sergeant or the clerk.
Okay.
And they'll bring them around.
All right, sure.
Oh, here they are. Okay.
Can we pass them around? Is that possible?
Oh.
Okay.
I didn't realize they were blow-ups. You can go ahead and open them up at the front there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Beverly Roberts, and I'm with the Alliance of California for Community Empowerment. The city is losing by not finding a way to enforce the blight ordinance. The city of Los Angeles is in a time of financial crisis. Every day I turn on the news, they're talking about layoffs, yet the city is leaving a revenue-generating ordinance on the table unattended. The blight ordinance has worked in cities like Oakland. Now, I know that we here in Los Angeles can do better than that. We probably generate twice the money that Oakland does. I know that there are a few community members here now, but we will be back with more, and we won't shut up until we get the blight cleaned up in our communities. Thank you, and we will be back.
How you doing? My name is Abdullah Muhammad with the organization ACE, and we're here to talk about the blighted housing ordinance that the Building and Safety is responsible for, where they say they don't have enough money to hire the people to do this. The blighting ordinance, there is money. Those saying you have to spend money to make money. If we fund the Building and Safety, they can hire people to come out and inspect these houses when people call them. And that's revenue that's sitting there waiting to be collected, millions of dollars ready to be collected. We have this ordinance sitting there just collecting cobweb. And this ordinance was passed a year ago just to do that. We live in Los Angeles, we have 15 councilmatic districts. And I know doggone well, every district in this city do not have all the houses occupied by residents. And you see the pictures on here. These are watched. These are the 15 councilmatic districts. They owned by these institutions that's named that's on this billboard, the banks, the lending company. So we had this money that the public safety could use. We could hire the people that need to do this and charge these people $1,000 a day for not doing their job. Now that's money. And the city crime broke. You want to cut jobs and cut positions. Here's money laying there to be collected. It's a shame. And we let this continue. The city council is explicit in destroying our community, just like building and safety. We in our community are tired of leaving our house, coming home in the same building that looking the same. People coming in that committee, crying, rape, doing all sorts of things. People pulling up like they at Home Depot, shopping, stripping the property, taking the tub, the pipes, everything out. This is endangering our children. And we tired of it. Where we come from, we've been looking at this stuff for years. Now we have an ordinance available to clean this mess up. and you let them just sit there and draw a cobweb, shame on you. Give them the money and let them hire the people. See, that's what they keep crying. We don't have the inspectors. Now, we got inspectors.
Thank you, sir.
Inspect how the people live together. What the heck? Well, why the heck you can't give them the money to hire people to go inspect that people called in and said this is right?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Kimberlina Wetton. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You've had your time. Our next speaker is Kimberlina Wetton. Thank you, sir. You'll need to sit down now, please. You'll need to sit down, sir, and I'd like to have Kimberlina Wetton come up, please. You'll need to sit down or leave, sir. One moment, please, ma'am. All right, you may begin.
Kimberlina Wedham with Kimberlina Wedham and Associates. I have a small consulting and permit expediting company, and we work on some great projects in the city of LA. Here to support the building and safety request to exempt them from the managed hiring process. We are already seeing delays at the department. Expedited plan check takes more than a month before we get our corrections back. If we go into regular plan check, we won't see corrections back for upwards of 3 to 4 months. We have projects that will lose public funding. Today, in fact, it was a 2-hour wait to get to the building and safety counter. So if you wouldn't mind, please support this request for exemption and get some staff happening. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. I'd like to ask Mr. Overham to come on up with his team, please, as well as Mayor staff, CAO staff, and CLA staff.
Have the other two members or not? We're the only two members.
Mr. Overham, welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. Happy to be here. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you very much for having us today. I am Bud Overham, General Manager of the Building and Safety Department. I am joined by Ray Chan, our excellent Executive Officer, Frank Bush, Assistant Bureau Chief of our Code Enforcement Bureau, and Steve Angele, who you might recognize from a former life, who is now with us as the Bureau Chief of our Resource Management Bureau. And I was advised as I walked up here that the smart thing to do was say thank you very much for how we were treated in this budget, and we do thank you. We do think this budget is very fair for the department. We support the mayor's budget, and we appreciate the help and the guidance that we've received from the CAO's office in the course of this process. But I won't just sit down and say thank you. I'll have to say a couple of words just to let you know why we are appreciative of what's presented in this budget. And I think the city clerk has passed out to you some charts that I was just going to speak to quickly, so that I know that you get a lot of bad news as you sit here, and so I wanted to share with you some good news. And the first chart I've given you is just showing construction trends. In the mayor's first term, it was some of the highest years in the history of the city for new construction, and when 2008 hit, the bottom fell out of the construction industry. But as you can see now, we're 2 years, and now we're 2 years and 3/4 of steady recovery. We're not back to where we were in the height of the building boom, but we've had 2 3/4 years of steady growth. And by what we see in the plan check and what we see in the pipeline, we see that steady growth continuing into the foreseeable future. It's been largely held by, the next chart down is by the housing industry, particularly rental apartments. And you see that is what's leading the recovery in the construction trades. Last month alone was over 900 units. Last month alone was a month equivalent to when we were in the housing boom several years ago. As an enterprise fund, our revenues, our fees, have to have a clear nexus between the work we do. And so our fees are a good indicator of our workload, and you can see that our revenues are also steadily growing up. And then the last chart that you have there before you is just overlaying what our revenues are doing and what our staffing levels are. So until this budget, we were still staffed at the recession level. We still had the same staffing that we had when the economy fell apart, even though we've now had 2 3/4 years of growth. And what the mayor's budget does is adds 44 positions to our department in the enterprise fund. And so we think that is going to help ameliorate some of the concerns you heard today, where the truth is, in the last year and a half, our levels of service have diminished because the economy has recovered and the staffing is still at the recession level. So we're very appreciative of the mayor's recommendation to put 44 positions in our budget. And as some of the speakers said, and we put in our letter, we very much appreciate being exempted from the managed hiring process, because every day that we are slowed down on a plan check, every day that we are slowed down on an inspection, that's one day that's lost forever in terms of the revenue that project would ultimately generate. So that's the good news, and we feel good about the slow but steady recovery in our economy and the construction industry, and we want to make sure that we don't become a bottleneck for the future. The other budget I have before you is the general fund budget for code enforcement. And that is more struggling. The enterprise fund, the special fund, is totally paid for, direct costs and indirect costs, totally paid for by the development community. The fees that developers pay cover all of our costs. The only general fund activity we have is in code enforcement. And because we're in code enforcement, we suffer the same problems that everybody in the general fund has. And I have given you some charts on that. And the big idea that I had when I became general manager was that I was going to significantly increase our revenues, increase our penalties, so that the scuff laws paid for more of code enforcement. So we have significantly increased the fees that the penalties and the fines that we collect from code enforcement violators. But because we're in general fund, we have actually lost more money from the general fund than we have gained from the revenues that we have collected through our efforts. And so we're actually worse off today in code enforcement than we were before we started increasing our fees. And our workforce has dropped 50%. We've gone from 176 people in code enforcement down to 88 people in code enforcement. So we're 88 people in code enforcement for a city of 500 square miles and 4 million people. You hear it, I hear it, we all hear it. Code enforcement is a real problem, and we do want to continue to work with your offices and with the CAO to see if we can find a better answer for code enforcement. So we thank you for how we're doing in the Enterprise Fund, and we look forward to working with you on what we can do to try to find a solution for code enforcement. In this budget, no additional cuts were taken from code enforcement, and for that we are very appreciative.
Okay, thank you. You were talking about the special fund positions and that they're fully paid for. One of the points you raised in your letter was that you've been working with the CAO and reevaluating the calculation of special fund overhead costs, which might result in a change to general fund receipts. Can you talk about that, where that discussion has gone, and what impact might that have on general fund?
As an accounting maker, let me have Mr. Angele speak to that. I know he's so happy to be back with the council.
Good afternoon, Council Member. My name is Steve O'Malley, the Department of Building and Safety. In our conversation with the CAO prior to the mayor's publication of the budget, we did realize that the method of calculating our central services to an extent had changed. It happened so much at the last minute that we didn't have enough time to evaluate it. We are looking at it. We're talking to the CAO's office, and it is our understanding that we're going to be able to come to a solution.
Okay. Mr. Santana, did you want to add to that?
Certainly. We have been meeting with the department. The change is more consistent with the rate that exists for other departments, including sanitation, some of the others. And so we've been trying to develop a more uniform way of capturing that rate. And so that was really the reason behind it. But we'll certainly sit down with the department to refine it further. But we would recommend that it not be done in isolation. We want to sort of bring some greater level of uniformity throughout the city.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Mr. Overham, we heard about the timeline for plan check a bit from some of the speakers and from you. Can you talk about what your current timeline is as it is compared to other cities within the county, say?
Well, I'm not really in a position to speak to other cities in the county. What I am able to
You're
speak
in a position to speak about one.
At least one, yes, and they're probably slower, I'm sure. But we know, one of the things I enjoy about this department is it has so many engineers, and we measure everything. We have metrics for everything, so we measure everything, and we know how long we're delayed on plan check and how long we're delayed on inspections on the first day and the second day. So we know from within our shop that everything has slowed down. In these last 18 months, our response time and everything has slowed down. And I don't mean to whine about it, but you know the chart that I gave you about the economy has recovered for 2 3/4 years. Construction is going steadily up, and we still have the same staffing level that we had at the bottom of the recession. So it's inherently that our response time is going to be slower. We do think that this 44 people will get us back to where we need to be. So in terms of our shop, and on the back of the, I gave you the one sheet, and I just spoke to the charts on the back. But like I say, I got a lot of engineers around here, and we've got metrics and all of it, and so we can go right through there and show you plan check inspection. We know exactly where we're slowing down. Oh, it doesn't show on the camera. I just want to make sure that you have the same one I have. But we do think that we can address those problems with the resources that have been proposed in this budget.
In terms of code enforcement, you heard a number of speakers talk about particularly addressing blight and the problem of foreclosed properties that we have and institutionally owned properties that are allowed to become blighted. Can you talk a little bit, please, about the backlog in code enforcement complaints that you have, what's happening to that, your response rates, and how you're prioritizing your limited resources in resolving code enforcement matters?
We'd be happy to do that, and I have Frank Bush here, who's the Assistant Bureau Chief for Code Enforcement, and who's really out there in the trenches and sees this day to day, so I'd ask him to respond to that.
Good afternoon. Again, I'm Frank Bush, the Assistant Chief of the Code Enforcement Bureau, and currently our response time to a new non-hazardous complaint has risen from previously 4 years ago was 3 days, is now approximately 23 business days. And that, to non-hazardous, you ask how we categorize them. And the complaints come in, they are put in a category of 1, meaning a hazard. We go out there and do those right away. We don't hesitate on those type of complaints. And then we have a second category. We also, things like if a building's falling down on the first category, or you have live electrical wires, things like that, we go out there on those immediately if someone is in jeopardy of being hurt. Also, then we get into some conversions at our second level. We do those a little bit quicker, but the big category of the 23-day response are things like there may be trash and debris, or somebody parking in the front yard, or an overheight fence, or things like that. We have a lower priority on those things, which is the biggest majority of our complaints that we do receive on that. The backlog of cases that we have, open case for non-compliant cases, is running about 11,000 right now, currently. We have, about 4 years ago, it was about 7,400, and that, because of the staffing levels, that is continuing to rise because we don't have the staff to go back and keep on top of those things.
What has the department done with other departments to try to find efficiencies and redundancies where they may be, operational efficiencies, in trying to coordinate the code enforcement that is done in your department and in other departments?
We have worked with other departments, Department of Public Works. There has been crossover authority given on some of the codes, different codes, LAMC sections, and with the housing department, we have coordinated what we do and what they do, and try to make sure that we don't, run into the same, respond to the same complaints on a regular basis. We did that with the Department of Public Works, Street Services, Inspection, and those types of things. So we have worked with them over the years to reduce the complaints and get the complaint directed to the correct department.
And if I may add, Mr. Chairman, I asked one of my people to go back and talk to the speakers that came in here today. I think it was Acorner in the yellow T-shirts, because those complaints concern me greatly. I've spent my whole career trying to eradicate blight and deal with blight, and the best way to deal with blight is to never let it start to fester in the first place. And so I really do think that code enforcement is on the front line of neighborhood protection. I know the concern they have is with the foreclosure ordinance and that was proposed, and I'm not sure the full status of that, but I've met with them recently. We're going to continue in the vein of what you're saying, of talking to the housing department to work more closely together with the housing department on this whole issue of foreclosed properties and those kind of areas. So the working relationship between us and Public Works is very important, but even more so between us and the housing department.
Yeah, it's certainly true that while those sorts of things that they've raised might not rise to the level of a hazard to physical safety, once they take root, you're going to have there's going to be a multiplier, to be sure. And if they're not dealt with, you're going to risk losing a neighborhood.
Absolutely.
And, so we've now got our green code and are inspecting for compliance with the green code. I'm wondering what the department, if anything, the department has done to try to educate contractors and homeowners about compliance with the green code, to try to provide some simple user-friendly information so that we can avoid repeat visits and non-compliance from the gate. Make it a little bit easier for people to comply and reduce costs that way.
And I have my green guy in the audience, but Ray, do you want me to have Osama come up, or do you think you can speak to that? On the green code and what we're doing to get the word out to the people on the green code.
Well, let me just try to give a general explanation of what we have done. In terms of the green code, our department has taken a very serious lead in this area to promote and also to establish the green code. First, we work very closely with the state to establish the code. And meanwhile, we still have our chief of our green division, Osama Yunan, and as a matter of fact, he just came back from Sacramento yesterday to work with the state to further develop the code. At the same time, we also outreach to the industry. We outreach to other building departments within the region so that to ensure that we will have the uniform enforcement method and enforcement plan check and inspection method. Now Mr. Yunan is here, so Mr. Yunan, will you go ahead, please?
Good afternoon. Osama Yunan, Building and Safety. Since the state code came into effect just over a year ago, we've actually worked very diligently on two things. One, we did a huge reach out. We've done over 30 presentations to different groups, whether it's professional or developers group. We've also, just a couple of months ago, we had over 100 people come to the department, all our customers. We publicized that and we went over the green code and explained how it applies. And we continue that effort. The other thing we try to do is come up with simple forms to help the industry comply with code. So rather than just rely on architects and contractors to go and read the code themselves, we actually came up with forms like checklists just to make it easy. And for the most part, I believe we've been successful. The plans are coming in now. They're really of good quality, which indicates the message has been there. The one we continue to work on is with the contractors. And for those, we're trying to do these, again, these checklists, forms, what we're looking for. And our inspectors, when they go to the field, they're actually handing them out. And I believe that would help tremendously.
Thank you. Mr. Overham. So my last question, obviously it's been a difficult year for the department in some respects because of the revelation of the arrest of the inspectors who were under suspicion of corruption. And that has unfortunately cast a shadow in many respects on the inspection regimen within the city, unfortunately. And I'd like to know what steps the department has taken to try to protect against repetition of those incidents, what oversight changes have been made, whether your current budget includes sufficient resources to be able to implement the kind of oversight and accountability changes that you need to make in order to ensure that our inspection process is beyond reproach?
Thank you very much for asking that question, because I do believe that it's important to be as transparent as possible about what happened and what we are doing about what happened. In a city as large as the city of Los Angeles, you're always going to have some bad apples. You're always going to have some people that act outside of the public trust that's been put upon them. And I think what's key to every department, the challenge to every department, is make sure you catch the violators and to make sure that you put in place the mechanisms that reduce the chances of that happening again in the future. At this point now, in the last year, we have terminated or accept resignations or retirements from a total of 13 people. So that's a pretty significant enforcement effort in our department. And I would want to say, and you mentioned that they were revelations that came out, but I do need to say for the department that the revelations that came out in the media were revelations of things the department had detected internally. None of these cases were brought to our attention by the outside media. Every one of these cases was found by us, dealt with by us, and then the media reported on it after we had dealt with it, started dealing with it. So
and if I may, just to put that into a context, 13 people, all of whom were in building inspection?
No, sir. And I think some of the early, and thank you for asking that, because I think some of the early media attention might have given the impression that it was an inspection problem and it was a South LA problem, because the first two inspectors, the first two people who were acted on by us and subsequently arrested by the FBI happened to be building inspectors in South LA. But the 13 people going across the board, some of those were clerical positions in the Valley, some of them were code enforcement positions, some of them were engineering bureau positions, and some of them were inspections. So, you know, the good news or the bad news, the way you want to look at it, was not just a South LA problem, it was not just a building division problem. We put in place mechanisms that found problems, unfortunately, in all of our bureaus in all of our geographic areas. But let me tell you about the mechanisms that we have put in place. With the council's support, we, through the enterprise fund, not a general fund consequence, we have funded a full-time special investigator. We hired a person who works to make sure the person has independence and objectivity. We pay for it, but the person is an employee of the personnel department, works for Maggie Whalen, is assigned to us as a full-time special investigator within our department. So I think the department used to have an internal investigations unit many years ago. It was dissolved. We have now reinstituted a special investigator within our department. We have also established our vehicle, our tracking system. We have now distributed about 400 new phones to all of our field people, including me, and all of these phones have a geo-tracking system in them. The tracking systems have not yet been activated because we have to meet and confer with the employees on the consequences of having it. What happens when you don't turn it on, or what happens when you're not where you're supposed to be. So we have the right to have the GPS tracking system. We have to meet and confer with the employees on the consequences of it, and we're still in that process. But the hardware, software has been purchased, and again, with the council's support, you gave us the money necessary to hire a special investigator. You gave us the money necessary to put all of these GPS tracking systems in place. We've also done things like established a mandatory rotation program. One of the challenges we have in the department is to make sure that our inspectors are always consistent. One of the complaints that you will hear is Inspector A said something on Monday and Inspector B said something on Tuesday, and so we have to balance inspector consistency, but with a broader management desire to rotate people around the city so that they don't become too entrenched in one area. So our goal is to rotate about 20% of our workforce in all of our in the field bureaus in every 20% every year. And in this first year, because it was the first time there has been rotation in a number of years, we exceeded 20% in both the engineering and the inspection bureau. So We've done the Special Investigative Unit. We've done the GPS tracking. We've done the mandatory rotation. One of the big concerns that I had about the problems we faced was a breakdown in supervision. And I think what was happening when the big building boom was going on and everybody was so busy, supervisors were carrying a caseload. You know, you're a supervisor, but by the way, go do 15 inspections today and supervise when you have time left over. And you don't typically have time left over. So we have put more emphasis on having our supervisors be supervisors. We're providing better supervisor training. I think there was a time when in the crunch of budget and the crunch of work, we would promote a person to supervisor and say Godspeed to you, and not necessarily always provide the training that they needed to become good supervisors. We have eradicated that. Again, we have increased our training budget to make sure that all of our supervisors are being trained on what it takes to be a supervisor. We've also increased our financial disclosure. We're working with the city attorney right now to make sure that all of our inspectors and all of our engineers have to do the same financial disclosure that before only the top level people have. So with your support, we've always had the money to, we've never been stopped from doing anything from the lack of money. The mayor's office, the council office have always supported us to make sure we have the resources to correct the problems that we discovered.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few questions. On the revenue side, you budgeted a little over $4 million increase in your enterprise fund, and you're obviously seeing building activity to support that. Where are we seeing the most growth in building activity?
In terms of trades, in terms of construction sectors, we're seeing it primarily in the multifamily residential. And let me say, it's not necessarily insider information, but we see these trends before they're physically seen because people come into us for plan checking, and the average citizen doesn't see it till construction starts. But we see it 6 months before that through plan checking. We see it 6 months before those 6 months through people coming into us and talking about projects. So we not only have seen 2 3/4 years of growth, but based on what we have in plan checking, based on what we have in pipeline, we do see that trajectory continuing. For the most part, it has been with residential apartments. For the first year, it was largely with the airport. Thank you very much for spending $4 billion on the airport, because that came back to us in terms of plan check fees and inspection fees. But in the last year or 2 years, it's been primarily apartments. We are now starting to see, finally, an increase in commercial development. We're seeing hotels come back. We're seeing some office buildings come back. We're seeing some retail come back.
But it mostly is still residential.
Right now, for the moment, it's primarily in residential apartments, and as always happens in Los Angeles, all of your council districts are doing pretty good. We don't see as much in East LA, and we don't see as much in South LA, and we don't see as much in the Northeast Valley, but we do see a growth in virtually all other areas, and all areas of the city, just more oriented to those areas that have always been strong in growth. West LA, West Valley, downtown Hollywood, Wilshire Corridor.
And your budget, as it's proposed, has $2.5 million in overtime. Is that just a function of working off hours, or is it a function of the staff shortage, or a combination of both?
I think it's a combination of both. And I know that there's sometimes something pejorative about having overtime, that that's one of the things that you could cut. Overtime for us is really a good bang for the buck, because rather than adding a whole person when you have peaks and valleys, the construction industry is inherently cyclical. There will always be ups and downs, and there'll be ups and downs on years, but there'll be ups and downs on weeks and months. And rather than having a larger work staff, the idea that we can have overtime to smooth out that workload is really very important for us.
And I know your department operates a test lab to certify products, which in many cases have already been certified at other levels of government, and it's a somewhat unique process. Can we get a report back on the amount of staff and funding that is dedicated to this lab, and what the delays that it may cause means to building applicants, and what closing or making it optional would mean?
Yes, sir. I'd be happy to do that because I get asked that question all the time. And we have a report that's being worked on right now. So it'd be very easy for us because I get this from a lot of people. I get both sides of it. And I need to sort it out in my own mind. And so we definitely will bring back a report for the council to consider on the merits and demerits of our test lab.
Appreciate that. Also, it's come to my attention that our enforcement fees are not adjusted annually for inflation the way other departments' fees are. Can we revisit that and look at adjusting the enforcement fees and penalties for inflation? I know we did a full cost recovery study for these fees, but I guess we'll always be behind if we don't adjust them for inflation, so I think that would be a good thing.
We're all for it. Thank you very much. We'll do that.
And lastly, you have a number of positions that you're hoping to add to keep up with the increased demand. I guess this is a question for the CAO. How do we deal with the managed hiring process? Is there some way for us to expedite this? Could we just approve the positions when we start voting on budget direction? Is there some way just to make this happen? Because it doesn't seem like there's an advantage to go through managed hiring when we know we desperately need these positions, we want them, we want to adjust to the economy and help ourselves through economic development get out of this mess that we're in along with other steps.
Well, there's two things. The first is we would encourage the department, and not just this department, but any department who's likes to be exempted from managed hiring, to submit a plan in the beginning of the year. So, or even, as soon as the fiscal year begins, submit a one-year plan, and that way managed hiring can look at it holistically and make decisions at that point. We're not recommending any exemptions to managed hiring, in part because if you look at the same chart that the general manager provided, it really tells two stories. The first story is, in fact, that we're slowly seeing a recovery, and we're seeing that in our revenues as we've reported in the past. But it also tells a story of what happened before, when we had tremendous amount of growth in the city and we had built up our staffing capacity, and then all of a sudden we're forced to dramatically reduce that capacity over a very short period of time. And so one of the biggest mistakes we could do as a city is to start building a capacity knowing, as the general manager stated, that this is a cyclical pattern. So, I had an opportunity to speak privately with Bud, and we talked about the need of really looking at this department planning and others that are so tied to the economy in a much more comprehensive manner, and establishing what exactly is the core number of staff that these departments should have, whether we have good years and bad years, and that core should always be protected and maintained. And then how do we supplement that capacity during the growth years so that when the next downturn comes, we're not in a situation where we have to lay off employees or furlough them like we had to face not that long ago. So I think that's a conversation and a strategy. I know the department has a strategic plan. They're updating it in the next several months. That would be helpful so that we're ideally getting away from managed hiring altogether if there's actually a plan to address sort of the flow of the economy, particularly for these kind of departments.
Well, in the big picture, I guess, for both planning and building and safety, I mean, this is not a new issue. I mean, LA has always been kind of viewed as the standard of a city that is too slow in getting people through the process. I used to represent West Hollywood. I knew when people were telling us that it was worse to deal with LA than us, that was when I generated a whole streamlining process for the city, because I knew that wasn't good. But when we were doing things right, people would always say that we were much easier to deal with than Los Angeles. It would be ideal if we became a city that was one of the examples of a city that had its act together on these processes. And I know it could be done, but I think the part of the way we get there is having a plan, as you're suggesting. So we look at where we really want to be if we're doing the job right and guaranteeing we have some minimal level where we continue that, and whatever other process to fill in the ups and downs. But I don't even think we really have ever determined or achieved where a baseline is for this department. And it seems, watching it mostly from a distance, that most, if not all the time, the city is below where that baseline should be.
I think the problem, you're both absolutely correct. We're either above it or we're below it, because construction and development inherently is cyclical. We'll have up years and we'll have down years. Miguel was talking about our PEP, our Performance Enhancement Program we did 2 years ago, and we'll have a PEP update hopefully by next week. It'll be exactly 2 years ago that we did PEP. And in PEP, we talked about having a flexible workforce to deal with a variable workload. Exactly what we're talking. A flexible workforce with a variable workload, but you have to establish that core level, that stabilized workforce. No matter what happens, good years and bad years, we're going to have about $3 billion of new construction. When it gets really good, we're going to go up to $5 billion, and when it gets really bad, we're going to go down to $2.5 billion. But day in and day out, we're going to run about $3 billion. So what is the workforce, the stabilized workforce, to deal with that core workload? The problem we had this last cycle was we pegged that number at about 700 to 750 employees. It went down to 650. So we fell below what we thought was the stabilized workforce. So we need to get back up to have this stabilized workforce, and then use overtime and use what PEP talks about, is having contract employees, having retired employees come back on a contract basis to help deal with the peaks and valleys. But you have to establish that core workforce and then deal with the peaks and valleys. And we'll have that updated report back to you, sometime next week. So you might be busy on budget.
Great, thank you.
And just to echo a little bit on managed hiring, I think we agree that there probably should not be exemptions, but there's a way to work this out so that departments who need some flexibility, that can be built in, as Mr. Santana had suggested, and having something come up front, and then we can have a plan, and then the managed hiring committee can look at that. So we can probably formulate some recommendations for the committee to take a look at during this course.
That would be great. Just so randomly, it doesn't take 6 months longer than it needs to get all the people in place. I think this is one of the departments where we don't want to be too bureaucratic about it, and we want to get some movement towards fully staffing the department.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Englander.
Yes, thank you. A couple things to start off. Anyway. Speaking on the managed hiring, and one of the things we talked about from day one for the folks that came today to speak about that issue, and I know I've spoken to many of you offline on phone calls as well, including the department, including representatives of the department, so a lot of the developers that have been calling, and thanks for sending the developers here today. But the issue we brought up day one in the budget is that a lot of these departments that are special funded, have an enterprise fund, are not on the general fund or revenue generating, that we would try to come up with in this budget process some type of expedited process for that, while also looking at the balance that our CAO presented and the challenge to not overgrow the city too quickly. And so I know every department that has been coming and will be coming for the next couple of weeks are going to be bringing that issue forward. We talked about it from day one. Planning department talked about it yesterday as well, and many others. And so we have to take that holistic approach, not just for building and safety, but for all of those departments which generate either their own revenue or grant funded, et cetera. So I appreciate that coming up, and it's critically important, certainly with plan check and building inspectors. With that, I know the first question out of the gate from the chair to Mr. Overham was, what are other cities doing? What are the best practices? So I want to go back to that question. What are the best practices? I didn't see anything submitted on your behalf on saying here are the top 10 cities and what they're doing in terms of workload indicators or any other efficiencies. And you said you're not able to speak on those, and I just wanted to ask more about that.
Okay, and let me be more specific. Thank you. we are doing, because we struggle so much with code enforcement, I'm just really racking my brain figuring out what we're going to do about code enforcement, because as long as it's in the general fund and it has to compete with police and fire and paramedics and libraries and parks, I know we're going to lose, even though we all share the value that code enforcement is one of the most important protections for a neighborhood.
I wasn't actually just speaking about code enforcement. I'm talking about the department in total.
And I'm doing it on both sides. We have a best practices study on code enforcement that was done a few years ago by Mr. Bush here, and we're updating that. And so we absolutely are doing a review, an update of best practices on code enforcement, and we're doing it as we speak. In terms of the...
When did that begin? When was that initiated?
When did you do the first best practices study?
No, when did the newest update begin?
Probably about 2 weeks ago, when Frank and I talked about the need to update this, because, again, the great plan in PEP for code enforcement was to increase our fees, and we've increased our fees and lost more money. So the great idea we had in PEP isn't working. We said we got to go back, and probably more than 2 weeks, probably been a month or more, just looking for, and we've talked about everything. We've talked about merging with housing department, talked about going back to building inspectors doing code. I mean, we're just going through the whole panoply of possibilities. So the best practices study for code enforcement is ongoing, and we'll be bringing that back to you. In terms of building and safety, in terms of the construction services, we're breaking that up into pieces. Right now, we're doing a lot of work on best practices for technology. I really think that in a city this big, with this many employees, this many departments, this many square miles, this size of population, the biggest thing that we can do is through technology. And so we're doing we hired over a year ago a consultant that did a best practices on technology, and we're in the process of implementing that now. You've approved money in the past. I think you approved about $500,000 for a consultant to do that study of best practices for building and safety services. And we're going to be bringing back very shortly one to take it another step on technology. For example, ePlan. We have a couple of pilot projects going on right now with ePlans. If you come into our building, you'll see developers
let me just dissect that for a second. I don't want to take on too much. But with that, we'll have a dialogue, and I've got several other issues and questions I want to ask about as well. So if that best practice study was done a year ago on the technological component of the department, was that brought back to this committee, or was that brought
to Plum?
That was brought back to Plum?
Yes.
When was that brought back to Plum?
I'd have to check and see what the last dates are. I think we've had at least 2 report backs to Plum.
Because on the budget committee, we're trying to make informed decisions, and to come here and ask and say, well, here are the demands, and here's the growth, and looking at those best practices and what happens with other cities, that's the informed part of the decision, and which is why I really took it to heart and thought it was one of the best things that I've seen, is that the chairman of this committee put out a letter a month ago asking every general manager in the city, when they come here, be prepared to talk about the 10 largest cities, at least be prepared to talk about best practices. And that letter went to every general manager, and we've been asking every general manager to report that back. And their first statement was, I can't speak to other cities.
Well, and I'm sorry if I went over that too lightly. We have the reports, and I'd be happy if we reported to Plum, and I'd be happy to report to Budget and Finance. We have the best practices that the full council.
We'll go ahead and move on, but if you could
we'll
report,
be happy to bring that back to your
share some of that information. Did you? And just for the record, did you receive a letter?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Received a copy of the
and
letter.
Again, I went over that too lightly, and I apologize for that.
With that, it's been my view, and I want to peel back a layer of this, if you will, that this department has historically been more reactive than proactive. And I'll share my view with what many of the developers and contractors and folks that deal with the department, this is coming directly from them. I have a totally different perspective because when I typically, or my office needs to work with code enforcement or call Frank, it's 24 hours a day. They're responsive. It's incredible. They're great. It's not what I hear from the general public. It's not what I hear from the developer community. We talk about, have we increased fees, Mr. Koretz asked, to keep up with CPI. The problem with increasing fees is we haven't been increasing performance. In fact, it's been going in the opposite direction, and developers and ordinary folks who need things done on their home, that are working on their home, are having horrific nightmare experiences, which I know if I'm hearing this day in and day out, I've got to assume you are. I've been hearing it before you were with the city, and it's only gotten worse, quite frankly. The stories that I hear are these guys are scared to death of you and your staff and the inspectors. They're scared to report a complaint. They're scared of the retaliation. They said that it's gotten so far out of control. And I'm not talking about the FBI probes and the briberies. I'm talking about beyond that. It's gotten so far out of control in mismanagement, and these are what I'm hearing every day, that when inspectors, for example, come out to a site, one inspector will come one day, another one will come another day and have 10 or 15 other issues. It's usually not the next day, it's a month later or 3 weeks later. Another inspector will come out, or the same inspector, and find 5 different issues. And that hasn't occurred to the degree it's occurring today. And it's been said from many of in the developing community and folks, just residents of the city and businesses that are utilizing inspectors, and I'm not saying all inspectors because I don't know who they are, but I know there are enough of them that I'm hearing it often, is that when they're out there, they're not friendly. They don't give any answers. They don't return phone calls. When the customer service is horrific. When they are there, they identify issues, like I said, but then they find other issues weeks later. And from the indications from a lot of the folks in the industry, they have said that there's that issue and the other issue coupled with, if they come out, for example, to a multifamily dwelling that has, and I throw this out, I just got a phone call on this morning from another developer, that an inspector came out. There were 30 some odd units. He inspected 3, spent a couple hours there, and that was it. And he said, I'll be back in a few days. I've got other job sites to go to. And he said, well, wait a minute. It used to be that you would spend quite a few hours and get most of it done. And he said, yeah, but now we have to justify our existence, and we have to keep a heavier workload. And if I get done with this project, that's one less project I've got on my plate. So I've got to spread it out over several weeks. And that's become a common practice, is what I've been hearing. So there's a lot of these issues that have brought up, and it's been a department that's been reactive instead of proactive. There were rumors and unconfirmed rumors, but rumors that everybody was aware of about the issue of kickbacks and briberies, but it wasn't really until it came out in the media that it seemed that something was being done. I have a problem with the fact that we're looking at a $250 million budget deficit, and we're looking at all these departments, and particularly code enforcement, which is the quality of life in neighborhoods and communities. We're looking at cutbacks in the fire department and the police department and our core functions and services because we don't have the revenue. And I don't believe it's a matter of just raising taxes and fees. I think if we do things better, people will want to develop good projects here. It'll create jobs. It'll create revenue so we can afford those other core functions and services. We need you guys more than anything, and from what I keep hearing is things are getting worse, not better. And we hear about these best practices, but we haven't seen anything. The issue of, you brought it up on the GPS phones, is when that issue came to committee, and I asked you about it, how are we going to enforce this? How are we going to track these employees? We want to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on technology, on cellular phones, so we can track where the inspectors are, but we don't have the ability to do this. Is this a meet and confer issue? Do we have to work? And you said no. Yep. We're supplying the phones, so we're allowed to track them. Now we hear back we actually went out and bought the phones. They have them, but it's a meet and confer issue, and we haven't figured out exactly, we haven't agreed with the staff, and they're at an impasse on what we can do if we find that they're not at the location, or what we would do, what are the consequences. So now that we've spent the money, it's still not in place. And so I'm trying to get my arms around all this, and it's frustrating because it sounds great in concept, that it sounds like it's just a matter of being short-staffed. I'm hearing the same thing in plan check, where it used to take days or a couple of weeks at the most, and now it's taking more than a month. And same thing with expedited fees, that it's not expedited anymore. So it doesn't sound like we need to increase fees. It sounds like we need more oversight and efficiencies, and that's not being done. And so I'd like you to speak to all of those things.
Okay, I'd be happy to speak to those. First of all, on the phones, let me be very clear about that. When I told your committee that we didn't have to meet and confer on the acquisition of the phones, the city attorney, we're very clear. We do not have to meet and confer on the acquisition of phones. We do not have to meet and confer on giving the phone the GPS tracking. We have to meet and confer on the consequences. What are the ramifications if you don't turn it on, if you're not where you're supposed to be? So there are personnel practices. That has taken longer than I wanted it to take. So I've made it very clear to our people that the meet and confer process in this city is a little bit slower than I would like, but it is not a major impairment. We will conclude those meet and confer, and we will turn on the system, and we do have exactly, we know what the system is capable of. I'd be happy to bring you over and show you to. It's really quite amazing. I mean, every time I go to Taco Bell, somebody's going to know because the GPS system is that sophisticated. So I feel very good about that. On the level of service, please, 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 when you hear those complaints, let me know.
But you can't let you know, because here's what happens. Here's the issue. They don't want you to know because they're scared of you. This is what I hear it every day, and I got to be honest with you. They're here today, and they didn't come yesterday to planning. They weren't here, and they rely on planning. They're the first point of contact. They're here because they can't get the projects moving, and if they tell you about it, or they tell your staff about it, they think there's a retaliation. They think that if they complain about one particular inspector, I mean, I remember a couple years ago you talked about the idea of doing surveys and working with the developers, and they would be blind surveys, and we'd make sure that we could talk to them and the residents after an inspector was there so we can find out the problems, and it would be on a basis of anonymity, so there would be no retribution or retaliation, that we could do that. We've never done it. Not one of these guys have ever gotten a survey. It's never happened.
But we do them. They might have gotten it, but we do them.
It doesn't go out to them. And if the inspector hands it to them and says, "Here, I'll wait for you to fill it out," that doesn't work. And so that's why folks are turning out, and we're getting phone calls.
But I need to know about it. I know it. I hear it all the time. I've heard it before I got here. I think the culture of this department is changing. When I got here and we wrote PEP, the Performance Enhancement Program, we said the most common complaint we got was lack of consistency between inspectors. We have put in very specific programs on dealing with that. The PEP program addresses that. The PEP at 2 that comes out next week is going to address that. We think that we have made serious, significant progress in those issues in the last 2 years. When a department has a reputation...
How quickly can you do some blind surveys to folks that you can't tie it back to who filled it out? Is that something you can put in the field?
Sure.
I'd like to see that, but I'd like to also get from the CLA a report back to this committee on what it would take to move the inspectors and the plan check to the planning department, where it could be streamlined. It makes sense, and I'd like to see if we could start taking steps to go in that direction, and a report back on that. And it's not a matter of, quite frankly, don't take it personally. It's not from the management. It's a culture. It's something that the development community has been asking for years. I think it makes sense. It's common sense, and trying to move things along quicker, because we need to get projects going that are entitled. We need to get projects because it puts people in homes. We have a lot of low-income projects that are out there. We have a lot of revenue out there that puts people back to work, and we've got one of the highest unemployment levels in the construction business in this region, is one of the worst in the country. And so with all of that in the pipeline, I want to try to get things moving more efficiently, effectively, and more friendly, and change that culture. And so if we can get a report back on that, I would appreciate it. And if you can share some of those best practices back to the committee that have been done, that'd be great.
Okay. Anything further? Colleagues, Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, just one thing I thought I'd add in terms of coming up with ways to do some additional funding with code enforcement. My understanding is that our process is escalating fines, relatively modest, and then going to court. And my understanding of the county's process is similar escalating fines, but then at some point drastically escalating fines where maybe, okay, we charge you $500, you don't do it, we charge you $700, but at some point we charge you a couple $1,000s a day until you do it. And then instead of going to court, you put a lien against the property. So it's much more enforceable and people know it, and presumably they're more responsive knowing they could get hammered. Have we looked at that kind of a policy change?
Yes, and I think we have implemented that, but I'm going to ask Frank to elaborate on what the escalation is, but you're absolutely right. Before we did PEP and before we did the CVS that he can explain, I think what happened in L.A., it was cheaper to ignore it and
cost of doing business.
Than it do you just write it off as doing the cost of business. So the cost of compliance was more expensive than the cost of enforcement. So they wouldn't comply; they would just pay the enforcement. So we have a much more escalated schedule now. So Frank, go through what the CVS is and how quickly it jumps, because your offices. You're not maybe you, but council offices call me all the time with people saying, "Oh my God, my fee just went from X to 4X in a month." But Frank, go ahead. What is the escalation now on the fees?
Well, on the code violation inspection fee, which is issued on every order, if we find after receiving a complaint, we see a violation, write an order. There's a $356.16 fee. If they don't pay the fee, it escalates to around $1,200. If they don't comply with the order, then an additional $550 non-compliance fee is assessed to the property. And if they don't pay that, there's again a penalty of that takes it up to about $1,900. One of the things that I can tell you is that the code violation inspection fee, which the council approved last year and went into effect in February of last year, has helped us to get voluntary compliance, because they're seeing that fee come out them right away, and they see, right underneath that if you don't hurry up and take care of this, you're going to get an additional $550.
So, well, that sounds good, and that's obviously the direction I'm thinking of. How do you compare to the county? Is the county still tougher? And if so, should we still look at taking additional steps?
Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with exactly what the county's steps are, but I'd be happy to look into that. I do know that the $550 non-compliance fee was set, originally it was $100. It was changed in 2009 to the $550, and we are in the process of looking at that now to see how the costs have changed, costs of staff and things like that, to look at raising that fee.
And maybe we get a report back on how effective these escalations have been. I assume they've been fairly effective, and how it compares with the county and other ordinances that may have a more dramatic escalation at the end. Because obviously we're in better shape if we're able to attach a large amount of money and then go after it as a lien than having to go to court. The other thing is, my understanding is we attach inspection fees to a new project, like a restaurant, but we don't necessarily attach inspection fees to do follow-up inspections once a year. So I don't know if that's correct, and if we can do that up front as well, and get a little more compliance and have a little more funding for
When you
compliance.
say once a year, you mean like the housing SCEP department, or what do you mean by once a year?
Let's think more commercial.
Mm-hmm.
If we went back and checked restaurants and other businesses, I don't know how much we do that, but if we could have that paid for by the business when they open.
Go ahead. You want to say? Because I was going to say our code enforcement is a reactive system. We only respond to complaints. We do not have a proactive program that starts on Ventura Boulevard and heads south. I mean, SCEP is a systematic code enforcement program that looks at all multifamilies on a rotating schedule. Our commercial code enforcement and single-family residential code enforcement is purely reactive. We only respond to when there are complaints.
And do we think that's a good process, or do we think we're better off doing some commercial follow-up every year or two?
You know, and that would be a great policy discussion with you, because, again, I said we've been racking our brains to try to figure out how to do a better job in code enforcement, and one way would be to have a SCEP-like fee that funds commercial code enforcement just the way SCEP funds multifamily residential enforcement. But would the council, in a climate of recession or recovering recession, want to impose an additional fee on businesses for code enforcement?
That's probably a broader policy question than merits discussion here, but something to think about. And maybe not on an annual basis, but maybe every few years. I think it might be a decent idea rather than just turning up whatever happens to turn up on a complaint basis.
And somewhat related to that, I want to make one other comment on code enforcement because, as Mr. Englander said, we've all heard complaints from people. We heard complaints from speakers today who said that there hasn't been prompt enough response to complaints. But by the same token, I'm sure that each of us, I know I, have heard complaints also on the other end of the spectrum from people who say, why are you coming in and bringing in enforcement actions against this strip of businesses or so on? We heard one of the speakers today, one of the homeowners, who said, how come you're not inspecting my neighbor, but you're making my life, so difficult? And I think that says something to the difficulty that this department or any department with this role would have in trying to find where that level of judgment can come to bear in where enforcement should be applied. And I recognize that's a challenge, particularly when it's complaint driven. So I guess I would ask, as part of when you're reporting back to us about best practices, particularly surrounding code enforcement, one of the things, and Mr. Overham, you and I have personally discussed this, and I'd like a more extended dialogue on it and report back to this committee about how we can integrate a prioritization of enforcement resources into this system so that it isn't entirely complaint driven. But on the other hand, we know that you'll never get to a point where you can start at one end of Ventura Boulevard and just work your way down and hit every business. But if you talk to every neighborhood council in this city, if you talk to every council office in this city, we would be able to say, these are the things that my constituents are complaining about. These are the issues that are most important to us. Now, we don't run departments, but I think if we're in consultation with the departments, if the neighborhood councils are in consultation with the departments, you can get a better sense of, what are the priority issues for the public that we're serving, and not just the one squeaky wheel who happens to make the complaint to which you are then compelled to respond. And I'd like to try to figure out how other jurisdictions deal with this challenge and what we can do to improve our ability to strike that fine and somewhat difficult balance.
I totally agree, and I appreciate you bringing it up because you and I have had that discussion. I've, in my mind, been playing around with this idea of a community-based code enforcement program, the way you have community-based law enforcement, that the community-based code enforcement goes on a community basis and talks about, with the council member, with the neighborhood council, what are the important issues in your community. For some communities, it might be, bulky item left on the curbs. In other communities, it might be overheight fences or overheight hedges. In other communities, it might be vacant buildings. But how can you have a community-based code enforcement program that really works with the council offices and the neighborhood councils to find what are the highest priorities? If you're going to have limited resources, you're going to have to prioritize. Right now, but given that we are structurally a reactive system, somebody on a given street, because they complain a lot, going to get a lot of enforcement. There could be much more egregious situations on a different street, but if nobody complains, nobody's going.
It's extraordinarily inequitable, it's inefficient, and I think in many respects it's counterproductive to the very mission that we're trying to accomplish with a fair and even-handed code enforcement process. Mr. Englander, you had one other item?
Yeah, one other item. And on that, though, on that front, maybe there's other things we could look at. They haven't been very popular, perhaps, but they may work. And part-time traffic officers, I know not everybody agrees with it, but just looking at the preliminary numbers, it seems to be working on the face of it. maybe that's something we could look at in code enforcement, is adding some that could be revenue neutral as a pilot project. I'd be happy to offer up my district first, but I'd add something on that, and that is customer service training for the code enforcement officers. That was something that I know we've dealt with, where they've come out when they attempted to do the proactive enforcement on banners. There was a big case, it was all over the news, that the inspectors were telling them, the business owners, that's just tough. You don't have to be in LA, you can move. And they were literally saying that. We had dozens of complaints from different inspectors. We had all their names. We submitted all that. I never heard back from the department what really happened. I know you're working with our staff on it. But I think customer service training has to be an important aspect of that. But looking at perhaps a pilot program is something we should do with part-time code enforcement, because there's some serious issues, as we heard from all these folks that came out, very concerned about their neighborhood and that broken window theory, that if we don't take care of it now, it's going to attract and increase crime, and it's going to bring other things. And so that's a core function of the city. So I'd like for you to report back on the idea of implementing perhaps a different type of program to add to what we've got. With that, I had one other thing for the CAO that I forgot to mention. If you could report back, Mr. Santana, on there was a request for some overtime off-hour inspection at Sunshine Canyon Landfill. We've had a lot of issues at the landfill. By the way, this is fully reimbursed by Sunshine, not the department. And so there's some requests for continued inspection for overtime. I believe it's around $21,000. And that's something we should probably do, but if you can look at that item.
We'll report back on that.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you all very much for being here. Mr. Ofer. Next up is Animal Services, but before they come up, I see a lot of people here waiting to comment on a lot of department-specific things. And in particular, I see a lot of neighborhood council representatives who want to talk about Dunn. I just want to give you the heads up about our agenda, because some of you came in after we started. Our next department will be Animal Services, followed by Emergency Management, then El Pueblo, then LA Zoo, then Aging, then Disability, then Neighborhood Empowerment, which we probably won't be starting until around 5:30. So feel free to stretch your legs or do something else if you'd like. You're welcome to stay, but I just wanted to give you all that heads up. And then Convention Center will follow Neighborhood Empowerment. And the same goes for any staff who's here on those other matters. If you're welcome to stay, but that's going to be the agenda for the day. So we're going to have Animal Services next, and I have a few cards on Animal Services which I'd like to call up before Ms. Barnett comes to the front table. We'll start with Glenn Bailey, followed by Victor Gordo. Is Glenn Bailey here? Mr. Bailey.
Good afternoon, Chairman, committee members. My name is Glenn Bailey. I was on the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates Group, still am, representing the South Valley area. And regarding this department, I just wanted to bring to your attention our recommendation number 19, which reads, authorize private sector veterinarians to issue and collect dog license fees. That's period. That's the recommendation. My comment is that there seems to be some vagueness about how many dogs are there in Los Angeles. There have been some estimates of 1 million plus. How many, what's the licensing percentage of the department? I hear 15% and higher. The variation is substantial because by some reliable figures that I've been given is if we sold licenses for half of the estimated dogs in LA, we could generate $10 million. That's half of the operating budget of this department. $10 million is a significant amount of money. It's also a health and safety issue in terms of rabies, vaccination compliance. By having that license, you know that that dog has a rabies vaccination. So in my final seconds, I just wanted to talk about another licensing issue, and that's equine licensing. In testimony earlier this year, a representative of the department indicated that there are 90,000 horses in the city and that there are only 1,600 licenses that have been issued. So I did the math on that. At $14, that's less than the $20 dog license. At $14, that's over $1 million of revenue that the city is not getting from those licenses that aren't being sold. So if you would please look into those two issues as you're doing your inquiries to this department, and please consider the Budget Advocate's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey. Our next speaker is Victor Gordo, followed by Cheryl Parisi. Mr. Gordo, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm here to speak specifically to animal services and some of the contracting out that is occurring in that department. First off, I'd like to remind you as an attorney for the coalition that the language in our agreements are very clear. We cannot lay off while the department is contracting out. Now, in this case, you're contracting out a number of animal control technician positions, and at the same time, the department is engaging in discussions and considering contracting out animal shelters. Now, the argument can be made, and I believe it's a weak argument, that no one is losing their position as a result of contracting out an animal shelter, but in our mind, that's exactly what's happening. The department is also considering taking a number of functions, including the data function in the department as it relates to the implants. I'm losing my the name, but whatever the implants are called, the microchips that are installed in animals, and contracting that function out. And again, there are a number of policy considerations that, besides the contractual issues with our agreements, there are a number of policy issues. You're contracting out very important functions and handing important private data of animal owners to an outside contractor who will then likely use that information for their benefit, for their gain, and the city will be cut out of it. But the most important issue and policy consideration as it relates to contracting out in this department is in fact the issue of transparency. You'll lose transparency, you'll lose accountability with these contractors. We say keep that function in-house where you have oversight and transparency, and you won't lose that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker and the last speaker that I have on animal services is Cheryl Parisi.
She stepped down. Cheryl stepped down.
Okay. Is she within shouting distance there? Because otherwise we're going to go to the department. Okay. All right. Ms. Barnett, come on up. Welcome. Now, I'm looking here, Ms. Barnett. I don't see that I have a letter from you regarding your budget, but
there was a letter submitted yesterday asking for some unfunded regular authorities, and that's the only letter.
Okay, that came in yesterday. Okay. We'll try to track that down, but since I don't have that, why don't you go ahead and just go ahead and start.
Do you have a copy for him?
Irene. All right. Welcome.
Thank you. We're all alone.
Go ahead and get started. They'll be back.
Thank you. First off, Brenda Barnett, General Manager, Los Angeles Animal Services. I want to thank the mayor's team and the CAO. They made a painful process as tolerable as possible. We worked well together, and I just want to acknowledge that and thank them. So we did submit the letter asking for some unfunded regular authorities for 3 animal control officers and 1 management analyst. As you know, our department has been cut very severely in the management area, and we do need to be able to monitor things like our contracts with veterinarians to provide spay-neuter services in the community, and a variety of tasks that are just being done, shuffled around the department and could be handled more efficiently. But specifically, I want to talk about the animal control officers. As we are seeing an increase in our ability to sell licenses, and as we are challenged more and more with an important safety function in the community, whether it's an injured dog, an injured pet, an injured wild animal, whatever the injury is, or a person in danger from a vicious dog, we need to have our animal control officers, we need to have them out in the community, keeping the community safe. We do support the mayor's budget. We worked hard and we worked well on it. It has been recommended that we cut 3 animal control officers and 8 clerk typists. I'd probably like to do a little bit of a report on the clerk typist at some point. I'm not really prepared to do that. We did a quick analysis and realized that each clerk typist who's out in the shelter handles about $118,000 in revenue a year, and each clerk typist who works in our licensing division handles about $142,000 a year in revenues. But we do understand the constraints we're up against. We have done some things, and we have some things in mind to increase revenues. We have been having a veterinary group do low-cost vaccine clinics in the communities. They go around from the different shelters. They do low-cost vaccines, and we go out and sell licenses while we're there. We're looking at whether or not that's a function that we could do ourselves and both give low-income community members a better break on their cost for vaccines and also generate a little bit of revenue for the department at the same time. We have taken some steps on the horse licensing. We got a list of the people who have the brown trash, whatever they are, the bins, because that indicates they probably have a horse, and we are in the process of writing a letter to them and letting them know that they need a horse license, and also that horse licensing, like dog licensing, is now available online, so it's pretty easy. We will be working with the CAO's office on a program, on a plan that we hope that the City Council will like, on trying to do some work with the administrative citations. We believe that we can generate some income for the department and for the city in that way. And the other thing that we're doing to increase revenue is we're just doing a little fundraising. You may have noticed that we had a promotion with NBC LA and Subaru, a little Facebook campaign, and we were able, through the help of the community, to generate a $20,000 donation that will be used to increase adoptions. We also, through our adoptions, the fact that we've done adoptions over our baseline for last year, we have generated over $20,000 from the Best Friends Foundation, and we did a direct mail campaign in December that generated over $70,000. So we are looking for other ways to generate income to help support our function and the rest of the city as well.
Very good. Thank you. I'm going to ask Mr. Koretz, as the chair of our policy committee, to start us off. Mr. Koretz?
Yeah, just a few questions. First of all, I know you're looking at the possibility of 3 animal control officer positions and a management analyst both being cut in the budget. And personally, I'd like to see those restored, but if we can't restore them now, which hopefully we can, I understand that the mayor is willing to support at least leaving those positions in the budget even if they're unfunded. So if we're able to find the funding later for these critical positions, we're able to do that. Can we give that direction today as a hopefully not very controversial item to at least leave the positions in existence so that if we find the funding, we don't have to take the extra time to go through the whole process.
Basically what we're doing is we're kind of keeping track of the requests that have been made. Your committee may want to take up these on a broad basis, but we're keeping track of them, and as we come back with recommendations and instructions, we can take those all into consideration at once.
Yeah, it's really going to be my practice, I think. Even the easy stuff, I would rather leave off, and so that we can take it all collectively and weigh one thing against the other, rather than trying to take interim steps piecemeal right now. I'd like to have this committee have the full benefit of all the reports back and full consideration of all of the issues before we begin voting on issues.
Well, that's fair enough. I mean, I think this is a department that's too severely understaffed anyway, and I'd like to see us reinstate all the positions that are proposed for layoff. But at a minimum, that's sort of the hard decision for everyone. The easy decision, I believe, especially with the mayor's support as well, should be putting these back. So I hope we'll have them both on the table and view that as an easier one. One idea that was mentioned earlier, which is something I did a number of years ago in West Hollywood, don't know if they're still doing it, but we had a voluntary cat license and charged less for cats that were spayed and neutered, and more for those that weren't. And it produced some revenue. It included a breakaway cat collar as an option. I would assume it would help people track their lost cats a little bit better and would bring in some revenue. Have we looked at that as a possibility?
We haven't studied it thoroughly. There is some conversation going on around cat numbers and how we could make it possible for the community to support something like that. So I'd be glad to do a report back on that to the committee or to the council.
And what would the impact be of the 8 clerk typists that are recommended for layoff?
Well, I think...
What do they actually do, and how will that impact each location where they are?
Well, I think we don't know which locations it would be until we actually sit down and study the challenge. But if the clerk typists are in the shelters, it would mean longer lines for people trying to make adoptions, people trying to buy licenses, for the rescue groups trying to take out animals, some of our New Hope partners, for example. If it's in our licensing division, it could mean extra delays in processing the licensing and sending the licenses back to people. If it's in other admin positions, it's just a general slowdown, a lack of efficiency.
And back to the animal control officers, don't those positions wind up paying for themselves, and isn't that a cost-ineffective cut?
Well, we've been looking at that. That's a great question. We're having meetings every other week. We sort of copied the police department's ComStat meetings, except we call ours WoofStat. And we meet twice a month with our lieutenants and our ACT supervisors, and we're looking at exactly what goes in. And last week we were studying the licensing challenge. And if we do settle and agree that we have 500,000 dogs in the city, and if we license 67% of them, that would generate enough money to pay for the animal control side of our budget per the mayor's analysis of the cost for the department. So we're looking at that. Of course, to make that happen, it's not just about the animal control officers, who certainly do a lion's share of it, but there's also processing by the clerks at the shelters. There's the processing of the licensing division in admin. So there's a whole team effort, and we're trying to look at it more holistically, even down to the responsibility of others of us in admin to promote licensing and keep it at top of mind, because not everyone knows you even need a license. So that's definitely a revenue idea that we're looking at, and we're talking among the staff about how we can do a better job.
And one other thing on animal control officers, it's also a significant public safety function, how would the public safety be impacted by losing those 3 officers?
Yeah, I would like to say that, our officers do a really good job of prioritizing their calls, and if there is an emergency, that's where they go. So it's unlikely that the actual emergencies would suffer. I think it's some of the other areas that would suffer. Our officers would not turn down an emergency for something that was not an emergency.
And will the loss of these positions be reflected in our euthanasia rate? Does it have any impact on housing and euthanizing more animals? And will that cost us more in the end?
Well, I think the animal control officers, although they certainly do sweeps and they bring in stray animals, I don't know that I could relate that to the euthanasia per se.
Okay, and the issue of contracting out was brought up. How much of that is going on? Are we contracting out anything that we shouldn't be as we're contemplating layoffs? Those things that should be done internally?
I think the only thing is that we're contracting out is the Northeast Valley Shelter. The microchips, we do microchips on our own animals before they go out to people. We are not doing any microchip clinics for the public. Those are certainly things that I think we should think of. I know what the other contract out issue is. We're doing, we have some of the veterinary clinics at the shelters that are on contract to do spay-neuter for the public. This contracting was done before I got here, and my understanding is that it was a cost savings. We will have a new shelter coming online this year, and we have had some internal conversations about whether or not we could run that clinic ourselves rather than contracting it out this time. There are a lot of issues with that we have to work out on how we could do that.
And I know at times I've gotten individual complaints from people who have had very problematic results from some of the operations that are done by some of these outside contracting entities. Are we getting better oversight over that? And should we be looking at doing that in-house? Are we better off contracting that out as we do?
Well, we don't have oversight over the veterinarians. That's oversight by the Veterinary Medical Board. And if there are serious complaints, we certainly take those. We would take those to the Veterinary Medical Board. We do from time to time, we get reports from the vets. So we do look at their diet and surgery rates, and we believe that they're all acceptable. We have had complaints, and I know exactly what you're talking about, but that is a Veterinary Board issue for oversight. We oversee their contracts. If we get certain complaints, we go talk to them. We let them know that we're getting complaints. Is that something we could do in-house? I would probably say yes, that we could do it more efficiently, but I wouldn't want to start doing all 6 at one time. I'd rather start with one and do it as a pilot and see how that works.
So I'm not even sure if I'd recommend it right now when we have so many other moving parts in the system, but
exactly.
If things get more normalized and we're looking for efficiencies and improvements, that might be a good place to look. Mm-hmm. And I'm not sure I would take on all 6 shelters either. I'd probably do it as a pilot in one, but I think it's a decent idea. Actually, I think that's the last question I have for the moment. So.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Kretz. You mentioned the brown bins, use of the brown bins list as a way to generate additional equine registration. I think that's great. I'm glad that that's being implemented, and it reminded me we had talked a year or so ago about utilizing the DWP's list of dogs as a way to do further follow-up to increase the amount of dog licensing. Has that occurred?
We did get the list from the DWP, and the list wasn't exactly in a form that we could use, and they were very good. They worked with us to try to get it to a form that we could use, but trying to match that up with our database was a little bit problematic. We found it a little bit more effective to look at our database and see where we knew that we had neighborhoods where people had bought licenses previously and had not renewed, and then to target those neighborhoods with our officers to go do some door-to-door. You know, because we have so many different personalities to the different districts, in some areas going door-to-door is very effective. In other districts, setting up at a dog park or going down on the beach is more effective. So each one of the divisions is handled a little bit differently to increase licensing, and we are trying to give our officers an opportunity to weigh in and to tell us how they think they can be most effective. And we believe we're succeeding that way.
And in that regard, has the department given consideration to the recommendation that the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates proposed about making licensing available at private veterinary offices as another interface
Yes.
with dog owners?
That was made possible through the omnibus ordinance, and so that is available. We've done our first trial with that with Best Friends operating the Northeast Valley Shelter. They do sell licenses for us. With them, it's very easy because they actually buy everything up ahead of time and then come back and tell us when they've run out. And we've just been talking internally about how to expand that. I was emailing just in the last few days with one of our vendors who does some spay-neuter to see if we could start having them sell licenses, and we're adding to the veterinarians' contracts that they will give us the names and addresses of the people who come to them for services who aren't shelter animals that are sold in the city, so that we can follow up for licensing.
Okay, so if we could, let's get a report back on all of the steps that the department is taking to increase the licensure rate.
Sure.
And also whether there's been any economic analysis that's been performed on the impact of the license fee, and whether a higher fee reduces compliance and reduces revenue, or where the demand curve, what the shape of the demand curve is, basically, to see what the maximization of total revenues is through where the compliance and price vectors
Sure.
cross. There's been I've heard repeatedly since last year about Best Friends, their adoption policies, and potential impacts that's had on adoption rates. Can you speak to that a little bit? Many people have asserted that Best Friends has the practice of essentially cherry picking the most adoptable animals, which leaves the less adoptable animals behind. So can you speak to that, please, and in specifically, what Best Friends adoption rate is compared to the adoption rate in the rest of the system, and whether the adoption rate in the rest of the system has changed since Best Friends took the partnership for the Northeast Shelter?
Sure. The Best Friends and the New Hope Partners have a similar rule, and that is that the animal must be available for adoption in our shelters for 24 hours before anyone can take them. So we hope at some point that we generate enough publicity that will create a little bit of a feeding frenzy that people will come to our shelters first. But that is the rule for everyone. They have to be available and on the floor for 24 hours first. Since Best Friends has been operating the Northeast Valley Shelter, they have pulled 538 animals from our system, and that's compared to our New Hope partners who have pulled 1,939. So the New Hope partners are still pulling a lot more than Best Friends is. Their adoption policies, it's one of the differences. The New Hope Partners can charge whatever they want to charge for their adoptions or whatever the market will bear. The contract requires that Best Friends charge the same that the city charges for adoptions, and then they give us the licensing fee, of course. So they're constrained on what they can charge for adoptions, which is not true of the New Hope Partners. I don't think that, I think what's happening in the city is kind of good news for the animals. Our euthanasia for dogs and cats since the beginning of the year, the first quarter since Best Friends actually started to work in the city, is down 291 in dogs and cats compared to the same time last year. The live outcomes from 2011 to now, first quarter, is up 363. So I think that's a combined effort of the community working together to get the animals out. I think it's a little too soon to assume it's a trend, although I'd like to assume it's a trend, but it does look like intake is down slightly, euthanasia is down, and adoptions are up.
And to clarify the issue of the costs, to operate this facility at full capacity, it would cost the city $2 million. And so the contract we have at Best Friends costs us $250,000 for a full year. So the city is essentially saving the difference to provide services to a community that basically had a closed shelter and never was fully operational. So in addition to obviously the outcomes related to increased adoptions, reduction in animals that are having a different fate, we're also generating obviously a savings there.
Sure, but I think it's important for the public to fully see what impact it has on the broader adoption rate across the system. And so if you could, Ms. Barnett, include in your report back that statistical analysis
Sure.
that you just offered in some detail. And I'd like to also include how that compares to surrounding cities as well in terms of adoption rates that they may have, and what are the practices that have been applied by other surrounding cities to reduce their adoption, or to increase their adoption rate, to reduce their euthanasia rate that we could consider implementing. And then also on the licensure issue, if you can also provide comparative information with surrounding jurisdictions on the cost of license and what best practices they've taken to increase their compliance rate on licensure, if you could include that in your report as well. And you mentioned the position elimination that you wanted to report further on that. I would also ask that you report back on, particularly on the revenue impacts, but also the service impacts of elimination of those positions. Thank you. Mr. Englander.
Thank you. Ms. Barnett. I wanted to compliment you. When you took on this position, there were a lot of challenges, and there still remains a lot of challenges, but you've done, I think, from my perspective, and from what I hear, certainly from a lot of the community groups and activists, and some of the activists who deeply care about and are passionate about animal issues, are extremely passionate. And so I want to compliment you of doing a good job of reaching out and working with so many different interests in this. And you've had a lot of challenges, and those challenges have been deep and media-driven as well, from time card issues to weaponry with staff, and then for what you've done with initiating WolfStat, which I love that, by the way, WolfStat. I've been trying to get FireStat LA off the ground with the fire department, as you know. But I want to compliment you on that. Losing commissioners and having to bring on now 3 new commissioners, it's a lot of change in tough economic times. But I think the way you've dealt with it and continue to be proactive is, you need to be complimented on that. I certainly appreciate it. I had to compliment. I only have one quick question on the bridle trails. And as you know, in my district, in the areas of Chatsworth, is one of the largest equestrian areas in the city. And as we talk about, and you went through some of the licensing issues on horses, and there's a lot of discussion on looking at either a $10 or $50 fee and everything in between. I know it's supposed to be related to the cost of maintaining the trails, and I don't know if we're looking, I want to make sure that we don't lose sight of that. That's critically important for those riders, and that it's not just a matter of trying to get more compliance, it's that fee is supposed to go to maintain trails, and that's a matter of rider safety and horse safety as well. And so just wanted to put that on the record. I know you're well aware of that as well, and so I just wanted to bring that up to you and say thank you for doing a good job in tough times.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. And it's an important point, Mr. Englander. Thank you. So if we can, when you report back about the horse licensure issue, if you could also include in that information about how the license fees have been expended to date and your plans for what you might be able to do with those fees in terms of trail maintenance and otherwise, what they might be able to realize if we take some of the steps to increase compliance rates, that would be great.
Real quickly, I did give you the shout out and compliments to you, but to the staff and to the city family, because you're only as good as your staff, and your staff has been doing a great job, so thank you. Except with the CLA's office, of course. Just the animal control. CAO, of course, has been doing a terrific job. Thank you.
And Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, I missed one area that I wanted to ask about. What do we do with private-public partnerships, and not thinking so much of best friends or that kind of thing, but what do we do to seek out help from PetSmarts and Petcos and other corporations that have something to do with animals and individuals who are philanthropists? Do we get them to pay for cat food and dog food, and are there things that we do to help subsidize the department, and could we be doing more?
Well, we could definitely be doing more. We're trying to, we have a fantasy that we're going to free up more of my time to do more fundraising and that sort of thing, and we're working towards that. As you probably know, I did a lot of fundraising in another life, and so we're working. PetSmart Charities has been extremely generous to LA City and County in terms of providing spay-neuter money, and they have certain things that they fund. Right now they're funding spay-neuter and they're funding vet schools, but we know them, we're in touch with them. We do try to talk to as many donors as we can, and I believe that's a revenue stream that we can grow. The better job we do, the more likely people are to help us. People give to groups who meet needs, not groups who have needs. That's an old fundraising thing. So as long as we're doing a good job, I believe that we'll be able to generate more charitable dollars.
And on the issue of the next places to go for licensing, I think vets are the most likely next step, but perhaps after that we should be looking at some of the more professional pet stores as well, like the Petcos and PetSmarts. Might be an easy process we could set up to have them ask their customers if they wanted to help with dog licensing, or have a kiosk, or at least have information somewhere visible. So that strikes me as the logical next step to try and capture more licenses.
Okay. We'll look at that.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Barnett. Appreciate your time. Thank you to you and your team. That brings up emergency management. Mr. Featherstone, come on up. Featherstone, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I don't have a letter from you. I'm not sure if you submitted one in response to your budget or not, but if not, go ahead and provide a quick overview of your comments, and we'll go from there.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. For the most part, we're very grateful for how our department was treated in the budget. We actually only have two concerns. One is the proposed elimination of an MA2 position. I understand it's only one position, but it actually is about a little bit over 4% of our staffing. And the other is the allocation or use of the Emergency Management Performance Grant. We understand that the elimination of this MA2 position is actually, well, the language in the proposed budget says because the position's vacant. The position's only been vacant since February 25th, and immediately upon knowing that the position was going to be vacant, well, immediately upon the position being vacated, we submitted a request through the managed hiring process to fill the position through the city's transfer process, and the request is still in the process. Subsequent to the request, the budget process moved forward, and we saw that this position was slated to be eliminated. It's a very valuable position. It's one of our community outreach positions. Our Community Emergency Management Division actually is aligned with the 4 police bureaus. The position that's slated to be eliminated actually covers the central city, the business district, the residents, the community groups, governmental agencies that are here in the center city. Essentially, it mirrors the police department's central bureau. That position also handles routine department planning and emergency management functions. The question about funding that position, the city every year gets emergency management performance grant money. It's increased over the last 20 years. In fact, this year's allotment is $559,000. Next year it's expected to be about $600,000. We see the EMPG as a means to fund that position so that it is not an additional burden on the general fund. I believe it's 30% of the 35% of the staff positions in EMD are grant funded. The EMPG is probably the most stable of the grants that we have access to.
Okay. Thank you. Colleagues, questions for Mr. Featherstone? Any questions for Mr. Featherstone?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Featherstone. I feel safer now that you're here. Well, just wanted to ask you a couple things. On Mayoral Directive 15, I don't know if you know all of them by heart. You may know that one, I'm not sure.
I think that's the primary one.
That's the primary one. One of the things is it requires...
Can you share with the rest of the class,
No,
Mr.
you got to know
Engelberg?
those by the, off the top of your head. It requires the adoption of emergency plans by all the departments. And that's basically what it does. It does a lot of other things, but there are several other preparedness mechanisms consistent with that. And I don't know if we've gotten a report back on what departments have responded to that. And I think it's critically important that all departments take emergency preparedness extremely seriously. And if you could report back on which departments have been in compliance and responded to that and which ones haven't.
Absolutely.
I think we need to ask perhaps them not to come back to budget, but to perhaps to the Public Safety Committee to respond on what their plans are and what they're doing, so to ensure that they can work closer with you
Yes,
and
sir.
that they're in compliance is critically important. With that also, is there any way that, and I'm not sure what we're doing with all the departments to explicitly account for the emergency training to ensure accountability, if there's a way to either record or capture or have them submit by employees in the city when they go through any type of emergency training so we know who's in compliance and who's not. There are state directives and other directives where every employee in the city is required to go through online training, for example, for sexual harassment and other things. I would think emergency management and training should be right up there with that. And I don't know if there's any plans to install any type of, or bring forth any plans to have a system like that in place. What are your thoughts?
Yes, sir. In fact, an initiative that we're working on right now is the DSW, or Disaster Service Worker program, and we're actually going through the bidding process now to get a contractor to develop an online DSW training and assessment component. Every city employee, by virtue of taking the oath to become a city employee through the state directive, actually becomes a disaster service worker. So the program needs to be modernized. We're in the process, actually, with grant monies that have to be actually allocated not later than August 31st of this year. So we're well down the developmental path to actually having an online disaster service worker training and assessment component.
Okay, and then with that, though, we also have the EOB and the Emergency Operations Board. How often do you guys meet?
The EOB meets every odd month of the year.
Do you typically have a quorum? And the EOB is comprised of the general managers of the city?
No
or
problem.
the AGMs? Is that correct?
Per administrative code, there are 15 departments represented in the EOB. They're the primary operating and emergency support departments. Well, when that ad code language was crafted, we have draft ad code amendment language in the works now to try to include housing department and department on disabilities.
And where's that's being held right now for some reason? I mean, that sounds critically important that they be part of that. So if we can push that,
yes, sir,
to include that. And are you having an issue with meeting any quorums of that? Are folks participating?
We've had some challenges. I think Chief Beck, who is per administrative code the chair of the EOB, has been very aggressive in causing our colleagues to be more participative in the EOB process, which is important because the plans ultimately, the plans and significant emergency management, emergency preparedness processes have to go through a vetting process, and of course the EOB is a Brown Act governed meeting. So the Chief Beck has been very aggressive in getting our colleagues to be more participative in that process.
Okay. Well, if we run into any more snags, or if for whatever reason they're not participating, if you can let us know,
yes, sir,
we'd be happy to do what we can to push them to participate. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Further on the topic of planning, we appropriated we set aside the unappropriated balance in the 2011 budget, $500,000 for disaster planning relating to services to the disabled community in Los Angeles. Can you talk a little bit about the status of that, how progress is going in updating those plans?
We've been going back and forth through the contracting process. We were down to one item in the contract, which will be addressed within the next day or two, and then the contract will go to the city attorney for approval. Well, we would like to let the contract hopefully within the next week to 10 days, because we're due on May 9th for the first 6-month report back to Judge Marshall, who's the federal judge who's overseeing the remedy for the ADA lawsuit. So we're well down the road toward it. We have a 36-month performance period that actually started in November of 2011. We don't have any concerns that we'll be able to meet the court's requirements in the time remaining.
Great. Thank you. Anything further? Mr. Kretz?
Most of the questions I have just relate to the community. My primary concern is that a lot of folks from neighborhood councils and homeowners associations tell me that they still think the city doesn't do a good job of emergency preparation outreach. We may have good plans for an emergency, but we aren't doing a good job of sharing them with the public at large. What can we do to make sure that our residents are as prepared for a disaster as possible, and that they know as much as possible about what we're doing in the case of a disaster?
I share their concern, Council Member. One of the things due to the cutbacks is we've had to curtail significantly our community outreach efforts. The key times for community outreach are after business hours and on weekends. Our inability to have staff work after hours or on weekends has been, I'll be very honest, has been a significant hit for us in terms of our outreach effort. We make materials available, and anything that happens during business hours, we jump on those opportunities every chance we get. We use other agencies. We try to leverage our relationship. The position that I was saying that is slated to be eliminated does just that. The community outreach for the Central Bureau area. Yes, we need to do a much more dedicated and much more widespread effort in our community outreach in terms of preparedness. In lieu of that, not in lieu of it, but in addition to that, we've tried to leverage technology a lot more. We have several websites. We push issues out through Twitter and Facebook. All of the contemporary social media, we've taken advantage of that. But the bottom line is we still need to do a better job of actual getting out, talking to people, getting into community centers, in people's living rooms, whatever, to spread the word of preparedness. That's very important. We need to do a much better job at it.
And obviously, if we find funding for that, I think that would certainly be a positive. Obviously, it's more important to be sure we are ready in an emergency, but then the next step is to have the public ready.
Yes, sir.
Are we able to organize tours of the city's emergency operations center if we have neighborhood council leaders or homeowner leaders, other community leaders that want to come as a group to see how we operate?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I think that could be valuable to a lot of folks as well.
Yes, sir.
And lastly, can you tell folks that may be listening on Channel 35 a couple of the websites they can go on to find out more information regarding emergency preparedness, and particularly what the city's doing?
ReadyLA.org has links to all the significant federal, state, and local websites. Even if you're not a resident of the city of LA, you can get linked to the county websites. But ReadyLA.org, if you just go to that site, it splinters off and it can take you into a number of different websites. But ReadyLA.org. We're actually getting ready in the next couple of weeks to launch a new website called Give2LA, the numeral 2, and that's for volunteer and donation coordination. The website, we will input a need, and the community, the private sector, the community organizations, faith-based organizations will put in their capability, whether it's materials or people, and the computer-based system there will actually marry the need with the donation. So Give2LA.org and ReadyLA.org would be the two sites. I hesitate a little bit with the Give2LA because, like I said, it rolls out in 2 weeks, but ReadyLA.org is up and running now.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Featherstone. Thank you for your good work. That brings up El Pueblo next. And as Mr. Andrade's coming forward, I'd like to invite Mr. McQuiston to come up for public comment on this matter. Mr. McQuiston, go ahead, sir, please.
Jim McQuiston. I've talked to Mr. Andrade several years before, and he knows very well what I'm going to ask. The Italian Hall. Some friends of mine who are very old now, just like me, started to repair that hall many years ago, and through their sweat, it became really a beauty. I went to their opening. Had a lot of people there, a lot of food, was very nice, and then almost immediately it became a wreck, and no one knows why. And every year at budget time I say, when is the city going to repair that? Last year when I asked, the answer was, we're on it, it's going to start this year. I haven't been able to talk to the people that are actually doing the work, but I talked to the people who did the work originally, and they say, I don't think it's ever going to get done before I die. And they're almost at their gravesites now. And I certainly did not see anything in the Blue Books mentioning the repair of the Italian Hall. So I'm asking Mr. Andrade again, please, in your report, let's hear so people can understand on Channel 35 what is going on with the Italian Hall, exactly when it is, what is the plan for it, so they can rest in peace, maybe.
Thank you. Mr. Andrade, welcome. I don't have a letter from you, so why don't you provide your brief comments in response to the budget, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, sir. I'm joined by my colleague, Quinton Gonzalez. I'd like to thank the mayor's budget team, especially Mr. Neil Guglielmo, for his thoughtful deliberations concerning El Pueblo. Too often, smaller departments' issues get deferred or ignored because time demands are focused really on larger departments in critical areas. This is not the case for El Pueblo, so I want to personally thank Mr. Guglielmo and his team. The mayor's proposed budget for El Pueblo 2012-13 is lean, but it provides sufficient resources for us to continue to operate the department for a year. As you may know, merchant concession agreements were approved by our commission as well as the council just last year. The rent revenue and along with other revenue enhancements that our commission has taken up, including parking fees, ensures that the general fund support for direct or indirect costs is no longer needed for El Pueblo. Let me repeat that. Say that again, Mr. Andrade. No general fund support for direct or indirect costs is needed by El Pueblo. And this is the second year, sir. The projected revenue for 2012-13 is realistic, it's obtainable, and based on projected revenue, the department's goals and objectives are achievable. Mr. Gonzalez, who is here with me, can provide you with any information to that end, should you have any questions. Some of the other notable pieces for El Pueblo that I think are important. And just this morning, we met with the Getty Conservation Institute on the status of the Siqueiros Mural Project and Interpretive Center. This October 2012, we will open a new museum that will tell the story of America Tropical. And you may know a very controversial mural that was painted in the early 1930s by the master muralist David Alfaro Siqueiros and subsequently whitewashed. The mural is located on the south wall of the Italian Hall, and we can speak to that a little bit later. It is another key piece that will, I think, bring attention, international attention, as well as visitors not only to Olvera Street, but to the monument as well. And we're very proud of that work. I want to thank the mayor's office, and in particular Chris Espinosa, for his hard work to that end. And I also want to acknowledge the Bureau of Engineering, and in particular Gary Lee Moore and his staff for their exceptional work in bringing that project to fruition. So on October 9th, which is the 80th year of the celebration of the actually unveiling of America Tropical, we will unveil it to the public once again. Since my appointment as general manager, our goals have been to increase revenue, reduce costs, eliminate general fund appropriations from our operations, and to serve the public. We have achieved self-sufficiency by eliminating all general funds from our operations. None of these accomplishments are possible without the dedicated public servants at El Pueblo. I want to thank them publicly. I'm proud and honored to serve as their general manager, and I'd be willing to respond to any questions you may have, sir.
Thank you very much. Colleagues? Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, I know in recent years there have been questions about leasing, and particularly with the United Methodist Church, although others too. How are we doing on that entities specifically and in general on all the leases? And I know I had a fear that we might force some people out, or have we done a pretty good job of retaining lessees? Have we wound up with a lot of changes? Where's everything stand on that?
Sure. First, to the United Methodist Church. The council actually adopted the final agreement that we brought forward to you approximately 4 to 5 months ago. It was a negotiated settlement with them. As you well know, it was a long and a tough situation. And the balance that we had to achieve was, how do we rent a facility that is a church, if you will, and have that church and state issue satisfy the city attorney and others. We were able to do so. The Methodist community operates their religious activities on Sunday and other days, and they pay to do that. On the other hand, when they operate a museum on the Methodist history of Los Angeles, they provide in-kind service to the public, and through that way the service to the public and visitors and residents can come and learn about the history of the Methodist Church, a very important history of the Methodist Church in the city of Los Angeles. So we have an agreement with them. I believe it's a long-term agreement, and I can get you the years on that so I can be specific. On the leases or concession agreements with merchants.
Let me ask you one more question about the church. I remember there was a proposal for legal reasons to basically charge them for every action. Did we come up with something that was a little more practical than that?
We did, sir. We came up with a compromise that satisfies the church-state issue, but also satisfies, I think, some of the concerns that the Methodist community had expressed here to this body.
So they don't have to track every baptism and every service, and
they do not, sir.
I think that's good news. How are we doing on the rest of them?
On the rest of the leases, all 61 were signed. There's a couple that the city attorney has asked us to go back and look at. All the rents are being paid at the rate that this council had asked. If you remember, there were 3 tiers that were made available. One tier was for hardship. Nobody has entered into that tier B, which was the hardship tier, so that they are either paying the tier A or tier B, tier 1A, tier 1B rates that sort of slowly, one of them slowly moves them into a position to where they can finally afford their rents. Everybody is paying. We have not had any loss of any business subsequent to the signing of those leases or concession agreements.
Very good. I thought that would be hard to do, and if we've been able to do it, I give you a tip of the hat for that accomplishment.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very good news that there won't be any impact on the general fund directly in terms of support. So congratulations on that, and I'm pleased that we've finally gotten over that hurdle of these agreements and have them now in place. I will ask you to speak in a moment to the Italian Hall issue that Mr. McQuiston raised, because I've had a chance to tour through there and talk with the folks from the foundation, and I think it's going to be a great asset for this city when it's completed. And I should say El Pueblo is one of the treasured assets not only of Los Angeles but of America. This is the birthplace of one of the great cities of the world, and this is a place that should be a tourist destination for people throughout the world. And so utilization of Olvera Street, I think, and El Pueblo as a whole, I think, does have an impact on the general fund, because to the extent that it is enhanced as a tourist destination, we certainly derive benefit from that in tax revenues and otherwise. So I wanted to ask you, the data that I have indicates that there were 520,000 visitors last year, and 15,000 tour attendees, 15,200 tour attendees, which I assume means in the museums, attendees in the various museums. Can you talk about what trends there have been over the course of the last decade? Is that number up? Is it down? Is it flat?
Yeah, interestingly enough, the numbers that we're seeing, I can't speak over the last decade. I've only been there 5 years. But one of the things that we found that during this recession, and certainly the financial challenges that the city has faced, many of local residents chose, obviously, not to visit outside of the U.S. And what we found was that many more were beginning to visit locally. And as a result of that, our numbers showed about a 13% increase. In fact, the visitor to our museums for 2010, 2011, for all our museums, and we have 4 major ones, was 485,340. As of March of this year, we have an attendance of 358,714. So we're looking to hit about 500,000 visitors just to our museums. That's separate and apart from tours that are provided by our docent group, Las Angelitas, who provide approximately 1,000 tours to groups on an annual basis. LA Inc. has provided us with some data that shows that our numbers are up. We're seeing about a little over 2 million visitors a year. More and more, I think, are beginning to come also through the rail and through the transit, and it's beginning to take a little bit to our parking revenue, but that's still holding steady.
Have you taken steps to work with LA Inc. to try to enhance the marketability of El Pueblo and for that matter, what goes on at El Pueblo? Because I continue to think, respectfully, as much as I love it there, I continue to think that this is an asset that is in many respects underutilized.
Yeah.
We have vendors of products that don't really speak to this precious asset and it being the birthplace of our great city. We have a visitors information center that is almost impossible to find unless you already have enough information to know where to find it. The presentation of El Pueblo has not been really updated in decades as far as I can see. And so I know you have in the proposed budget the addition of an additional resolution authority for a real estate associate. Given the fact that we have our agreements in place and we have a general manager and assistant general manager to hopefully to manage those, I would love to see that money be spent on more the presentation of El Pueblo and how we can market it and how we can improve the visitor experience there. That's a personal view of mine that it strikes me every time I visit. So.
No, it's a very good point, Councilman, and we have been working not only with Cultural Affairs but also with LA Inc. There is approximately 9 key items that we've raised with LA Inc. as potential areas for marketing strategy, including LAWA Advertising, a visitor information center located at El Pueblo, and we do provide printed material to LA Inc., approximately 13,000 pieces annually that goes throughout their areas. But there are ways, and certainly ways to improve that. Joint exhibits with Cultural Affairs, we're exploring tourism marketing funds for downtown hotels. Of course, the library, El Pueblo exhibit in the main library would help as well. Flyaway bus wraps, Follow Me to Alvera Street. There are pieces that we are exploring, and certainly we could do a better job. We did at one point in time have dedicated marketing positions for El Pueblo. Those are positions that became. They were eliminated.
Well, that's interesting to know. So if you can report back about what those proposals have been, what those discussions with LA Inc. have been, maybe we can think about reallocating some of these resources in a way that will actually realize greater benefit to El Pueblo, and by doing that to our tourist experience for the city. So I'd be interested in seeing that. And then did you want to take a moment to comment about the status of the Italian Hall too?
We can, and we have had prior conversations. One of the things that we found, because of all the construction work and wonderful things that were going on at El Pueblo, was the sequencing of when these pieces were going to happen. We've worked with the CAO's office. There are dollars that had been set aside in the capital improvement expenditure program for the support of and the strengthening of the south wall of the Italian Hall, obviously because that's where the Siqueiros mural is located. But in addition to that, there's dollars that have been set aside for the support of, and by the support I mean the structural support of the Italian Hall. It just so happens that from a sequencing standpoint, it's going to happen after the Siqueiros mural piece is done. Immediately thereafter, the Bureau of Engineering, our department, and others will be working on the Italian Hall. We're anxious to have that become another piece of El Pueblo. The Italian-American community has had great contributions not only to the city but to El Pueblo. Clearly, by that hall, the existence of that hall has great history. We're working closely with the IMLA, which is the most ingenious IMLA, the Museum of Italian American. So we're working with their executive director as well as their board to move that along. We have a MOU that was executed a year ago with them that provides and dictates our responsibility, meaning the city or El Pueblo's responsibility to commit to the Italian-American community, IMLA, if you will, and their contributions and responsibilities to building a museum for El Pueblo and ultimately for the city of Los Angeles. So I know it's the patience has been tested. There was a point in time prior to my coming on board where they were about to open, and my understanding was that there was a rupture in the ceiling, water damage that stopped the project in its tracks virtually weeks before it was going to open, and as a result of that, there were other issues that needed to be resolved before we can get it back on track. But it is back on track, and we will work hard enough to make sure that that comes online before anybody passes.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate your time. And colleagues, it looks like we're back on schedule, so that's good news. And just thank you, Mr. Andrade, very much.
You're welcome.
So just to reiterate for the sake of the folks who are here and the viewing audience, the next department up will be the zoo, followed by aging, disability, neighborhood empowerment, and the convention center. So I'd like to invite up our zoo director, John Lewis. Welcome, and thank you very much for submitting your letter ahead of time. I appreciate the comments that are contained in it. I think all the members have seen that, but feel free to provide any opening comments that you'd like to make in addition to that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members. Again, like you've been hearing over and over, it is a lean year, and we've worked closely with the CEO and the mayor's office and feel that we can achieve this budget going forward the fiscal year with the exception of the comments made in the letter, and I have worked with the CEO and the mayor on that, and I think I have their support on those add-backs. The remaining 10 positions that would be eliminated are all vacant at this time. There's no layoffs anticipated at the zoo. However, going forward, we need to keep those positions filled to keep the function running. So it'll be a year of a lot of management, but things are going well. We just achieved what was a record April. Only one other time in the history of the zoo have we had more than, was it 212,000, May? 215,000 that attended the zoo in April. We certainly saw a great spring break season this year, and I think it's another economic indicator that people are starting to get out, and not only get out, but spend some of their money. So that's been good for the zoo and the city as well. But be happy to answer any questions about our budget.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Englander?
Oh, thank you. Just had a couple questions on the likelihood, the request to increase the gate fee. I know there's a suggestion from you to increase it $1. And my thought on that was I'm not sure what the breakdown is of folks that come to the zoo, the residents of LA versus visitors. Do you have just an off the top sort of guesstimate of what those numbers might be?
Well, why don't you speak here? This is May Kwan, who's our Director of Administration and Business Operations.
We don't have the demographic data with us, but we do take zip code surveys at the ticket windows, so we can provide that back to you.
So my thought was if we did up the gate fee, perhaps even $2 instead of $1, but then gave a $2 or $3 discount or $2 discount for LA residents. I'm not sure if it would take you where you need to get, but it may be a way to get there without. You know, we get a lot of folks here that want to bring their children and everything else, and so you might achieve the same objective, but not passing that cost on to our residents. And just a thought, if you could look at that.
Right. We have looked at that in previous years, and just to give you some history, if you're not up to it, this last fiscal year we just raised the admission $2 across the board, so this would be another $1 on top of that. Our concern, I mean, we certainly be happy to report back to you on it, but our concern is the situation that creates at the admission gate of who gets the discount and who doesn't get the discount. How do you confirm where the folks are from and whether they qualify for the discount?
Sure, and there are other there are amusement parks that do this, and various other places. I know Six Flags has done it. I know Disney does it. There are other places that we could probably look at and how they model that, but it might be something certainly worth looking at, perhaps on the way they do it now. In terms of the gate fee on the other zoos, how do we compare?
This is going to put us kind of at the top at this point, at least around the country. But we're in a unique group of institutions in major markets, and also with 1.6 million a year, we're in the top 10 in the country as far as attendance. So. That's kind of the group that we're in.
And how many zoos out there? And I don't know the answer to this. Here, either in California or nationally, how many are municipally run by in terms of in the management or ownership?
I can't give you a finite number. We can certainly report back on that. But at this point, in the major metropolitan areas, the majority of them are operated by nonprofit organizations. Some may be owned by the local government but managed by the nonprofit. Some, such as San Diego, are owned and operated by the nonprofit, the San Diego Zoological Society. The Bronx Zoo is managed by the Wildlife Conservation Society. So it varies across the country. Still in some of the smaller communities, they're municipal owned and operated.
For the smaller type?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Just let me follow up briefly on the issue of the rate of the ticket increase. I think Mr. Englander's point about LA versus outside of LA residents is an important one, and as you break that down and provide that data, if you could also break it down not just by attendee, but also GLAZA member versus non-GLAZA member, because my guess is that if you exclude GLAZA members, the percentage of outside Los Angeles residents will go significantly up, and the ticket price would apply only to that group. But in that respect, also the budget made mention of an increase in the GLAZA membership fee, and I'm wondering what the city's role is in setting membership rates at GLAZA, how you coordinate ticket prices with GLAZA membership, because certainly that ratio is relevant to both parties,
right.
As to the demand for each. So how is that done? How is that coordination done?
It's done on an annual basis in discussions with GLAZA, and last year when the zoo raised its fee, we had those discussions with GLAZA, and they raised their fees, I believe, in September. Actually, due to our ordinance restrictions, they actually raised their fee quicker than we did, but we did get that, and so those additional revenues are reflected in this year's budget as well. We've already had the discussions anticipating that we may be raising the gate fees again, that we may have a need to raise the membership. And what we're looking for is several things, is to get that balance so that membership actually complements the admission rates and doesn't cannibalize the rates, people looking for a good deal. But one of the other things that we've done at the city to help offset that is with the online ticketing that we now have available to people. Before, when they'd see the long lines at the admission, they would go to the membership booth. So it really was more of a convenience at the moment, not so much an annual cost savings that people were taking that option. And now we've even added in, we started seeing people, once they saw the lines, they would buy their online ticket on their smartphone, but then they'd have to come to our window to print out the ticket. So now we have a scanner so we can read it right on their smartphone. So we're doing those types of things to take care of people at our admission lines, and those people that want an annual pass and want maybe even to buy a higher level membership to support the zoo can do that through membership.
Great. You mentioned the last ticket increase. What was the impact on ticket sales following that increase? Ticket sales in terms of number of tickets, but also in overall revenue.
Actually, revenues and sales went up. This year, I think, we're pretty much on track for 1.6 million in attendance, and I think that's kind of where we want to be. So we think we're going to be there. Again, more importantly, on the revenue side, what we've seen economically is that even during the crisis, attendance was staying pretty stable at the zoo, but people weren't spending money after they got there. They're spending money again. They're buying, souvenirs. They're eating their meals at the zoo. So we're really seeing people start to come back and spend their money.
Well, I would love to know what the secret is for being able to take a child to the zoo and not buying a souvenir.
There you go.
If someone could share that with me, I'd be a lot better off.
We're not going to tell you what that secret is, no.
Mr. Kretz, have anything for?
Thank you. I know you're deleting 15 positions that aren't currently filled, but
14.
Okay. What's the impact of that going to be? Are we in any danger of putting animals' lives or health in jeopardy? What are we missing out on as a result of this?
Well, that's why we asked for those 4 positions back. 2 are veterinary positions. 1 is a principal animal keeper, and the 4th is titled as zoo curator, but it's really our registrar position that keeps track of the comings and goings and the daily reports of the animals. Those were very important to the animal welfare and animal side. The vast majority of the other positions were administrative, so if you want to make May smile, we would add those back. Those have been difficult for us at this point because of the discussions about the governance. Those are positions that typically would be filled by people that are looking for a track in city employment. We have not been able to recruit people into those positions because they don't know what their future status is going to be in the city. So we really have been struggling with those positions. May and her small staff has been covering the bases, and that's what will continue.
And now you have a new VIP tour and a new rainforest exhibit. How much of a positive impact does that make on revenues, and does that help us move closer towards reinstating any of these positions? And how do you look at those slightly longer term? Will those stick around, and will those generate more money in future budget years?
I think they will stick around, and I think we'll augment those with additional experiences. These are actually ideas that were brought up from the staff, areas that they thought that they could be available and provide these experiences to people. We know that people more and more want experiences along with their tour to the zoo or their visit to the zoo. It's also a way for the staff to share their knowledge and empathy for the animals and help the people better understand what happens at the zoo and the mission at the zoo as well. So I think we'll see more of those things coming forward.
And what are some of the latest public-private proposals, and where are they? I mean, I know there are claims by some that this can only be done right as a public-private partnership, and others that say that the things that the zoo isn't doing, like more fundraising, could be done with the right plan. So where are we at looking at those two sides of things?
I'm going to have to defer to the CAO on that for a variety of reasons. I'll explain that. I've been counseled pretty strongly to be careful what I say regarding this issue because of state laws regarding contracts and future employment. So I have to be a little careful.
I'll be happy to respond. When your council gave my office direction, you asked for two processes. One is to establish a working group that included a number of stakeholders, including representatives of our employees, to identify ways to get the zoo in its existing structure as cost neutral as possible. That working group, I asked John to actually chair that working group, and he generously accepted that. Has had over a dozen meetings and is currently developing a draft report that includes a number of ideas and suggestions in response to the council directive. In addition to that, you requested that we issue an RFP. We've done that. We got two proposals, and we're now in negotiations with one of the bidders. Process, both of these processes were directed to be done concurrent. So we're expecting to submit a final report that includes the outcome of both of those processes to you before the end of this fiscal year. And so before you would be a decision to an option to pursue the zoo under its existing structure and an outline of things that could be done to potentially improve the operations and make it more cost effective. And the other would be an alternative structure to look at a public-private partnership. And so the idea would be that once the decision's made, then the implementation would obviously take the rest of the fiscal year. None of those, the idea of a public-private partnership is not contemplated in the budget before you. It's, should your council pursue that as an option, is really, we're really talking about the full implementation of that the following fiscal year. There obviously would be a process to get there. It'll probably take 6 months to fully implement that.
And have we been letting the two respondents to the RFP know that this is not a done deal, that we're also looking at an alternative mode where we do this, maintain this internally, and just try to achieve the efficiencies that could also be gained perhaps by doing it through the other process?
No, from the onset and certainly throughout the process, we informed them that there's two tracks, and that ultimately the council will make a decision as to which to pursue.
And what are we doing in the meantime to try and increase revenue to the zoo in terms of both private fundraising and in terms of trying to increase attendance?
We're doing several things, Council Member. In addition to some of the new opportunities at the zoo to raise revenues, we're doing that. And the fee increase, the finishing of the rainforest actually won't happen until the very end of this new fiscal year, so it'll probably be the following year that we achieve any increases in that regard. Our big challenge, though, and we've said this over the years, our big challenge is that we do not have sufficient resources to market the zoo regionally or even nationally. We started out when I got here 9 years ago with $800,000. We have $800,000 in this budget. We got it up to one point at about 1.25 million. We saw a slight uptick on that, but not too much. If you talk to people mostly on the west side of Los Angeles, and you may be familiar with this, and you ask them where's the zoo, they say San Diego. That's a problem. And I've talked to people that have grown up on the west side, and they literally don't know there's a zoo in Griffith Park. We have no way to reach those folks consistently. At the same time, San Diego is putting billboards in their backyard. So it's a real issue. This year, with the opening of the Lair, the new reptile and amphibian invertebrate facility, we actually took most of our money and focused on the opening of that exhibit. And we're seeing some responses from all over the city. So that's been an effective thing for us. But to do that, we benefited from creative from a top ad agency out of Boston who decided to do it for us. And if you've seen any of the ads and the bus wraps that are around the city, the ads with Slash and Betty White that advertised the new opening, those things have really helped. So we need some additional resources for marketing. The double whammy was when we got our legs knocked out from under us on the sign district issue. That money was also used to advertise the zoo. We don't have that money right now, and we're working hard to get that opportunity back. So, I mean, those are some of the things that we're looking at. And the other thing we need is a decision on this governance issue. We're kind of stuck treading water right now. Where do we go from here? And then we can look at some other opportunities one way or the other to create more business at the zoo. But finding people that want to make a long-term commitment to the zoo, not knowing what its future is tough right now. Having said that, in the fundraising area, GLAZA continues to bring in both capital and operating funds. Last year, they brought in funds to support the staff that keeps our petting corral open. We had to close it with the budget cuts. And so we're trying to hit it at all angles. But what we really need right now is a decision on what is going to be the future of the zoo.
Now, there's some folks that argue that GLAZA could raise more money if this was a purely GLAZA-run entity, and there are others that say there are just some best practices in fundraising that we don't engage in. Either of you have any sense of which is correct?
I imagine we'll get that when we get the reports back on the two options that Mr. Santana was talking about, I think. Is that what you anticipate, Mr. Santana, that you'll get that sort of comparative information so that the council can make a determination?
Yes. Okay, well, then I'll ask another question then. Have we looked at a parking fee for the zoo? And what would that be if we proposed it? Would it impact attendance? Could we do it in such a way that it wouldn't impact attendance but might bring in enough money to make some difference?
We've looked at that in the last couple of years. We actually had a study commissioned to look at what it would take to begin charging a fee at the zoo. We have several issues dealing with infrastructure. We don't have the infrastructure for both the gates or gate-type mechanism, or even the pay stations that are used a lot now, where you walk to the station and pay it. So there's a cost to implement those things. The other big concern that we have, and Councilman LaBonge can speak to this, is we already have an egress problem of getting people off of the highway and into the zoo without backing them up. And so all the plans looked at how can we do that without adding to the wait time of getting off the highway and into the zoo. We even looked at the feasibility of charging the fee at the admissions. You know, did you drive today? Yes, that'll be $2 for your car, or whatever the fee would be set at. And there was a lot of public relations issues related to that. And then we have a community issue. There's a lot of opposition to charging any parking in Griffith Park, including the zoo's parking lot.
Okay, and let's see if I have anything else. I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. Can you remind us what the process is in case there's an issue where one of the animals gets sick or injured or what have you, the process of documenting that, and what third parties, if any, would get involved to make sure that we document it and move forward?
Well, I can tell you what our process of documenting it is. I'm not sure totally about the last part of the question, but if an animal gets sick, our veterinary staff's responsible to reply to that. They fill out the medical records, which then go into the animal's permanent record. and is maintained at the zoo. If there's ever a question, and periodically it does come up, people can complain to the United States Department of Agriculture, and they'll actually come in and look at those records and ask questions about the case.
So U.S. Department of Agriculture could show up or be involved in documenting what happened, making sure that everything's okay?
Yes, sir.
And what involvement would AZA have at all?
Well, it depends on the issue, but I mean, on an ongoing operational issue, they wouldn't have any involvement. The exception would be every 5 years we're up for accreditation. There's a veterinarian on the inspection team that comes in, looks at the medical records, and evaluates the system to make sure that it seems appropriate for the size of the collection, and may pull out isolated cases to review those cases.
Okay. And if it were, as it stands right now, the zoo is owned and operated by the City of Los Angeles, should the policy endeavor go forward and it be the operations be turned over to a third party contractually, what do you anticipate would change, if any, in the process the basic process that you just outlined?
It wouldn't change at all. First of all, to exhibit live animals, exotic animals, to the public in the United States, you have to have that USDA license. And in that, you give them the right to come in at any time. They inspect us, it says twice a year, but our inspectors tend to show up every 2 months because they'll do 25% of the institution and then come back another 2 months and do that. And then they do periodic inspections just in general. On top of that, they do special inspections for the elephant collection because of the special issues addressing them. So that would continue to be in place, and all the rules and laws there. And I certainly would be my recommendation to the council, if there's different management of the zoo, that one of the requirements be that the zoo continue to be accredited by the ACA.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, you can't say Los Angeles Zoo without saying Tom LaBonge in the same sentence, so I'm very pleased to be able to welcome a guest to our committee to be able to provide a comment.
Mr. Chair, I represent the downtown zoo known as the City Council, but no, we're all here. I just wanted to thank everybody in the committee. It is trying times, but if you want to be spirited, go out to the zoo anytime this month and you'll see a sea of yellow school buses. Children from around Los Angeles and Southern California are participating in an experience they would never get without for the Los Angeles Zoo. And I especially want to thank John Lewis and your staff, the zoo professionals who were there day in and day out. To see them come to work, because sometimes I try to catch John, usually in the morning or in the afternoon. You see people who are spirited going to work and spirited leaving work. It's a special place. I just hope whatever the time comes, Mr. CAO, we look at what kind of partnerships that could enhance the experience, because I just left the Coliseum Commission where they discussed the USC relationship to the Coliseum, and we know the Coliseum has no money to do anything for itself, and partnership is necessary. And also, I understand the Hollywood Bowl is extremely successful for the county, Parks and Recreation, and their association with Philharmonic Associates or the Museum Associates at several museums. So we'll look forward to that aspect, but anything we can do now, it's true. And I do think San Diego was born, John, with the zoo for Los Angeles, and I'm sure more people, because it's been everybody's mind for 50 years, come to San Diego for the zoo. But I know we've got to fix the off-ramp, and maybe we can get to our zoo better. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. LaBonge, thank you very much. Thanks
just
for
the
coming
last
down.
thing that I want to drive in people's mind, the sea of yellow school buses is the greatest sight one sees at any public facility. And I don't know of any public facility that the City of Los Angeles owns that gets the numbers that the zoo does. Any museum, anything. It's very special. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lewis, thank you very much. Appreciate
you.
your coming down. Thank you for your work. That brings us to the Department of Aging. And as we're working on the shift, as our General Manager, Laura Trejo, is coming down, I'd like to invite Ida Talala to come up and speak before the department begins. Ms. Talala, come on up. Ms. Trejo, we have one public comment card before you begin. So, Ms. Talala.
Thank you very much. My name is Ida Talala, and I am here because I am a senior. And I also do serve on the Hunger Action Board as well as the advisory board of the Department of Aging. But I'm here as just a citizen who's very concerned about the cuts that are impacting seniors. And they have come down so fast before we have even realized what they are. And we are very fortunate to have the Department of Aging there to look to for the assistance. And it is a very important part. I was kind of shocked to see how much the city spent on animal services and then the Department of Aging and Disability. The disparity was kind of an awakening moment. And I really think we need to take a look at this segment of population that is going to be growing. It's going to be demanding resources that will test this city and community, and that we need to look at it now and prepare for it now. And the Department of Aging is a very good place to start. Also, with all of the other needs in the city, we are all going to be aging regardless. And therefore, this department does play a very important role. And I would like to say that we need to pay more attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Ms. Trejo, welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to speak to you. It's really an honor to be able to discuss with you the Department of Aging, its services, and its budget. I want to start by thanking the Mayor's office, his staff, the CAO, with a special recognition to Elaine Owen Sanchez, our CAO analyst. These are very challenging times for all of us. Having very capable staff that support the vision and mission of a department is critical in our success. And I just wanted to let Elaine know how much that means to us. As my letter reflects to you, the Department of Aging is negotiated this budget with the Mayor's staff and CAO. We feel very confident that we can meet the mission of our department with the resources that are being allocated. We're especially grateful that over the last several years, we really have engaged, I think, in very positive changes to how our budget is structured so that we could actually perform the tasks and the work that is associated with the types of contracts and grants that the department oversees. We're especially grateful to we're able to negotiate the 3 staff reductions. The grant portions are being placed in our as-needed line, which actually will give us more flexibility in being able to carry out seasonal type activities the department has to perform rather than having full-time staff FTEs all year that may have up and down cycles in terms of their workload. So we are, we worked with the CAO over the last several years to achieve those staff reductions, and we really appreciate their willingness to really have us make our case and try to understand our unique needs. We also, as you see in my budget letter to you, have been working with the Mayor's staff and CAO for the last 3 years on converting our social adult day programs into evidence-based health promotion programs. I am here to show you where having less actually has resulted in more services to the community. We're very proud of the effect that this investment has had on the community services we deliver. While we acknowledge the need to reduce the budget from the GCP allocation to the department, we engaged in real deliberate negotiation with our contract providers, CAO, and Mayor staff, and made a proposal. Rather than take the cut in one time, could we take it in 3 installments? What you're seeing today is the second installment of that cut. In the meantime, we would transition our adult day programs into evidence-based services citywide. We have not only achieved that in 1 year, but we have been able to serve 3 times as many consumers in programs that are metrics and outcomes driven. So they actually improved the health of seniors. 2 weeks ago, a senior said to me at a center, they rolled me in here, they moved me to a walker, 2 canes, and now I am Zumba dancing. That is true success in improving the quality of life of older people in our community. And these types of services actually do that every day throughout the city. So we're really proud of the investment, of the vision of our elected officials here in the city of LA that saw that opportunity. Rather than just say, no, we need a budget cut, how are you going to absorb it? There was a real opportunity to say, can we do it better if we do it differently? We have been able to leverage additional grants from our providers. It actually provided an incentive for them to seek other resources, matching resources in the community. And we established what we consider to be a pretty outstanding model partnership with the Los Angeles Unified School District that is bringing to us about $1.5 million in staff resources. So the cuts that we've experienced actually positioned us better by allowing us to transform the services to different offerings. And as of about 2 weeks ago, the Congress actually approved for the first time congressional language that says that evidence-based health promotion programs are fundable by the Older Americans Act. So I am really pleased that our forecasting and our strategic planning and this implementation really has positioned our network, I think, parallel to none in the country at this point in order to benefit from funding streams that are emerging. In the past, the program had no funding stream that was available other than city general funds. Now we have programs that have funding streams coming out of the federal government, the state government, and also the private sector. So our providers are much, much better positioned to deliver better care. I've discussed the 3 positions. We actually feel that we worked very diligently to achieve those reductions, and so that will provide more flexibility to us in terms of the utilization of our grant funds. We're also incredibly grateful for the continued commitment of the city, the mayor, city council, to the nutritional needs of older people. Older adults in our community have one of the highest risks for food insecurity, and our meals program is an essential component in being able to stay independent in the community. Our department on an annual basis delivers over 1.7 million meals, just to give you a sense. And we also serve about 15,000 seniors daily. About half of those are homebound. They really don't have other resources. We are the safety net. We consider our meals program to be one of those safety net services that has to be protected. And I appreciate the willingness and the leadership that this city has shown consistently in supporting the additional funds that are made available to the department to ensure that older adults get the nutritional meal that they need in order to stay healthy and stay independent. We believe that we are poised for great opportunities in the field of aging, but we understand that we're kind of flying a plane that's changing parts as we move. Our entire system of care, both at the federal and state level, is in a major state of flux. That's where all the opportunities, I believe, lie for us. But I also want to be very realistic with all of you that we have a tremendous challenge, as one of our lead advocates, Ms. Talala, just told you. The last census shows that while LA City grew by 3%, our senior population grew by 19%, 6 times the growth. As we make all our efforts and pay due diligence to making Los Angeles a good place to grow up, I think it's also important that we make it a good place to grow old. And those resources will be necessary, and I think that we have strategic opportunities. And I look to the leadership of this council, the mayor's office, and the CAO to continue to allow the department to work with all of you to ensure that we're positioning our services and our community the best that we can in order to meet the service needs of this demanding population. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Guglielmo.
If I could, just really briefly, the home delivered meals program is a great program, Meals on Wheels as it's called, and we as city employees can contribute very easily through our biweekly payroll deductions. So it's a great program, haven't gone out. The seniors really count on those meals. It could be the only meal they get a day, and it's so easy for us to contribute. It could be $5, $10 a paycheck, so it's very worthwhile.
Thank you.
Thanks for that important plug.
Appreciate it.
Are the providers of the evidence-based services private for-profit providers, nonprofit providers, or some combination of
They're
those things?
all of the people that we work with are all non-for-profit providers. They are the contract providers that we work with all of our senior services citywide. Just to give you an example, in the last year, the ramp-up for us required that we train 100 individuals in a matter of about 6 months to be able to share with you the good numbers that we're getting right now. We're actually leading the nation in the full-scale deployment of evidence-based health programs. Folks are starting to come here and asking us, how did you do it? And I remind them, it was the vision of our mayor and our city council that saw an opportunity in a very difficult fiscal crisis to say, we can do it differently and we can do it better. And so I am very grateful for that opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Englander?
Just a quick comment that I wanted to acknowledge what a terrific job and a challenging job you've got and what you're doing, and also the partnership that in the last couple years and working with the Wilkinson Center,
yes,
one of the largest senior centers in the city of Los Angeles, and creating that partnership with a nonprofit. And it was a bumpy start, but it's been now running very smooth, and you have really stepped up to the plate to help that. So there wasn't a lapse in service, and a lot of folks who rely on that center and the services they provide. So truly appreciate that. And I think looking at a lot of your leadership and the idea of those public-private partnerships with nonprofits is the way that we can really get there to do more with an expanding population. And so I wanted to address not only that, but also the speaker that came up earlier and stated that it appears there's less going to this department, but while that is occurring, there's more with outreach. And particularly folks like Neil's, contribution to Meals on Wheels and going out there, we appreciate it. It's recognized. We've got to get more people to do that and to participate. So thank you.
Thank you.
For that.
We're very grateful for the recognition. Really is a credit to the Department of Aging staff and our providers. We have really an amazing group of people who show up to work every day fully engaged and motivated. And we couldn't do it without each and every one of them. And our providers really have stepped up. As Mr. Lala said to you, our entire network has experienced dramatic shifts over the last 3 years. Continuous loss, eliminations of entire programs. Seniors are coming to us more often now because they don't know what else to do. And we have to be there for them to be able to provide that support. The decision that you spoke of, we're very proud. It was a true collaboration with the Department of Recreation and Parks. Mr. Muckery really stepped up on that one. Combined, we were able to save over $800,000 in City General Fund that was going into those programs that the city was operating. They're now being operated by community-based nonprofits that are able to leverage other community-based resources, private sector resources that oftentimes we have no capacity of doing. They're delivering the same level of service to the same community, and they're doing it, I think, at a much higher quality because they have other resources we never had access to. So it's, it really is to the credit of the Department of Recreation and Parks that they saw that. And, it's biting the bullet to say, I'm going to let go of something that's important, and I know that it was to them. So it's greatly appreciated that we could actually do it effectively.
And along those lines, services to the aging community are provided on a variety of levels of government, from county, local, state, federal services are provided. And clearly, all of those taken together are not sufficient to meet the demand that there currently is for services, and certainly that we can project that there will be in the future as all government levels continue to experience service cuts at the very time that our aging population is significantly increasing. That being said, can you talk about services that your department provides that are unique to the city as opposed to services that are provided at the county level or otherwise, just so we can get a sense of where there may be redundancy, where there's opportunity for collaboration? I'd like to get a better sense of that.
Yes, we do collaborate. For the last 6 years, the director of the Department of Community and Senior Services at the county and I pretty much have been attached at the waist and trying to create a shared vision for a regional approach to delivering services to older people in Los Angeles County. We've also partnered very aggressively to ensure that we advocate at the state and federal level with philanthropic providers. We recently just met with a group of major foundations locally. I've visited every single one of them, trying to educate them about the service needs in the community and how they can step up by helping us be part of the solution in filling gaps. One of the services that we're very proud that we do, and I think we are now starting to see, I believe that I sent a memo to council a few months ago, has to do with transportation. Transportation continues to be, outside of losing independence, one of the top 3 issues for older people as they age. How will I get around? If I can't drive, if somebody can't take me, I'm going to have to go into a nursing home, or somebody else is going to have to take me in because I can't move. The City of Los Angeles has not only invested through the Prop A program to give us very neighborhood level transportation capacity. Our transportation for seniors that really can't use public transportation, have no personal transportation, how do they get to doctors? How do they get to the grocery store? That's what our Prop A program does really well. In the last few years, one of the things we're very proud of, just as we've been experiencing all this loss, we've also been able to successfully secure $6 million in new transportation grants. I am very proud of the work the department staff has done. We basically had to learn an entire new culture with MTA to be able to secure those grants. But we were successful. We got 2 distinct grants. One is a New Freedom grant that will actually help us bring those very frail homebound seniors out of their home into our centers to experience the positive outcomes of our evidence-based health programs. We believe in doing that, we are actually going to be able to restore capacity in older people that otherwise would probably just age very quietly and not very successfully in their homes. So we're very proud of that. Very unique. That is a door through door, meaning somebody actually will be there if you need assistance getting out of your house, to put on your coat, to put on your slipper so you can walk out the door. Somebody will actually help you do that in order to successfully get you to the other end. For some of our frail seniors, that is a real barrier. They cannot walk out to the curb of their apartment to get picked up by our other transportation services. So we really negotiated that for almost a year with MTA to try to educate them about why that was an important service in our community. The other program is a JARC program, and that's a jobs-related funding that will support our senior employment program. We manage the Title V, which is the senior employment program for the state. That program, about 241 to 300 older people a year take part in jobs training opportunities because they have to return to the labor force due to their income issues. This program actually will help us assist these trainees to be able to have reliable transportation from anywhere from 6 months to a year in order to secure unsubsidized employment. That's one of the biggest challenges they have, is being able to have enough money to be able to get a job and get there and get home. And so what we propose is that this new program will actually help them stabilize getting in the job, secure that they're fine at the job, decide whether they need to move, purchase transportation, do or learn how to use public transportation in order to get to and from work. So we're very proud of those 2 programs. Actually, a national study recently showed that in evaluating major metropolitan areas, Los Angeles was one of the top metropolitan areas in terms of accessibility for transportation for older people. And they couldn't explain why that was. I could, because I know that we have Prop A. We have all the other supportive transportation services in our city that are unique to us. And so it really does make a difference, and it's very measurable. We have an array of other services that are very complementary to our Older Americans Act programs that we also serve. For example, as I mentioned, evidence-based programs. That is really a combination of our GCP funds and community block grant dollars. That's why other folks haven't been able to do the uptake that we have, because we've been able to redirect existing resources to be able to do it. We have our File for Life, which is also a partnership. That is a vital medical information you may need in case of an emergency. You put it on the fridge so that first responders have access to it. We've actually engaged in a partnership with all first responders in Los Angeles County. And I am very proud to tell you, as of last week, we were able to secure a partnership with Kroger's, Ralph's supermarkets, and they'll actually pay for half in the future. So we're very excited that they were thrilled to work with us in that way. So we do have other services we deliver that are very meaningful in the safety of older adults.
And what kind of effort does the department make to do outreach, especially to our non-English speaking communities throughout the city, to make sure that everyone is aware of the services that are available?
We provide, as every other social service agency does, we provide materials in an array of languages. But more important than that, we provide people. This population requires that you have hands-on access to individuals that will help guide you through the maze of service opportunities. So, for example, we have a citywide contractor that is a language expert in working with Spanish-speaking communities. They operate in partnership with all of our centers citywide to ensure that residents have information and have access to the services that they need in the community. So language is not a barrier. We also have a similar contract with Asian Pacific Islander populations where they make available an array of languages. These are enhanced services. These are folks who are actually very well trained in working with older adults. They're information specialists. So they're more than just somebody who translates things for you. They are real experts in working with seniors and the issues that present so that they can actually help them get to the location and the services and link them appropriately. We work with all of our providers. For example, one of the new populations that we're becoming more aware of and more able to work with are the LGBT communities. We actually are making that a very essential part of our ongoing development of new services. We are partnering with them. It's part of our strategic area plan to bring capacity building to all of our providers so that they can better able to serve those new communities that are emerging across the entire city. So that's part of our ongoing process. It's not only identifying populations that maybe are emerging in the areas, but also populations that have been long established but continue to have major challenges.
Thank you. Colleagues? Mr. Kretz?
Yeah, just one question. Do we have any metrics on the number of seniors per dollar served and comparisons year to year of that so we can tell how we're doing? I would assume anecdotally from what you've told us with all the different partnerships that we're stretching our dollars pretty well.
We are.
But do we have analysis of that?
We don't do it on an ongoing basis. We have done it in the past to show the return on investment for every dollar of city resources spent. I'm sure we can replicate that information and present a report to council in the very near future. It would take some staff time to be able to put that together for you. But we would
if
be
there's
happy
some way to
it.
do that without a massive effort, I think it would be helpful.
Maybe if we can select our top programs and show you that would be the most readily accessible to us. So we'll make a real good effort to try to give you that.
Thank you.
Mr. Cardenas? Mr. Cardenas, anything for Department of Aging? Okay. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate your time and your important work. I'm going to ask if Mr. Englander could take over for a moment, but before we ask the Department of Disability to come up, Ms. Talala also had a comment to offer on the Department of Disability, so if you'd like to come up, Ms. Talala, you can speak now as our General Manager of the Department is on her way up. And I'll turn this over to Mr. Englander for a moment.
Do we have any other cutouts?
Thank you. My name is Ida Talala, and one of the reasons I'm speaking is because I realize that many seniors have this a built-in situation where they can so easily become disabled. And I would like more attention being paid to this situation with the people with disabilities because it's difficult. I travel by public transportation. I also do a lot of walking in the community. And when the pavements are not done, I have seen people who are in wheelchairs struggling. I think pavement repairs are so crucial, and we need to take a look at that. We need to take a look at transportation routes whether they go and really and truly serve the segment of community, and what is their access and wait time for medical assistance, because it's difficult. I think there is this compassionate component, including the meals, how they're served, and I just wanted to make this comment.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, no other speaker cards, so if we can have staff back at the table as well. Ask our general manager to come up. Good evening.
Good afternoon.
Or late afternoon, I suppose. Not evening yet, right?
I'm Regina Houston Swain, Executive Director, Department on Disability, and I appreciate the opportunity to discuss the proposed budget allocation for the Department on Disability. I also appreciate the cooperation and assistance of the Mayor's Office, the CAO, and the CLA, and the support of Council in working with us to restore positions that are critical to ensuring the city's compliance with the mandates of the Americans with Disabilities Act. After a 3-year vacancy, the ADA compliance officer position has recently been backfilled. It is expected that the vacant AIDS coordinator position will be filled by the end of May. And as other departments have requested, we are requesting that the managed hiring approval process be expedited to facilitate the backfilling of other vacant positions that are essential to the efficient department operations. It is imperative that the department has the resources to complete mandated tasks designed to guarantee that all city programs and services are accessible to people with disabilities. With adequate resources, the department will continue to provide the level of service necessary to meet the needs of the citizens of Los Angeles.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Cardenas, did you have anything? Okay, Mr. Koretz?
Yes. First of all, you said the AIDS coordinator is going to be hired in May.
Yes, we expect by the end of the month.
What's the status of that effort to fill the position? Do
we have several
candidates
applications.
and narrowing it down?
We have several applications, and we're assembling an interview panel. And the application process will probably close next Friday.
So there's still time for people that
Yes.
are qualified to get
Yes,
their
they have
applications.
about a week left.
And I know the city recently settled a case dealing with the claim that the city's emergency plans don't adequately address the needs of disabled residents. Do we have future plans to deal with this issue, and what are those?
Well, the Emergency Management Department has the lead on that effort, but we are available to provide whatever resources they may require of us. So we are certainly willing to help in that effort.
But do you know what their plans are?
Yes, I believe they're hiring an outside contractor to help develop and modify the city's plan to ensure compliance with the ADA.
Very good. And also, there are positions that we're adding to ensure that we're following a voluntary compliance agreement. What are these positions scheduled to do?
The voluntary compliance officer position is going to, I believe, oversee the housing situation and problems and issues that have come up with the CRA. And also that position will report to the mayor's office to monitor the changes and modifications that have to be made pursuant to the HUD agreement.
Okay, and Does the department visit city buildings and facilities to avoid lawsuits and make sure that we ourselves are compliant?
Well, the staffing of the department has been depleted over the years, and which is why I certainly appreciate the efforts of the mayor's office and CAO to restore these positions and make sure that we can adequately monitor departments and ensure compliance. But in recent years, we have not been able to do what we might have been able to do in the past with more resources.
Do we have any plans to attempt that in the future with a strategic plan to address it in a list of which buildings we want to go after first, et cetera?
Tony Abraham. Much of what we do, in fact, our main focus is ADA compliance enforcing policy. Those policies get enforced through the department. Our concern, as Regina, the CAO, and the mayor is working to ensure that the Department of Disability has sufficient authority to negotiate with the other departments to ensure they're in compliance. Some of the departments, of course, there are ongoing concerns and projects they have, and the tendency sometimes is to get them to slow down to ensure they're in compliance. CRA, based on the funding they had available, their primary concerns were their projects. Referring back to us may not have been their immediate concerns. And then educating them and training them, there was some difficulties involved with that. So our compliance may not be inspecting, it's ensure that they're at the table with us, listening to us, and then ensuring that with our updated transition plan, they're in compliance with that.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Mr. Cardenas, anything further? Great.
One concern I did have was regarding our request, our budget request for funds to update the TTY equipment, telecommunication equipment for people who are deaf. And we estimate that updating this equipment in all city departments will cost about $35,000. One source of revenue for this equipment might possibly be the salary savings we're expecting in this year's budget, approximately $50,000 to $70,000. So that would that's one place we have determined that the funds could come from. And also, we had proposed that video phones be installed in all of the LAPD stations. I regard updating this equipment and installing these video phones as a risk management effort that the city needs to undertake this year. That is my recommendation.
And I appreciate that. Has that been part of the discussion with emergency management with regard to our emergency response planning for the disabled community?
I don't know that we've specifically discussed these issues, but we have had discussions regarding emergency management with the department.
It seems to me that that should be part of that discussion as well, and I think those are very important investments in critically important infrastructure. I think it's important that we get a report back on funding options in both of those respects. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you. Aren't there pockets of money that we could justifiably use for those kinds of upgrades? Because that's technology and communications with the public. And when the state changed the whole structure on the cable franchises and things of that nature, I know that there is a pot of money specifically that can only be used for equipment. Is that a possibility?
It may be a good idea. We'll look at it and see if it's eligible for that.
Yeah, because this is communication equipment. It is interacting with the public, etc. So maybe we might want to reread that language with the lens of can we use it for that? Because we do have several $1 million that's unused, and I'm sure sooner or later we'll figure out how to properly use that money. Right. But it's unfortunate that the real demand, which is my second question, is should we install them, we also need to make sure we have an analysis as to whether there's ongoing costs as well, not just the infrastructure cost. Right. And do we have any idea or any perspective on what the scope of cost would be to upgrade the phones with the police department?
About $75,000.
Okay, so
Well, that's for the video phones. About 75,000 is our estimate.
But in
Oh, the
terms of ongoing
costs?
maintenance and replacement
Okay, so-
costs and operations.
so it was a 35,000 and then 75,000.
Yes,
so two categories of
35,000
infrastructure.
to upgrade the T2Y equipment in all city departments.
Okay.
And then 75,000 to place video phones in all LAPD stations.
We'll work with ITA to establish a threshold. and-
Yeah, because I think that if we really scrub all the different kinds of funds that are available to us, we could probably, because we're not talking $1 million, we're talking closer to 100,000 all told. And then in addition to that, I think it's important, as one of my colleagues keeps pointing out, that we always have to look at not only following through with a wonderful idea to upgrade something, yet at the same time we need to realize whether or not we're burdening ourselves with ongoing maintenance costs or what have you that we, again, don't have funding for. We have to be doing it eyes wide open as to whether or not we can sustain that equipment, not just install it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hear, hear. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments and your time. We'll look forward to hearing those reports back. All right, that brings us to neighborhood empowerment. And before Mr. Kim comes forward, we have, quite a few cards here on neighborhood empowerment. So we will go first to the public's comments, and we'll start with Jim McQuiston, followed by Glenn Bailey. Mr. McQuiston, welcome back.
Jim McQuiston. As you know, I worked with the elected Citizens Committee on the charter reform, which got up neighborhood councils, and I've been following all the way. And I think they're a vital factor. If we don't have active and involved neighborhood councils, this charter cannot work successfully. And it's not been implemented yet with neighborhood councils really doing what we expected of them. I think Mr. Zine has spoken on this many times. He was one of the people who was on the elected charter commission too. And I do want to say that my prior submission on street services tied neighborhood councils in. You know, neighborhood councils shall monitor the delivery of services by the city in their respective areas, and that means shall means to do some work. And if we get the neighborhood councils to do the work to find where the disabled cannot go because of sidewalks, curbs and gutters and various other things, and we get a system that the city can automatically notify the property owners to fix those, then we've really achieved a lot, because we can, in one fell swoop, we can fix all of our problems with the city street services. That's an amazing thing, and it comes out of the charter. And it doesn't cost anything if we get it electronically done. Now, I just talked to Nazario this morning about that, and we both agree that that's something that has to occur. We have to figure out a way to do this. And in the charter, the neighborhood councils are supposed to know who their property owners are. So it should be a very easy thing for them to do.
Thank you.
And so I want to bring that up at this time because maybe Bong and whatnot have not heard about this.
Great. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Glenn Bailey, followed by Ida Talala.
Good afternoon again, Glenn Bailey. First, I wanted to draw your attention to one of the recommendations in the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates white paper on page 14, the second bullet, and that is to reinstate, beginning in fiscal year 2012-2013, rollover policy to a maximum of $25,000. That figure was selected because it was the historic $50,000 funding amount, and it was the concern of some of this rush to spend money by the deadlines, by the end of the fiscal year, and perhaps allowing for more thoughtful and perhaps some more beneficial projects to the community if $25,000 could be rolled over. We used to have rollover for up to 3 years, going back to 2005. Secondly, I've been asked by Jill Banks-Berard, the president and founder of the Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Councils, for her to have the opportunity to submit to you, for the record, the comments for Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Council. She is unable to be here today, so if that's all right, I would ask that you look for that. And then in conclusion, just the 1,800 volunteers throughout the city of Los Angeles that participate in neighborhood councils from San Pedro to Chatsworth, from Boyle Heights to Bel Air, Beverly Crest, contribute a lot to this city, and we need to have the tools, both each individual neighborhood council, our funding level, and you'll hear more about that, but also for the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. We need to have a department that can adequately support the neighborhood councils in terms of us doing our business so that we train our board members and handle our financial and legal responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ida Talala, followed by Jeff Carter.
Thank you. I'm a community activist, apart from being a senior. I have served on the neighborhood council as a board member. I've also had, during the time that I was elected in the elections run by the city clerk, I had my voting rights revoked by the president and his wife, the chief information officer, on an arbitrary decision. And there was no way to complain or question it at all. It never went before the board. Dunn was told about it and did nothing. Why? Because there was no grievance process. Dunn does not have a grievance process. Neighborhood councils have skirted around it, and as a result, the very people that they serve, they have disregarded and been irresponsible. This idea that 1,800 members, elected members, serve the city and stakeholders is a questionable figure. 3 months after an election, you have approximately 33% dropout rate of the elected officials. That leaves you with 66. Within 6 months, many neighborhood councils have difficulty, including the Greater Echo Park Alicia Neighborhood Council, to meet their quorum of 11. You cannot take this figure seriously unless the budget advocates give you a serious figure of what the attendance rate is. I also think that the neighborhood Dunn has done a dismal job because it doesn't really know what to do. Please take a look at the real things that need to be addressed. You have too many layers.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeff Carter, followed by John Walker.
Thank you, Chairman Krikorian, for the opportunity to speak and express some personal thoughts. I'm not speaking for anyone but myself. My name is Jeff Carter. I live in the Studio City neighborhood of Los Angeles, and I just urge that the neighborhood council system be funded at the level of the last year at least. The system is invaluable to our communities, and we need to work to try to improve our lives and our commerce and our education. And I think that the neighborhood councils do that. So I urge that you strongly consider funding at least at the level that it was last year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is John Walker, followed by Jay Handel.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I apologize for my appearance. I was cleaning out some storage closets and just sat in the audience for the last 2.5 to 3 hours. I'm the president of the Studio City Neighborhood Council, and for all of our city council people, mine especially, that represent and hold forth the neighborhood councils are important. I know that we have an effective council in our community. I know it does a great deal working as liaisons for many of you. We get hundreds of emails on a monthly basis, and in cooperation with Dunn, resolve a great many issues that otherwise would take up city money and funding to resolve the same issues that we can do. We've created cutouts for the handicapped. We've got stop signs put into our neighborhoods. We are a working organization of volunteers, I believe, without patting myself on the back, but for all the volunteers, need to be recognized once in a while for what they do. They work very hard for their communities, and it goes unnoticed for a great deal of the time. I would ask and concur with what Mr. Bailey said earlier about the rollover funding, at least to be considered. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker is Jay Handel, followed by Ivan Spiegel.
Yes, good afternoon. Jay Handel, Chair of West LA and the Vice Chair of RAC, and of course your Chair of Budget Advocates. I've handed out a sheet for all of you to take a look at. It's a snapshot of what you've done to this department since 2008. It's a very clear, concise sheet. In 2008, there were 89 neighborhood councils. To date, we have 97. In 2008, we got $50,000. Now you're proposing 37. In 2008, we had 49 Dunn employees. We now have 21. Dunn funding has gone from $3.8 million to $2.08, and the field reps have gone from 18 to 7. Any idea why Dunn is in trouble? You guys have done it. The City Council has decimated Dunn. You've taken away the opportunity to bring field reps out to get bad councils back to better. You've taken away the opportunity. I haven't seen a field rep in over 2 years in my neighborhood council. I don't know if that's a testament or we're just lost. But the fact of the matter is, it's draconian cuts. You're taking away potentially elections again is what we're hearing this year, because some people don't think it can be done right. You know, there's no credit being given to the people that are out there really trying to work. The fact of the matter is, 2 more Dunn staffers being taken away this year, in this fiscal year, a funder and a trainer. What 2 more positions could be more important than those 2 positions right now? Absolutely ludicrous. Take a look at sanitation and see what they lost and their budgets, and take a look at Dunn and see what they're losing. It just doesn't make sense. It's no way to run a city, no less a business. Let's talk about the elections. If we don't have elections in 2012, once again, the city will fail the people. It has to happen. And finally, you know, the third point of what's happening here is that it's just a letdown to the people. It's a complete letdown to the people by the City Council. You have to take a good, hard look at what you're doing. This snapshot really tells it all. And this is where you have to get on board and take a look at it and refund those 2 positions. And our money, I'm sorry, but I just have to give you the last piece, Mr. Councilman.
Finish your thought.
And the last thing I'm going to ask you is taking our money from $40,500. When I say our money, I mean our money. In the year that we're supposed to have elections, when the biggest complaint is people don't do enough outreach and it's never funded, I will suggest to you, reinstate the $40,500 and mandate non-discretionary the difference between $37,000 and $40,500 to be used only for election outreach and candidate recruitment. And if that money isn't used for that, then have it swept at the end of that period. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ivan Spiegel, followed by Joanne Ivanek-Garb.
Good afternoon, Councilman. So it's been 2 years since your town halls, Mr. Chairman, hasn't it been? Since you had those town halls? It's about 2 years. And here we are, and we're still talking about elections. This should have been dealt with 2 years ago. We should have had our elections and been done and looking forward to the city clerk coming back in 2014. But no, we're still here again. It's been 2 months since the ordinance was presented to the council to get the elections back to done, and that's still sitting here. Nothing is being done. We're just all sitting around talking about it. We're hearing stories about things floating around the halls here that councils are lobbying that they don't want to have elections. Who are these people? How can a board put itself in a position that they vote that they want to stay in office for another 2 years because they don't have the time or they don't have the ability to run an election? You couldn't do it. The mayor can't say, hey, I don't have time to run again. I'm just going to extend my term for 4 years. You don't get to do that. Elections are our right. It's what this country was founded on. It's the cornerstone of our democracy. The country was started because people didn't have the right to vote on their own taxation. That was the major reason that people put their lives on the line. It's been a history of voting. That's been the history of our country. Minorities finally got the right to vote. 100 years later, women got the right to vote. Now we're in 2012, and the LA City Council is thinking maybe we can postpone or cancel the elections. You don't get to do that. This is the United States of America. We don't cancel elections.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joanne Ivanic Garb, followed by Esther Glaze.
Good afternoon and thank you. Joanne Ivanic Garb, West Hills Neighborhood Council. With every cut in service that the city has to make, someone else has to pick up the slack. Fortunately, the city of Los Angeles has the neighborhood council system. We can be the eyes and ears for the city. I just heard Building and Safety say that they need the support of neighborhood councils to tell them what is necessary in each community because we know what is necessary in our community. Street Services has come to our neighborhood council and asked us to be their posse, to be their eyes and ears, tell them where the services need to be done on the streets, where the potholes are, because they don't have the supervisors to go out to all the areas in the city and know where the streets need to be repaired. Northridge West just had 270 volunteers last weekend out cleaning up their streets. This was a service that you did not have to pay for. We paid for that. Please, don't dismantle a system that is needed now more than ever. We need our funding and our elections in order for us to complete the job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Esther Glaze, followed by Heinrich Kiefer. Is Ms. Glaze still here? She did provide a written comment. All right. Mr. Kiefer, followed by Linda Lux.
Yes, my name is Heinrich Kiefer. I've served with the Historic Highland Park Neighborhood Council as interim treasurer, as treasurer for 2 terms, 3 years, and as president for 2 years. And I can tell you that neighborhood councils are a real ace in the hole for the city. I don't think I have to tell you that. But needless to say, years ago, the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment used to pay for outreach and used to take care of a lot for neighborhood councils, and it's been consistently cut back. 10 years in, most councils are celebrating 10 years now, as is Historic Highland Park, and we're on the cusp of really making a difference in this city. You know, it's really a blow. We took the blow, and some, as treasurer, I can tell you that, yeah, some money goes out the back door, but some of the council members, some of the people that serve, that's what keeps them going too. They like to feel like they're doing some things for the community. And everything that we do comes before the board when it comes to expenses. And you've heard the testimony about four-wheelers at the beach and various implements. I think our law enforcement in the Northeast is just starting to say, neighborhood councils, yeah, that's a good source. We should ask them if they will support us. I remember when there was a time in the Northeast where the captain didn't even want neighborhood council money. I think he thought it was double dipping, so he didn't want to go there. But we're just breaking into these relationships now. It's a good time. Let's keep the morale up. Other cities around the country we're the envy of because we have neighborhood councils. So don't slap our hands with that. I like Jay's idea of keeping it at 40 and a half and suggesting that 3,500 of that or 2,500 of that's used for election outreach. That would be an excellent suggestion. And as far as staffing goes, really important. As we know, I have pity on the Dunn staff, the loads of paperwork, but I think it's getting streamlined. It's going to get better, and with the team out here, we can resolve these issues. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Linda Lux, followed by I don't see Commissioner Lux. Sorry?
She didn't make, we put it in a card.
Okay. So our next speaker then is Joan Jacobs.
Good afternoon. My name is Joan Jacobs, and I am on the board of the Harbour Gateway North Neighbourhood Council. I just want to say a few words regarding the cuts and the concerns that we have regarding the cuts to the staffing of the Department of Neighbourhood Empowerment, and also the cuts to the funding of the neighbourhood councils. The Done requires adequate staffing in order to help us do our jobs. It's extremely important, and I know how very hard they are working right now, and it's important that we enable them to do their jobs efficiently. And as far as neighbourhood council cuts to our funding is concerned, again, we need it both. As you know, we are volunteers, and sometimes we also need some paid help to help us get through all the paperwork and the other things that are needed to be run efficiently. And also there are many projects that are needed in our neighbourhood, and you have heard from other council members, neighbourhood council members, what those kinds of projects are, and I won't necessarily repeat them, but certainly beautification projects and so forth are all very important to the quality of lives of our constituents. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for your service.
I got a speaker card emailed to me that you didn't direct. I don't know if you want me to do that or not.
No. So I've been, there's one more card? Okay, we have one more card from Craig Goldfarb. Mr. Goldfarb? That email to you?
Yeah, but it came from I'm from Northwest San Pedro Neighborhood Council. I'm also one of the Harbor area budget reps. I am advocating that you need to put us back up to 50,000, and you need to reestablish the rollover. It's too little time to spend money between it gets crunched down between the obligations and everything else, and vetting and doing things. And we are providing all the fill-in services from with all the cuts, including recently the harbor area was without a council person for a number of years. It was us that came in and filled in and did the advocacy. And to keep cutting us for no reason other than, okay, we need to cut money, is just doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. So I haven't been making a lot of speeches during these hearings, and I'm going to resist the temptation to do so now, because I think many of you have heard some of the speeches that I've made over the last, over the 2 years that I served as Chair of Education and Neighborhoods. But I will just say as an introductory comment, let's say, that the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment has suffered a reduction in positions and funds as great or greater than just about any other department in this city. And I say that as an introduction to Mr. Kim, because I think that what you've been able to do, Mr. Kim, in holding this department together and continue to assist neighborhood councils in thriving has been remarkable, given the constant reduction in resources at the same time that there's increased and changing demands on the department because of the increase in the number of neighborhood councils and their maturation as part of city governance. The needs are different now than they were when we started off this movement a number of years ago. So the department is evolving to meet those changing needs, and I hope that we'll continue to be able to support the department's effort to support this incredible source of public engagement and volunteerism and democratic leadership throughout our city. So with that, Mr. Kim, I didn't get a letter from you. I did get a brief note from the President of the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners, but I'd like to offer you the opportunity to make some introductory comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. It's nice to be working with you again. Bong Wan Kim, General Manager for the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, and I have two of my staff, Jeff Brill and Gracie Liu, along with me to answer any questions. You stole a little bit of my thunder in terms of what we've been through over the past 2 years, but I think it does bear reminding everybody that we did go through a true zero-based budgeting exercise as a result of the mayor's proposed consolidation, and so I can definitely attest to the fact that there is no fat in our department, and we are working furiously to keep up with the demands. I wanted to thank the mayor and the mayor's budget team as well. Despite this fiscal crisis, they have allocated some funds to allow us to administer elections in the next fiscal year. And Mr. Chair, with your foresight, when you were chairing the Education Neighborhoods Committee, you set aside some funds for us to prepare for the elections. And so we've been planning on those as well. We're doing our best to focus our limited resources on the priorities, and it's all that every department can do, but ours is especially challenging, as you said, Councilman, given the changing and ever-changing and dynamic needs of the neighborhood councils. We have taken some steps to augment the budget cuts. While they cannot replace city staff, we've taken a few measures. One is Councils for Councils, so it's really seeking to use the volunteer resources that we have. I am very fortunate to be able to tap some 1,800 volunteers through the neighborhood councils, and so many of them, in addition to spending time in their neighborhoods, have expressed interest in being able to provide volunteer assistance to the department, mostly in terms of going out to help other neighborhood councils. So I'm looking to use the experience of neighborhood councils who've served on boards and kind of learned by trial by fire to be able to benefit other neighborhood councils. That's going to be very important as we administer elections and try to get new faces into the system, because training and orientation is going to be very important. I've also reached out to universities to establish some community university partnerships, and so we've brought on some interns as well to help the department provide the services that we need. And most importantly, we continue to partner with the neighborhood councils, all the regional coalitions throughout the city, as we try to keep up with the increasing demands. We are in the midst of operate planning to implement the neighborhood council elections based on the council action to temporarily transfer authority from the city clerk to the department. So we are benefiting from the strong foundation that the city clerk has established in 2010, where neighborhood council elections are to be held on the even years. We plan to continue their model in terms of administering elections on a regional basis. We'll be bringing back independent election administrators, which is the way we used to run elections. But unlike the way we used to run them, we are going to, again, provide the foundation, rely on the foundation that the city clerk established. We will also be streamlining election procedures as much as possible, so that neighborhood councils, it's easy to understand in terms of what's expected of them and of the city. We'll also be providing back office support. So all the administrative functions, such as preparing the ballots, counting the ballots, doing the administrative procedures of addressing challenges, we're planning to do most of that work so that the volunteer time can be freed up in their most important role, which is outreach. Going out, recruiting candidates, which is the first round of outreach in preparation for elections, and the second round of outreach is getting voters. We're also providing outreach support, planning to, and one of the things that neighborhood councils repeatedly request support with is getting the word out about what neighborhood councils are, why they're important to the city, and more importantly, why it's important for as many Angelinos to get involved with neighborhood councils as possible. So we are planning a citywide outreach campaign, as well as enabling neighborhood councils at their local regional effort level to do outreach as well. We're also planning to bring on arbiters to address the challenges so that neighborhood councils can be assured, and the public can be assured, that neighborhood councils are fair, open, and transparent. And the one issue that we would like to request support with is in the personnel. So we have some temporary people that are working on administering the elections. But if we cannot get the positions in time so that we do not go dark in terms of personnel, we won't be able to meet the timeline that we are planning to meet. So whatever help you could offer our department in terms of making sure that we have constant staffing as we get into the election, based on the fact that the council will pass the, anticipating that the council will take action to approve the ordinance as well as the budget that's being asked for. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, is the CLA or the CAO planning to do an analysis of the white paper prepared by the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates?
Yes,
it seems like there's some good ideas, possible savings.
No, we are. We're preparing that now.
Great. And how many new neighborhood councils are we anticipating will be forming in the 2012-2013 budget year?
We're projecting 2 new neighborhood councils.
With so much administration resources and attention going to elections, will these new neighborhood councils, plus existing ones that are requiring special aid in their governance, receive the kind of support that they need?
Any additional workload will definitely present challenges, but we've incorporated the possibility of 2 neighborhood councils coming online in our projected workload.
Okay, and I know some neighborhood councils have had some governance problems. There's been at least one in my area. Do we have the volunteer program that you alluded to? Is that already in place where some more experienced or more successful neighborhood councils can help mentor some of the ones that are struggling?
We're not there yet. We just finished interviewing and selecting the volunteers, and we have to go through a training period. So I would feel comfortable to say that the program is really effective probably 6 months out. So this is a new pilot project, and we want to be sure that the program works as effectively as possible, because as you well know, Councilman, some of the group dynamics in neighborhood councils can get very challenging. And so our staff have a lot of experience trying to work and provide a neutral role in terms of facilitating a group and be able to write themselves. And we're definitely interested in transferring some of that knowledge with neighborhood council volunteers, but it will take some time.
So are staff doing that currently, where they know about problems, mentoring the neighborhood councils and helping them get through it?
Yeah, as best as we can with the 5 bodies that we have to cover the city.
Well, does that mean it's actually happening, or it isn't happening?
It is happening.
Okay. So I agree that you're severely understaffed and have taken more cuts than most, and I hope that's not because some folks aren't that committed to the whole neighborhood council concept. But I'd hate to see us cut lower or lower the already low amount that we're funding the neighborhood councils. Do we expect there to be an opt-out provision for elections where, for example, I have a neighborhood council in the Westwood area that formed pretty recently, so I'm assuming they will want to opt out because their whole membership is so new. If we allow that kind of provision, will the residual funding that we save be allocated back to the Neighborhood Empowerment Fund? or is it just going to go into the general fund?
Currently, the department's position, based on the request of the mayor's office, the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners, and the chair of the Education Neighborhoods Committee, Councilman Parks, has said that they do not wish for the opt-out option to be available. So unless the City Council would like that policy to be changed, currently that's the department's position. If they, so that would negate your second question, I believe, in terms of savings from the opt-out being available.
So my understanding is that there are some neighborhood councils that are already opting out. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. We have yet to go out and meet with each of the regional neighborhood councils, so there may be some misunderstandings out there in terms of being one of the things that happened was the city clerk, when they did their survey, they included an opt-out question. That led some folks to believe that that was a city policy, when in fact it was simply a question that the city clerk issued to neighborhood councils, and that was all that it was.
So I think there are at least 4 neighborhood councils that are expecting to opt out at this very moment. So will we be surprising them by telling them they can't? I mean, where are we on this issue?
We have yet to issue the document that constitutes the agreement between neighborhood councils and the city. We call them election procedures, and that will basically clarify the expectations that the city will have of all the neighborhood councils, and it will not include an opt-out option.
And another subject, do we allow neighborhood councils to do any kind of community fundraising currently, or are they purely funded by the allocation that we give them?
There is language in the ordinance that allows neighborhood councils to do fundraising. However, because of our staffing constraints, we haven't been able to support neighborhood councils to do that. So that's something that we would have to revisit in terms of resources and the current ordinance. Some neighborhood councils have established a Friends of nonprofit that is associated with the neighborhood councils, and that's probably the best model that I would recommend to neighborhood councils, rather than try to go through. The city attorney has advised us that there are a number of legal issues with neighborhood councils fundraising on their own, and perhaps converting from a neighborhood council to a nonprofit organization. That's also language in the ordinance, but we haven't pursued that further.
So if a neighborhood council wants to raise additional funds for their community, what's the logical step for them to take?
Well, currently, the city would have to accept the donations on the neighborhood council's behalf. The city council would authorize those donations. But again, because of our staffing constraints, our funding unit is way backlogged on the quarterly audit reports, and we're barely keeping up with our demand requests. So if the council wanted to make that happen, then I would have to reprioritize the current workflow of our funding program.
Okay. And again, on the election question, I understand that there are several neighborhood councils, and I don't know if opt-out is the right word, that have been told they don't have to hold elections. So what's the experience of that? If it's not called opt-out, what is it? Why can they do it and others not do it?
I'm not aware of neighborhood councils who, we haven't allowed neighborhood councils to opt out. There is, maybe Ms. Liu can further elaborate on my response, but in addition to elections, we're also making a public selection option available. So that's basically a town hall caucus selection process. It's a little more streamlined than the election procedures, but it still is a process that we would have to approve, and neighborhood council, we have to be assured that stakeholders have access to that process as well, and they're fair, open, and transparent.
Good evening, council members. Gracie Liu, Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. I believe you might be referring to those neighborhood councils who actually chose to have 4-year terms in the year 2010. And as such, if they had 4-year terms that were not staggered, then they're not even up for elections in 2012. And I believe that some neighborhood councils misunderstood that to mean that they opted out, that they had an option to do that, and actually it was just in their bylaws that they had 4-year terms.
So by having 4-year terms, and not staggered them, they've obviously missed an election that way, so they can...
Correct.
If they had... so other neighborhood councils could have done that, but I presume they're all under 2-year terms, so
Roughly
don't have that option.
50% of the board seats are 2-year terms. And when the city clerk administered elections in 2010, they asked each neighborhood council what they wanted their board terms to be. They offered 2 and 4-year, 2-year, and 4-year. I believe there were 3 options that they could have selected from.
2 years, 4 years, or 4-year staggered, which basically would have half the board members having a 2-year term in order to start that stagger.
Okay. Now that actually makes sense. Thank you. Now, there are cuts in filled positions. Can you tell us what the impact will be on service in the department with those cuts and cuts of vacant positions as well?
Most of the impact will be in the 2 filled positions that are currently proposed and recommended for being cut, and one is the senior accountant. The impact of that would be to slow down the demand warrant processing time, basically all of the key functions of our neighborhood council funding program, which includes reconciliation of the quarterly reports for the purchase cards. It would also slow down our ability to do the customer service in terms of tracking and answering questions for neighborhood councils. It would also affect our department's ability to do the city accounting work in terms of the city's financial management system. We haven't been able to fulfill our obligation to track the inventory that neighborhood councils when they purchase equipment, and so that's the effect on the accounting side. On the NEA position, the Neighborhood Empowerment Analyst position, that would affect our ability to go out and provide the technical assistance that we need to struggling neighborhood councils. We also have the NEAs providing a helpline service, so between 9 and 5 and weekdays, people can call us and they can email us with questions that they have about various issues, and so that turnaround time would also be affected as well. Those are the major effects that losing those 2 positions would have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Englander.
Great, thank you. I too wanted to give just not an opening statement but brief remarks and say that we've really developed a terrific working relationship with neighborhood councils in my district and have been blessed that so many of them participate and sign up and show up beyond just the neighborhood council meetings, but in the community, as was mentioned earlier, with the cleanup projects and so many other events. They're extremely valuable. On top of that, with policies of having them review all land use cases first for their input, and it's really become an extension of our staff. And so I want to thank them as well. And I know that the cuts are tough. I did want to mention, before I forget, I've got some emails from neighborhood councils in my district, but I got one from somebody outside the district that said he couldn't participate and show up today, but he wanted to have his remarks put into the record on behalf of his neighborhood council from the Historic Cultural Neighborhood Council. And that was Kim Benjamin, so I'll go ahead and submit those on his behalf. So I wanted to mention that. But and looking at the cuts, they're not easy. They're never easy. And to sit here and say that Dunn has taken the worst cuts in the city, I don't know if that's a factual statement or not. I don't want to argue it. I want to say that every cut is felt through every neighborhood. But looking at the other cuts, we've sat here for the last couple of days. We'll sit here for the next couple of weeks and listening to every department that's come up here, particularly the public safety core function departments. When I hear back that firefighters are being decimated, and we look at the response times and knowing that lives will be lost, and trying to weigh all of those issues, it becomes extremely difficult unless things are cut across the board. And in last year's budget, there was things like shared sacrifice, where they did cut things across the board and equaled 10%. And a lot of departments felt that more than others, because that 10%, if they're 98% of their funds are personnel, and those are emergency services, for example, we all felt that in response times. With neighborhood councils, I think we get a lot more for the dollar because they're volunteers as well. And so we feel that ripple effect when they lose a dollar. We feel a lot of those volunteer services, a lot of the frustration, people throw in the towel and they don't want to get involved anymore. But what I really see, where I see the frustration, is not simply on the dollar amounts and the cuts. The frustration that I've heard, and it's not from the department so much as the changes back and forth with the elections. We had a number of our neighborhood councils in the last round that I literally had to get on the phone as a chief of staff at the time with many neighborhood councils and beg them to run again and ask them. And I sat there for days calling each one of them, asking them to not give up, that we want them to participate, that if they don't run and there's not enough people running, that we would lose that neighborhood council. And I know you were helpful in that and working through that, because I had to get some information from you and working with the clerk. And now I see that happening again. There's a lot of frustration with unknown issues. And I know the plan has not come back yet. That's been fully vetted. And I know Mr. Kretz had asked for a lot of information back, a lot of the questions I was going to ask as well. But that's the critical thing to keep them together, is to ensure smooth elections. I think some of the proposals that have been put out there, I don't know if it's just a matter of cost or if it's a matter of bouncing back from the clerk to Dunn or not, if that's the issue, or it's just an issue of cost. Some of those proposals of looking to utilize some of the funds, I think, should be explored. If in fact folks feel that way, I'm not sure where things are going to fall, but I do know that they're of great value to the city. And so anything we can do, the more information that comes to us sooner, the better. Not all of us sit on the committee as well, and so if we can be copied on a lot of that information somehow, when, as an example, the draft ordinance, I haven't seen the draft ordinance yet. Is it finalized? Not approved, but is it? So nobody has seen it yet. And so we're all sort of on pins and needles hoping to get those things back, and I know you're relying on the city attorney and others to do those things on your behalf. But if you can share that information so we can get it out there to our neighborhood councils as well, it would be helpful.
Absolutely. I've been following up with the city clerk and city attorney to try to hustle the process so that you could address it as soon as possible.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been very clear. We have to have elections this year. We cannot continue elections. We cannot continue people's terms. We have to have elections. They have to take place this year across all neighborhood councils, without exception and without the option of opting out. So I appreciate, Mr. Kim, that your proposal is moving forward, that we have a draft ordinance finally that's been approved by committee, and I'm looking forward to seeing that, seeing how that plan is actually going to work, because we spent so much time working on it in committee when I was chair, and I'm going to look forward to seeing how that plays out. It obviously that is one of the more important budgetary considerations as well, how we're going to pay for those elections and how we're going to realize the significant savings that having you administer the elections as opposed to the clerk as well. That is an important budgetary consideration, and I'm very pleased that we've made that transition in terms of budget savings, and I hope that we'll continue to find that it was good policy as well to make that change, and I believe it was. So we'll look forward, if you would, as Mr. Englander has suggested, if you would report back to this committee as well on the plan for elections. I think that would certainly be useful for all of us, as well as the outreach component and what's going to be involved in that, and how that outreach is going to be funded. And if there are additional options that we should be exploring for expanded outreach, because certainly I think in addition to the uncertainty that Mr. Englander discussed about the elections, the other issue that comes up perhaps more than any other is that outreach question, and how do we get more people engaged in this process, both as candidates and as participants in elections. And I'm very concerned about that as well, and I don't think, frankly, we've supported it well enough, in part because so many of those available resources were diverted essentially to the administration of the election itself, with a more expensive process at the clerk's office. So I'll be interested in hearing back on other funding options for more outreach. There was suggestion by Mr. Handel that some portion of outreach might be funded or mandated upon neighborhood councils themselves with expanded funding program funding. I think we should hear back from staff on whether that works and what the considerations are there. And then finally, excuse me, I think what I meant to describe in my opening comments was the fact that this department has lost more than half of its people in the last 4 years, and the few that remain are, I think, any further diminution really threatens the existence of the neighborhood council movement. I think this is literally we're literally at the point where with further reductions, we may as well just throw in the towel and not even administer this movement anymore. So I'm concerned about any further position reductions. I'd like to have a report back on how options that we might use to be able to restore those positions, including whether there is anticipated to be surplus in the Neighborhood Empowerment Fund at the end of the year, and if so, whether we might utilize some of that funding for restoration of these positions rather than sweeping it into the general fund. I think there were a number of people suggesting changes in the rollover policy. I don't think I'm inclined to open that up again in the context of this budget. I think if we are going to make further consideration of a rollover policy, it needs to be sustainable, and it needs to be the same year after year, so that we don't keep people guessing as to whether or not they're going to have the ability to use the money that they save every year. So I'm not necessarily suggesting a change in that, but I would like to see whether some of those surplus funds might be able to retained in neighborhood empowerment, perhaps in terms of the position restoration or in outreach for the elections. So those are things I would like to look at. And I think that's all I have in terms of questions and reports back. But thank you very much for your continuing good work, to you and your staff. And thank you to all the Neighborhood Council board members and others who were out here. Thank you for your good work on behalf of our city as well. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That brings us to our final lap.
Can I make an opening comment because I'm going to take off?
Oh, yes. The final lap is the Convention Center, and before we hear from Mr. Abbasi, Mr. Englander would like to make an introductory comment.
I have to go first since I have to leave, but I couldn't leave without saying goodbye. And I know this isn't goodbye, Although you're leaving us, so it is goodbye. But I just want to say that, well, you know, and I've actually been quoted many times in the press, I think, of saying the best general manager in the entire city is Priya Basi.
Appreciate it.
You've done a phenomenal job with the convention center. It just blows me away. A lot of the conversations that we've had over the last few years were all about strategic budgeting, performance-based budgeting, modeling to get out of the dependency of the general fund while keeping employees and customers happy and investing back into the buildings to make them LEED certified. All the objectives, all the challenges that were set out before you when you took the position, you've achieved with greatness, and it's incredible to see. So to sing your praises is an understatement of what you've really accomplished, just coming from me, but I think it speaks for itself. And so I just wanted to say thank you for everything you've done for the City of Los Angeles, for the Convention Center. Thank you for your, and beyond that, you've really been a general manager of really wearing 3 different general management hats, from dealing with what we've been dealing with as a full-time job for you in looking at bringing the football stadium here in LA Live and working with Staples Center and putting LA back on the map, to running a convention center and all the employees and staff and vendors and all the rehab that's gone on there to make it LEED certified, but then on top of that, bringing in new venues and putting the convention center from the red to the black is just incredible. And so we're going to clone you before you leave. And I just want to say thank you for everything that you've done.
Thank you, Councilman, for your gracious remarks. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, it is.
Well, it is now.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Abbasi. Welcome.
Thank you.
Delighted to welcome you here, and I'm sure all of us echo those generous comments by Mr. Englander. Thank you very much for your great service to this city, and I'm happy to hear any introductory remarks you'd like to offer.
I appreciate it. Good evening. I'm blessed here to for the past 6 years at the Los Angeles Convention Center, we've been blessed with a great support and vision by the mayor of the city of Los Angeles and amazing support by the city council. What this has enabled us to do is to produce a set of operational initiatives and strategic planning that has allowed Convention Center to move into an arena of a vibrant, dynamic convention center, the best of its kind in the nation, without a doubt. The 2012-13 fiscal year budget again follows the tradition of Convention Center established over the past 6 years of providing a budget that is balanced, where operating revenues meet operating expenditures. Furthermore, the 2012-13 budget identifies $3.8 million of funds going back to the general fund, which is 50% ahead of where we were last fiscal year and the current fiscal year. The additional monies that are going to the general fund are to cover our employees' health and retirement costs, and as such, the path that we put forward 6 years ago, we've been able to move forward on that path, and the roadmap that was established with the mayor and the council has been one that has allowed us to reach this unprecedented success level that we have been able to accomplish. Much of it has to do with the women and men of the Convention Center, and one of my principal partners in having done that is sitting here with us, Mr. Philip Hill, the Chief Operating Officer of the Los Angeles Convention Center. In response to your instruction, Committee Chair, we have put together a presentation that includes benchmarking data that you had requested, and I believe those would actually identify and be able to respond to many of the questions that are going to come up. So without further ado, if it's allowed, we'll just move forward with the presentation.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I think that doesn't move. Is VCR? One second. You can just go forward. The Los Angeles Convention Center is located obviously in downtown Los Angeles in what we call the Sports and Entertainment District. Sports and Entertainment District is composed of the LA Convention Center, the LA Live Complex, and the Staples Center. Destination Los Angeles obviously is an amazing destination. We are innovative, we have great attractions and events, and we have supporting venues and amazing demographics. If you do a 50-mile radius around the Los Angeles Convention Center, you will have access to 15 million people that potentially can attend events at the convention center. Our business obviously is to run events, and we have a very, very formidable set of events that we do and a very versatile array of events. Why do you have a convention center? Convention center priority one is to help the community through economic impact. $1.1 billion is the annual economic impact of the convention center and support of 12,000 jobs. We also support the advancement of science, arts, education, social interaction, and innovation through the events that we host at the convention center. Councilmember Englander talked about our environmental stewardship programs. Los Angeles Convention Center is the greenest convention center in the nation. We were able to achieve LEED certification, and imagine that was for a 40-year-old building. There is 10 million square feet of LEED certified buildings in the nation, and the Los Angeles Convention Center with 4.1 million square feet represents the 40% of the total LEED certified footprint in the nation. We didn't stop there, we moved forward and were able to attain gold certification last year. Now, what does a major event at the Los Angeles Convention Center mean to Los Angeles? And we picked the Microsoft event that we hosted here in July of 2011. One event, duration of 4 days, attended by 15,000 people, generated about more than 50,000 rooms, utilized 30 hotels. They had about 100 off-site events, but the green figure is astounding. In 4 days, that event pumped $50 million in the local economy. The key business financial data for the Los Angeles Convention Center. As you see, the green represents our gross operating revenue, and the blue represents our net operating revenue. We are on route actually to hit the highest gross operating revenue of the past 7 years this fiscal year. This one talks about gross revenues per full-time employee, and as you see, the arrow there says if it's going up, it's good. As you see, in 2011, we generated significantly more revenues per employee as compared to our 2005 or 2006 fiscal years. One of the areas we've been extremely fortunate in and blessed with the business has been our filmings. The green bar is the total revenue that we've been able to generate for filmings at the convention center. Obviously, a very nice trend as we move in the future. Key benchmarking comparison data. This addresses the instructions of the budget chair. The green represents the convention center. The blue represents the competing convention center with 500,000 square feet of exhibit space. So it's comparing apples to apples. That shows total number of events, what convention center does as compared to what other convention centers do. As you see, we're significantly higher in the total number of events that are hosted at the convention center. These are a number of exhibit hall events. We do exhibit hall events, special events, and meeting room events. So this brings it down to exhibit hall events. And again, the green represents Los Angeles, and the blue represents other convention center with 500,000 square feet of exhibit space. This we have actually talked about before this council. Looks at occupancy at the convention center. As you see, in 2011, the occupancies at the competing convention centers were about 50%. LA Convention Center was blessed with around 70% occupancy. Total attendance, again, I talked about if you do a 50-mile radius around Los Angeles, you have access to 15 million people, and that's why our attendance at events at the convention center is much higher than where the industry is. This is average number of events per full-time employee. So convention center does close to 3.5 events per employee per year, where at almost all the other convention center, the average is about 1 event per employee. What are our competitive challenges? We've talked about the lack of hotel rooms close in the proximity of half a mile of convention center. As you see, even with the Ritz Marriott complex at the convention center headquarters hotel, we have access to 1,700 rooms. And you compare that to San Francisco with about 19,000 rooms within half a mile of Moscone Center. That is where one of the major challenges of the convention center is at. I've come before this committee and talked many times regarding the need, the necessity of investments into the convention center. Only 7% of all the venues in the world have had a renovation that is older than 15 years. And unfortunately, the LA Convention Center is within that. 50% of the convention centers and venues worldwide have had major improvements in the last 3 years. The City of Los Angeles had hired an independent consultant to look at our industry and where the convention center is in the context of the modernization and the event center development. And these are actually from their findings. They talk about the industry, that convention center is an industry superior fiscal performer. It has industry maximum occupancy at about 70%. Citywide conventions, and you will hear from our partners at LA Inc., has increased significantly from 13 in 2005 to 23 in 2011. These are major events that bring room nights to the city and result in major economic impact. And that modernization will significantly add economic infusion into the center. Convention center modernization on everybody's mind. We believe it's going to be a competitive game changer. It would drive our top industries, and it is going to be transformative. We want LA to be the destination of choice, not the premier, but the only destination of choice. And it is definitely a time-critical opportunity. That concludes my remarks, Council.
Thank you for an exceptional presentation. Very good. Mr. Cardenas, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you very much. For the last 9 years, I've mentioned that there are a couple of guys in the city of Los Angeles who went above and beyond the call of duty to approach me in my very, very first few months being a council member and asked me if the city of Los Angeles could or would recognize a very over 1,000-year-old celebration called Nowruz, and you were one of those individuals, Perea, and I want to thank you for doing that. But that's just indicative of the kind of person that you are. You go above and beyond the call of duty, and I think the presentation that we just experienced, as you pointed out, Perea, you've been blessed with having a lot of wonderful, wonderful people around you. You can't run a convention center of this size by yourself. However, one of the things that we're very fortunate to have so far is a leader like you that people are willing to work hard for, follow, and do a great job for. I wrote down a little note here. It appears that you've been competing with the thoroughbreds in the industry by riding a donkey. What I mean is that we saddled you with a convention center that hasn't had a major renovation in how many years?
In 17 years. 17
years, and one of your charts shows that puts us probably in the lower last 10 percentile, which means 90% of the conventions that you're competing with have had renovations, major renovations or overhauls or new convention center. 90%, 9 out of 10 of the other convention centers that you compete with have had that luxury, and you don't. So I really don't know what we're going to do without you. As Councilmember Englander pointed out, that this may be your last presentation to us as a budget committee. But one thing that I do want to ask you, obviously if you're not going to be with us beyond the near future, we need to hear from you before you leave. What is your opinion about the necessity or the plan to come to fruition about the convention center renovation and the stadium proposal that the city has deliberated over, and we've gone through the preliminary steps, and now we're just waiting for the proposer AEG apparently to sign a team. Should that come to fruition, can you please tell us what you think that means for us and our convention center and our city, And if it doesn't come to fruition, can you please give us some advice as to what alternative actions we should try our best to take?
Certainly, Councilman. The cities compete with their convention center based on the quality of the product and the quality of services that it provides. We provide excellent services in Los Angeles. We do not have a world-class excellent convention center as it is currently. What the Event Center Convention Center Modernization Project allows us to do is to compete with other convention centers in a much better and much more level playing field. Should the EIR process move forward as I hope it will, and we end up actually with a team at the end of the process, that would enable us to not only add to the contiguous space in the convention center by about 200,000 square feet, which is extremely important, but it will also allow us access to the facilities within a stadium, such as the meeting rooms and the special events. Events like pharmaceutical events need additional meeting rooms beyond what we have. So again, it will open up a whole new universe to Los Angeles to be able to go out there and compete for better business. Should, in the unfortunate circumstances, that should the current proposal not go forward, I think we have all come before you and we've said hospitality industry is the #1 industry in this city. It is going to be a #1 industry as we move into the future. As such, we need to believe in the convention center and in this industry hard enough that we would invest in the convention center. As I pointed out, one event generated $50 million in 4 days. There is no other industry that this city can ever get into that can produce those types of numbers. So again, in the event that the present project does not move forward, I highly recommend both the mayor and the council to think hard and long in terms of identifying additional sources that can provide us the capital to improve our convention center.
And also, what's the likelihood of us getting more hotel beds within a half mile, for example, of the convention center without the new stadium proposal coming up? I should not forget the new stadium and enhancement of the convention center proposal. If that doesn't happen, what's the contrast between what we are likely to attract in more beds and the likelihood that we won't attract more beds?
I think it would be very difficult if the current project does not move forward. As you know, recently there was an announcement and a groundbreaking on two Marriott properties in front of the current headquarter hotel. Part of the reason that those properties are going to be here is because of the project that the city is discussing right now. We desperately need additional hotel rooms, and we believe that the stadium convention center modernization will give the impetus to bring more hotel rooms in.
So perhaps the contrast might be without that enhancement, just the natural flow might be 300, 400, 500 new beds over the next 5 to 10 years. Yes. However, if we do get this project off the ground, are we looking probably more at 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 beds in that same period of time?
Yes, I believe at minimum 2,000, at minimum.
And it could be as high as 4,000 or 5,000, right?
Yes.
Okay. In other words, build it and they will come.
I hope so, yes.
Okay. Again, I can't thank you enough for your leadership and what you've done with such a challenging product. Yes, we are a large city. Yes, we have 15 million people to draw from. But at the same time, just looking at the logistics of the site, we haven't been able to keep up with the demand, and you've been able to keep up with the bookings and the activity, as the charts don't lie about that. Just one more point. I think that Councilmember Englander failed to probably mention why he's so impressed with your work and your work ethic and your ability to get things done is the fact that you're an engineer, correct?
Certainly, Councilman.
Okay, I think that's probably the main reason. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just on that point of economic infusion from one major convention, I think it's important also to probably draw the distinction between sports teams and the convention center, because when you have a big show, the Microsoft show or something, virtually all of the participants in that are coming from someplace else, spending their money here in Los Angeles, which is money that we would not have circulating in the economy but for that convention. They're buying things that and producing revenues that would not have been generated but for that convention. Let's just be charitable and say that the jury is still out on whether that's true about sports teams, because there's significant amount of evidence that suggests that because most people who attend sporting events come from locally, they're not spending discretionary money someplace else and instead spending it at the stadium. The point of all that is that the importance of this project to the city, in my view, is in the convention center. And so I very much agree with your premise that if that project were not to go forward, we will, as a city, need to figure out another means by which we can update and improve and expand this convention center and create more contiguous space. So I just want to make that point since we started talking about the project. Mr. Koretz. Do you have anything for
Thank
Mr.
you,
West?
Mr. Chair. A couple of questions. The first question is, can we get you to reconsider your decision? Well, I was hoping you'd just say yes, and then we'd be in good shape. I know there's a new parking control system at the South Hall and Venice Street garages, and that was funded with $1 million or so in MICLA funding. And the department, as a result, is reducing its contractual spending by, I believe, $260,000 to offset the cost of that. And there's a number of $342,000 as an annual parking garage cost. Is that the cost currently to operate it with the old technology, or is that what it will be going forward with the new technology?
Thank you for asking the question. The plan is to replace the existing parking system software application and systems for running the Los Angeles Convention Center parking operations. The cost of that is about $1 million. We've identified the south side of the convention center that is not going to be impacted by the construction of the new and modernization of the convention center. We are going to support those costs through the revenue of the convention center, so that it's going to be about $300,000 a year, and we are actually taking that money from our parking revenues to support the MICLA outlay.
And is this going to be an automated system?
Yes.
And if so, what's the impact on city jobs?
Actually, it is automated. We currently have an automated system, but we have automated systems in the sense that we actually have parking attendants. It's the backbone of it that is automated. We're going to continue having that operation. So there's actually no change in terms of parking attendance at the convention center.
And also, I know the department's operating expense budget is being reduced by a few things, including more reliance on hiring hall to reduce salary costs. How does that impact employee jobs?
Actually, convention centers in general operate on a small full-time staff and a very large part-time staff. In order to enable us to have more flexibility in bringing in part-time staff, last year, or actually this fiscal year, the council allowed the convention center to use hiring hall in addition to what we have. As an example, for auto show, we might bring in about 400 electricians, and there are times there's not enough electricians out there to bring in, so on a part-time basis. So that's why we want to also use the hiring hall. We have a small budget for it next year. We would like to see how it operates and see if we need to enhance it in the coming years.
So it's primarily to provide flexibility when there just aren't enough people that you can keep on staff.
Exactly.
But you have a large event where there's an overflow in terms of the need for additional staffers. I know the operating budget is being increased to account for higher DWP rates and higher contractual services to offset the cost of new parking equipment. How are these new parking facilities being funded, and what's the impact on corresponding employee reductions. And I don't know if you have that answer off the top of your head or if we should get a report back. But if you can answer that now, that would be great.
Actually, this is just the software application that is being replaced in our existing parking. It is not a new parking structure. So we currently have the Venice Street structure and the South Hall structure. We're just going to basically replace the existing parking control system, the application, the reporting, and all of that with a new system. The system we currently have was put together prior to 1993. It's time to change it because we can't support it from IT. And so there is actually no we hope that there is going to be more efficient use of parking assets, but there is no impact on employees or any changes in the number of employees that we use.
And what's the impact of the higher DWP rates? How difficult is that for the convention center to digest?
It is difficult, and we will face it like every other business in this city that is going to be, exposed to higher rates. What we've done that has been working extremely well for us is every time that there was prior to any rate increases, we have implemented energy efficiency programs, changing our lighting system, our HVAC system, so on and so forth, to lessen the impacts of the increase. And that's why, although our load of events has gone up significantly, if you look historically at our DWP costs, they have, for the most part, stayed very stable. It's because we've done more energy efficiency programs, and we'll continue doing those.
That's great. So have we done most of what there is to be done at the convention center as far as energy efficiency, or are there still a number of things yet that we could do?
We have partnered with LADWP recently and put together unprecedented agreement to replace some additional chiller units to more efficient units, and also change some of our lighting system in our parking operations. The cost of that was over $1 million. We got a loan from DWP and we are paying it back through energy savings. Once that project is completed, we have practically exhausted all the projects that can be done at the convention center, other than we are working on LADWP to see if there is any possibility for adding more solar panels and taking advantage of the feed-in tariff programs.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
You could probably use up the entire feed-in tariff program yourself with the size of your roofs. I'd actually like to ask Mr. Lieberman to come up as well from LA Inc. And as he's coming up, we talked about the pendency of the event center project. And you and I discussed previously some time ago whether the uncertainty, if you will, about how that project might develop, and construction issues and traffic issues that might arise from that creates a degree of uncertainty for existing bookings that you have. And I just wanted to kind of get an update from you, and actually from Mr. Lieberman as well, if you've heard anything out there in the tourism world about folks who've questioned whether or not they want to continue with their convention plans or their tour plans or whatever as a result of the uncertainty over where that project's going to go, for better or for worse.
Mark Lieberman, the president of Los Angeles Tourism and Convention Board, formerly LA Inc. We have changed our name.
Thank you. Thanks for that correction.
In our last discussion, you were absolutely right. We were very, very concerned, not just yourself, but all of us. And since that time, we have increased our bookings for that period of what I would call the 2 to 3 year period, and that being the middle of 2013, 14, and 15, where you would expect that most businesses and or associations that book conventions would be concerned. Are they concerned? Yes. Have we lost any bookings from that? No. What we've done, of course, is we've stayed very close to our customers
those that have bookings on the docket. We have gone to Washington, D.C. and to Chicago, where many of our associations are located, have spent time with Priya and his people and the hotel community to assure them that there would be no disruption in service. Additionally, we have brought in those that may be a little more vocal, a little more concerned, and they have met directly with ourselves and AEG to go over the plan so that they're aware of how they would unfold if this, of course, should happen.
Very good. Anything else on that, Mr. Buss?
I think one of the things we've discussed with our clients, both on the convention side and on the trade show and consumer side, is that, as you saw from the other graph, construction is an intrinsic part of our industry. Convention center go through expansions, go through renovations, and it is up to us as experts to be able to manage that. And we talk about a major construction that went on a $2 billion construction project that was LA Live and went on right on the other side of the street from us. And it had minimum impact on the operations. Although it was large construction, we managed it well, we coordinated well. And like Mark has indicated, it is all communications with clients to put their fear of instability to rest, and that's, I think, we will continue doing that as we move forward.
And that graph that you showed of the number of convention centers that have most recently been renovated was, I think, quite striking, and it probably already answers my next question, but I've wondered over recent years whether conventions themselves are becoming an anachronism in this day of instantaneous global communication and networking and social networking and the sort of, improvement in the quality of real-time communication and virtual conventions or meetings. And I've expressed that concern about whether we're investing for a long period of time in something that may have a relatively short practical shelf life. But the graph you showed, I think, sort of puts that to rest, because certainly everybody else in the world is making significant investments in that physical infrastructure and betting on conventions being a vibrant part of their local economy for at least a couple of decades to come. Is there any?
Yeah, I think I think your analysis of that is correct in that what's taken place, and good news for Los Angeles, by the way, is that the attendance of the conventions that are coming here, because most conventions don't repeat the next year here, and of course they make comparisons of the number of delegates and attendees to their previous years in different locations, and as conventions come to Los Angeles, we've seen growth in their numbers. But I think the important piece of why they will be conventions going forward is that the majority of conventions that are held are associations, and there are associations for everything, and those associations, for the most part, probably over half of their revenue comes from their conventions. So they need to see growth in those conventions to increase their revenue and to satisfy their membership. And so I think that's one of the reasons why you see so many convention centers going through, rehab, and why we, of course, need to pay attention to what's going on here in Los Angeles.
Right. Mr. Cardenas, did you want to make a point on that?
It's interesting you would point out that fact, and you're absolutely right. It seems to be a paradigm shift of how people communicate, how they congregate. But at the same time, isn't the largest convention actually the e-convention or something like that, which has to do with virtual reality and games and electronics, right?
Yes, it's the Electronic Entertainment Expo. It's the largest video gaming event in the world. I attended a event called the International Convention Center Conference, where all the general managers from all the convention centers around the world get together. And there was some data that they showed that actually addressed the issue that you brought up, saying that the need of business to have face-to-face contact is going to be continue to be prevalent in 85% of every industry. So again, there's a need for people to see each other, to talk to each other, to have all those separate meetings. And Electronic Entertainment Expo, the event itself is at the convention center, but there are thousands and thousands of events and meetings that go on during those 3 days.
Well, you know, I think that a very, very good example of this is just what happened last week here in Los Angeles. We had a convention called Powwow, which is an international tourism convention where we have buyers from all over the world come to Los Angeles, and we had it last year in 2003. And this year we had over 6,000 attend this convention, the largest powwow they've had in their history. So that was good news, of course, for Los Angeles, and it showed. I really believe that it showed how many people want to come here, come to Los Angeles, and of course, from an international perspective, how easy access. You know, there's such easy access to LA, which is so important to us, especially in the international marketplace.
I think also when you add that even though we have that paradigm shift of how human beings are communicating electronically, et cetera, and congregating electronically, I think that one thing that hopefully will never ever go away, that the world literally sees Los Angeles as Hollywood, and it is just so attractive and such an attraction for all human beings around the world that anytime people get into a position where they're middle class in their country, they want to come to Disneyland, they want to come to Hollywood, you know, they want to, like you said, touch and feel what they've seen so much of in other mediums, and they literally want to be here and come here and visit. So I think that when it comes to LA, I think that the track is that we should invest in our future when it comes to our convention center.
And if I may end my comments with a remark that was actually made at one of our post-convention meetings with convention planners. We hosted the American Planning Association here at the convention center. The convention center and the convention board worked extremely hard to ensure that they have a great experience. So we met with them after the event to talk about the experience that they had, and this is what they said, and I think there's a great ending to this, is they said it is easy to do business in Los Angeles. You all have made it easy to do business in LA, and this is coming from a very, very accurate, focused show and event planner. So it means a lot.
Well, and it's just couldn't be more important, both to the vibrancy of our local economy, creation of jobs, to our general fund. When you look at one of the few bright spots in our general fund these days is the spiking TOT that we're temporary occupancy tax that we're experiencing, and I would expect that should be projected to continue, especially as the global economy improves and people continue to increase their amount of international travel. We should be the beneficiaries of that if we continue to invest what we need to in marketing the city and making it, as you put, Mr. Abbasi, a good city for the hospitality and tourism industry to do business in. So I want to thank you both for that work and all of your staff for the great work that you do for this city. And Mr. Abbasi, I wasn't going to make any comments because I didn't know if your information was public or not, but I guess it is now. So I don't know if this was to be kept confidential, but really you will be significantly missed in this city. You've made a tremendous contribution. I think Mr. Cardenas said it best in saying you haven't been given a lot to work with, frankly, and you've certainly made the most of it and put this city on the map, I think, in many respects in what we do in our convention center. And so I want to thank you for that and wish you all the best in the next step in your career.
Thank you for your gracious remarks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lieberman, did you have anything else that you wanted to add on your budget or anything? Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. Well, colleagues, that brings us to the conclusion of our fourth consecutive ahead of schedule meeting. So thank you for your cooperation in that, and we will wrap up for today, and we will resume again tomorrow. Tomorrow we will be beginning at 10 a.m. here in the John Ferraro Council chambers, and the items on the agenda will include the Community Development Department, the Housing Department, Homeless Services Agency, the Housing Authority, the City Ethics Commission, the City Clerk, the City Administrative Officer, General City Purposes Funds, the Unappropriated Balance, the Reserve Fund, Capital Finance Administration, MICLA, Capital Improvement Expenditure Program, Tax and Revenue Anticipation Notes, the Department of Airports, Department of Water and Power, and the Harbor Department. So it will be a full day, and look forward to seeing you all then. Thank you very much.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
We now join our scheduled program in progress.
We can get back on those in order. Get back. Thank you. Commissioner Noonan.
Thank you. I respectfully request that our board defer item 8, given commentary about the RFP process that was provided to the board recently. And I also have questions on item 11.
Great. So we'll need a vote for item 8, and I'll take that as a motion. Do I have a second to defer 8?
Second.
Thank you. Any opposition? Hearing none, item 8 will be deferred to our next meeting, and 11 will be taken up after the consent is done. Commissioner Moss.
Yes, I have a couple of requests, but first a question for the general manager. At the public hearings that you've been having on the rate request, what's the attendance been like?
Well, the attendance has been fairly light. It's been on the order of, I think I failed to mention, we also had one down in San Pedro as well. It's been on the order of half a dozen to a dozen or so. Generally, maybe a few more than that went over in the valley.
Yeah, I wasn't at the Valley.
Okay.
We had about a dozen last night.
That one was a little. That was pretty light as well. So it's been actually less than they've been, less than several of them were last year. And I think in part it's because I believe people recognize in the information that we put out that it's fairly similar to the circumstances that we were facing last year, only on the power side, much more dire, frankly.
And there are more meetings set, and if so, when are those occurring?
I apologize. I don't have the list in front of me here right now.
I've got the information on at least on the next two. Right. We've got a meeting tomorrow evening, Wednesday, May 2nd at 6:30. That'll be in Highland Park at Rec and Parks Ramona Hall, 4580 North Figueroa. And then on Thursday, May 3rd, also at 6:30, we'll have a meeting in Van Nuys at the DWP Van Nuys Service Center. That's located at 14401 Satakoy Street in Van Nuys. And there's a meeting next week in West LA at the Stephen Weiss Temple. Do you know which day that is, Phil?
And I believe there's a webinar as well.
That's the meeting at the Stephen Weiss Temple is Thursday, May 10th, and that's at 15500 Stephen Weiss Drive. That meeting's also at 6:30.
Thank you.
And we have had some requests from some of the neighborhood councils for potentially some additional meetings, and we will be scheduling those later in the month of May.
Okay, great.
And are certainly open to additional meetings from various interest groups and geographies within the city as they come about.
Okay, thank you. Touching upon Commissioner Parfrey's comments about San Onofre, I'd also add to that, I think Diablo Canyon is shut down temporarily as well. And so I would like to know a little bit more specifically what the impacts are going to be on DWP this summer what it might do in terms of, if it's going to affect rates or any costs, and what our strategies are for dealing with those impacts. I'd also like to have a briefing on LADWP plans for emergency response. I don't believe we've had one in quite a while, especially earthquake response. And finally, I'd like to additionally ask that items 7, 14, and 15 be pulled for discussion.
Certainly. Okay, item 4, public comment. Barbara, I believe we have one.
Yes, we have one speaker card. The speaker is Linda Rumman.
Good afternoon. I would like to address the topic that had just come up, and that is specifically the meetings. I did not attend any of the meetings this year, but I did attend all of them from last year. And I would propose, as an attendee of all of those meetings, that the reason that you're not having individuals attend is because they know that absolutely nothing they say has any bearing whatsoever on the rates. That's why they don't waste their time. Now, when I attended last year, we had a general meeting. Everybody was together. We wanted to ask questions. We were told, oh no, we can't ask questions in the general meeting and have other people listen to our questions and possible answers, but they were going to break us into little individual groups where they would control us. And they did. They controlled and manipulated. They had on the board the different items that we could vote on as far as how much of an increase we were willing to give ourselves and for what. They had listed down there how much the coal was, how much it was for solar. You never saw any other additional items being listed there, such as the new generators that are in effect. But we were manipulated. And then we were told that, oh, don't bother about voting only once. You can vote as many times as you want on each one of the items. Now, what kind of sense does that make as far as any statistics? So the fact of the matter is that the ratepayers are herded together, and then when they appear, such as what happened in the Van Nuys area, in Van Nuys, at that particular location where we had over 100 people, and we were passing around a sheet with addresses, phone numbers, and emails, we were told by the head of the department that was hired by the DWP, no, we're not going to allow this, but we'll share our listing with you. And then they never shared it. So you have a lot of problems with the credibility of the Department of Water and Power, and the fact that we know that anything the ratepayers say is totally and completely ignored.
Thank you.
Mr. Commissioners, Madam Commissioners, I would really like to address an issue with regard to our outreach, because we had undertook some 30 meetings last year. And I think this is an important issue. Don't typically respond to commentators, but on this one I feel compelled.
Please.
We did take a lot of outreach last year. We took assiduous notes from the information that we got back. We got extraordinary detail, and we did have in some meetings 100 people there. And if you've ever tried to get comments from 100 people in a meeting when you're talking about both power rates and water rates and base levels and trying to get specific input on strategic investments, I can assure you you cannot get that done in a 6-hour meeting, and people were not going to be there to go from 6 p.m. or 6:30 p.m. until past midnight, although sometimes we stayed until 10 o'clock at night, easily on some of those meetings. Through that session, we did get a lot of good input. We provided that input. We provided that input back both online and in public meetings following to describe what that input was, and that input did indeed influence the decisions that we made this year, and we took into account much of that input in terms of our efforts. We got a lot of pushback, I'll be honest with you, on costs, and we did everything we have in the last year to cut back costs even further so that we can make it through a year without hopefully deferring so much that we're going to have system repercussions associated with that. This year, we heard some concerns last year about people being broken up into smaller groups, and as a result, we've decided this year we're not going to do that. we're having en masse groups and get comments back and work through in that direction, ask questions in that manner. So we did hear, we did listen, and we believe we're doing a good job in trying to get input as best we can with our customers.
Thank you very much, Ron. Takes us to our consent calendar. Barbara, follow me to make sure I've got these accurate. I think what's left on consent would be 5, 6, 9, 10, 12, 13, and 16?
Yes.
Great. Is there a motion for approval on those items?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition to those? No? Those items are approved, which takes us to item 7. Commissioner Moss, is there a question, or would you like a presentation?
Yeah, it's a question. I just want to make sure I'm understanding the board letter correctly. What you're proposing to do is to buy on a cooperative basis with the county?
Well, it's a contract that LA County has established with LA Freightliner.
Okay. So what did we do to verify the pricing of the trucks independently of whatever the price is that the county has set?
Well, traditionally when we put together a spec, we take a look at what the industry, what we paid the last time with yearly cost inflation, and then also to work with the manufacturers if we were to go out with a bid, how this bid would apply. And traditionally, when you get a contract of this size, their cost, in essence, would be basically the same thing we would get.
So did you verify that?
Yes.
Okay. And so the unit, what would be the unit cost? Was it just 10 divided by the 1
Correct.
million?
Correct.
Okay. All right, that's it.
Thank you. Any other questions on 7? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Any opposition?
Yeah, I have a problem with this one. It doesn't seem that there was that the pricing was verified on this. So I'm going to vote against this one.
Item carries 3-1. Barbara.
Thank you.
Takes us to 11. Both Commissioners Noonan and Moss had questions. Would you like a presentation as well?
You know what? I'll just start off with my questions if that's all right.
Great.
I know that this isn't a huge budget line item, but...
Aaron, are you going to cover this?
Yeah, I'll cover it.
Okay. But what's not described is why meetings take place there, what's the purpose, and how often do meetings take place there? Because if the meetings happen twice a year, why have someone on staff full time? Why not just meet somewhere else?
So just the background on the facilities, this is a historic facility that the department had way back when the Hoover Dam was being constructed. So it is a historic site that we own. It's a 5-bedroom, basically on the location. The original headquarters of DWP was in that vicinity in Boulder City. So we had 2 lodges in that area. We've sold one over the years. This is the last property that we own. It is where President Hoover stayed, and a lot of during the construction of Hoover Dam. It's a historic site for the department that we've kept it as is. So the services that you have there is to as a caretaker, to take care of minor maintenance and make sure the property is secure. And if we have a meeting there, there's a 5-bedroom. It's an accommodation for people to stay there, and also have conferences and meetings. We have a little meeting area. We have communication facilities there that we use, and we basically pay for just the maintenance of that facility and keeping it up. The other things that we do, the meeting facility, those are all additional benefits that we get by being in the area. But we also use hotels in the area because there's only five rooms we can accommodate people with. And we also have a crew, the maintenance crew and the transmission headquarters close by there. So a lot of traffic goes by Boulder City for the transmission work that we do on our lines, and we also have the Boulder Hub where we have McCullough Marketplace where we have crews in and out of there.
So how often does the department actually have meetings at this historical location?
I don't have the number off the top of my head, but we have not only this facility, but throughout the Boulder city, we have contracts in place. We have probably 4 or 5 contract hotels that we also use to house people and have meetings in those areas. This is just one part of that entire hub that we have in that area, but I can get you the meeting numbers.
Okay, and do we ever rent this out to third parties to kind of, subsidize the maintenance costs?
We don't rent it. We kind of charge the U.S. government Bureau of Reclamation and people that were part of the Hoover Dam. They could use the government entities. They could use it, and they just pay the expenses for them to have that. So a lot of other entities also use it. To have a meeting. It is a place. It is a historic place. It's an awesome place to visit and to see all the history behind the Hoover Dam and everything else we have kept intact. So it has a lot of treasures, kind of preserving the history of that project and the role of the department in that area.
Commissioner Moss.
I have a simple math question. It seems that the original contract was for $135,000, and that we're proposing to extend it for a year and pay Mr. Abila $45,000. But when you add 45 and 135, you don't come up with 190, which is what we're extending the contract amount to. Unless I'm doing the math wrong.
180 in my head. But
yeah, that's what I ran it 4 times on a calculator because I didn't trust myself. So I was just wondering if we need to fix the resolution to fix that error? Or?
We need to fix it. It is an error.
Okay, well then we could fix it by motion then, could we not?
We could adopt the item with the change to 180.
Okay. All right. So I would like to make a motion that we approve the item but change the amount from total of 190 to 180.
Thank you.
Well done, sir. Is there a second?
I would like to follow up on your offer to get information about how many people stay there, because I definitely appreciate historical sites. However, if we're using this historical place twice a year, it doesn't make a lot of sense for me to pay a full-time person to be cleaning it every week.
I will get that information.
But with that said, I will second your motion.
I have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Motion carries with Commissioner Moss's saving of the department of $10,000. Thank you.
I paid my salary.
All right, takes us to item 14. Commissioner Moss, questions?
Yeah, this one, this was a real head scratcher for me. So I would like to have a presentation just to kind of guide us through how the amounts for the quarterly increase were arrived at. Kind of take me through the process.
So Ron, who's got that?
Phil and George.
They're preparing themselves.
So these pass-through rates are calculated in advance for each quarter, and we have certain pass-throughs that do require board approval, and those are specified here. We have also indicated in this memorandum other pass-throughs which we provide for informational purpose, but are straight pass-throughs that don't require board approval. So the three that require your approval are the demand-side management and reclaimed water component of the water procurement adjustment factor, the water quality improvement adjustment factor, and the water security adjustment factor. Those are all listed on page 4. And you can see on page 4 the change from the current quarter to what is proposed for the second quarter of the next fiscal year. The rates increase from one quarter to the next from about $1.17.9 to $1.19.4. So a relatively small change quarter to quarter versus the rates that are currently in effect.
it is a more substantial change, and that is due primarily to the purchased water factor. And also on page 4, you'll note the water quality improvement adjustment factor. That was the recent increase in the cap of 35 cents, so we're starting to see those increased costs flow through.
Okay, so that's really what I wanted to highlight, was that was the reason for it, is the increase in the cap is now really taking effect then.
That's correct. So everything that's proposed here for next year is entirely consistent with the numbers that we've talked about in our rates presentations, that overall we're looking at about an increase of about 0.5%, excluding purchased water. So all of the materials that you see here are just implementing that. The amount will fluctuate quarter by quarter, but for the year as a whole, we're looking at something consistent with what we had described before.
Now, which category does the purchased water affect the most? Is that on the demand side, or?
The purchased water, if you look at page 2, you'll see the 3 pass-through components that are straight pass-throughs that don't require board approval. But you'll see we are anticipating a fairly substantial increase in the purchased water component for next year, and that's due to the far below average precipitation we've seen this season. And that's gradually going to increase. It doesn't come in all at once, but you'll see quarter by quarter this will increase substantially over the current level.
Do you have, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but do you have a sense of the actual dollar amount that we'll be purchasing for Metropolitan Water District estimated for 2012 versus what we paid for in 2011? And if you don't have it, that's fine.
I think we'd have that. Overall, we're likely to see that that purchased water factor nearly double from the current fiscal year to the next fiscal year. So this year, the purchased water factor that our customers paid was about 62 cents per 100 cubic feet, and that's going to increase to about $1.11 next year.
And is that a function also that Metropolitan Water District has raised its rates this year as opposed to last year?
That is a function, although the largest driver is a volume impact.
I think it might be worthwhile for Jim McDaniel if you could just give brief insight into what level of purchases we made from MWD last year, or the current year, I should say, versus what we're looking at next year, just as a percentage. I think it goes back to the issue, Commissioner Moss, that we've discussed in the past few meetings about this phenomenal swing that we've had from.
Right, but this is where the rubber meets the road, because now we're seeing the actual numbers and the cost.
They're starting to hit it.
Right. So in a normal year, which it seems like you never have a normal year, but call it the long-term average year, we buy a little bit more than half of our water from Metropolitan Water District. This last year, because of the great snowpack we had in the Eastern Sierra, we only bought about half that. I think we bought like about 26% of our water from Metropolitan Water District. This next year, we anticipate it's going to be closer to 2/3 of our water will have to be bought. So that's a huge swing, going from like 26% to 66%. And just the dollars, the estimate for the current fiscal year's purchases about $117 million for Metropolitan, and that's going to go up substantially. I think this was before we readjusted the purchase water estimate, so it'll be closer to $200 million this year.
So are we doing anything to get the word out to ratepayers that conservation is going to be particularly important for them in terms of their own finances and holding down their water bills?
We have been, and we're working on a broader campaign on that information as we start to get closer to the summer months, which is when it really starts to tends to pay off for us.
Okay.
And I would also point out, just this is very much the reason why we are looking for what are really quite minor investments ramping up in our local water supply options to try to get us each year, try to get a little bit further ahead, so we're not quite so dependent upon that very variable source of water supply.
Thank you.
Barbara, we have a card for 14 now?
Yes, we have a speaker card for 14. The speaker is Linda Romney.
Yes, I would like to make a general observation and an objection, and that is that on number 14, you do not have a dollar amount affixed. Also, number 15, when you get to a lease, why is there not a dollar amount affixed? Especially number 14, this is extremely important to know, that we're going from 62 cents to $1.11. It was my understanding that we receive 65% of our water from the Sierra Madre snowpack. We still have the same snowpack, so why are we going from 62 cents to $1.11? And why is there not the actual figure listed on this? If you say that you want to be transparent with your ratepayers, why is not the very, very least criteria adhered to? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion on 14?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
I have a motion and a second on 14. Any opposition? Hearing none, 14 carries unanimously. Item 15, Commissioner Moss.
Right. This is a fiber optic lease, and I have some questions about it. Mainly, there doesn't seem to be anything in the amendment with respect to an increase in the rate. And the second thing is that it appears that the agreement, the IRU 01, is expiring in a couple of days. So we're it's being brought to us at the last minute. So perhaps you can start with the second point. Why is this being brought to us at the last minute?
Okay, so I have to apologize. I don't have an answer for why it's being brought to you at this point in time. I can tell you though that there's been negotiations with NBC, and they were wavering as to whether or not they want to continue with our service, and therefore that contributed to it.
Well, what was the nature of that negotiation, and in particular, why is there no increase shown for the on the rates?
As far as the rates are in accordance with what our pricing survey is. So
what's the date of that pricing survey?
I don't have that off the top of my head. I'll have to get that for you.
Have you ever actually seen the pricing survey?
There's a consultant that does the pricing survey for us.
Have you physically seen the pricing survey?
Not in a couple of years, but I'm not.
So how do you know the pricing survey is valid if it's a couple of years old?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but we've been through this time and time and time again, and I've been pushing the commission, I've been pushing management to not treat the fiber optics as a lost orphan here. And here we are once again being placed, with an extension to a lease without an increase specified, and at the last minute. So even if we were insistent as a commission for an increase, if that were warranted, there wouldn't be time to do the increase because we've only got 4 days left in the contract. So this is not a good way to do business. And I just want to make it real clear for everyone that I am going to vote against every single fiber optic lease, master lease, new lease amendment until I see a change in the protocol here. I mean, we have a multi-million-dollar business in these fiber optics lease, and we're treating them with nonchalance and casualness that's astounding. And the only reason why we have this business is because the fiber optics have been placed into DWP's control and care, and we're not caring for these things, at least not on the for-profit side. So, I have a problem here, and I wanted to get that out there. I'm sorry that you're the brunt of my invective and fury about this, but it's just gone on too many times now. So, unfortunately, since we do have only 4 days left in the lease, and since we do have customer relations with outside customers, I don't think we have any choice but to approve this one. But I want the department on record is that I'm going to do everything I can to oppose every single one of these leases, master leases, and IRUs as they come before us, if they come to us with this kind of casualness in the future.
I'd also like to ask whomever would have the answer to why this is coming to us 4 days before the lease expires, respond to us and give us that answer, even if we end up approving this item today. I'd like to know why.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we can just kind of dump on NBC at the last minute and say, because it came to us through departmental negligence at the last minute, now NBC, we're going to cut off your fiber optic service. I don't think that's a good way to do business either.
But to your point, we've talked about this ad nauseum, and I think now it's time to start figuring out where specifically in the department we're having this issue and addressing it individually versus, a lease at a time. So let's figure out what that issue is. It's relative to this particular lease and why it's coming to us at this point.
And Commissioners, I understand it, and I'm troubled that I didn't catch this before it got to your attention on the matter. What I will pledge that we will do is something that we should have done long ago, and that is establish a master spreadsheet of our leases when they expire, and making certain that we have action well in advance of that expiry of those agreements, and bring them to you on a timely basis, and that we provide an update with regard to our current assessment of the market. We actually are doing an updated assessment, going through that process now to get that done, and we owe you a better explanation of this, and I'm sorry that we didn't present it in this manner, and I take full responsibility for that.
Thank you. Commissioner Parfrey?
So to the point of Commissioner Moss promising that in the future he will not look favorably upon the fiber optic leases if they come to him in this manner, I cannot, as one, prejudge whatever board letter we receive, but I have to say I am extremely sympathetic with what Commissioner Moss is putting forward, and he may, and I'm not saying with certainty, he may find a friendly vote in me as well. So I hope that the message is loud and clear through the department that this is not going to be tolerated any further.
Thank you. With that, let me because reluctantly, because I don't want to screw NBC up at the last minute here, let me make a motion to approve this IRU and this board resolution.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second, and I concur with your concerns and thoughts about the matter, as well as Commissioner Parfrey's.
There's a motion and a second. Any opposition? Motion carries. Okay, takes us to item 17, which is the issuance of the bonds. We have a presentation.
So we have here on the table a proposed resolution with respect to refunding up to $300 million of our Series 2003A bonds. We are asking for approval to issue replacement bonds up to $325 million. By executing this transaction, we hope to save about $31.7 million over the life of the existing bonds. It represents nearly 11% of the amount that we would have paid. The documents that we have provided for your review here today include the supplemental bond resolution that authorizes the issuance, the escrow agreement related to the refunding, the bond purchase contract, and the preliminary official statement. The underwriters who will take part in this transaction are those who were indicated on the new pool of underwriters that we've brought to you in early March. The two senior underwriters are RBC Capital Markets and Siebert Branford Schenck. And there's a pool of other underwriters who will be participating in this transaction, including Bank of America Merrill Lynch, Barclays Capital, Cabrera Capital Markets, Ramirez and Company, and U.S. Bancorp as co-managers. And Mario, would you like to add any notes about how we're going to execute this and timing and so forth?
In terms of timing, we are going to the market to price the bonds to refund the old bonds May 23 of this month. Currently, Phil mentioned, and the board letter mentioned, that there's going to be $31 million of present value savings expected. As of yesterday, the savings increased because the market rallied, and we are expecting $4 more million over the $31 million that he mentioned.
That could also change again by the 23rd of May, right?
Yes. Between now and May 23.
Yes.
According to the board letter, the cost of this transaction is going to be about $1.82 million.
Yes.
So that's all the fees and consultant
Everything.
fees and any other costs and expenses. And then the first year savings is based upon the numbers you have here, was that, am I reading this correctly, it's about $2 million first year saving? So basically, within the first year, we're paying for all the costs of the refinance.
Yes, and the estimated the expenditure that's quoted in the board letter is an estimate. We're still looking at negotiating that amount.
Great. Well, I want to commend the department for this astute refinancing. It looks like it makes a lot of sense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the commissioners? Then I'll take that as a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any opposition? Hearing none, 17 carries unanimously. Item 18.
Okay, on item 18, we have for your consideration and approval a contract that will offer a rate that certain of our customers will find to their advantage. This is an agreement that not only benefits those large commercial customers, which include cold storage facilities and industrial gas suppliers, but this will also have benefits to the department. And the reason for that is this new agreement will encourage those customers to shift their load away from the peak periods that the department at times can be constrained in our ability to provide enough energy to serve customers. So it will encourage them to shift their consumption away from those peak periods. In exchange, they will be offered a lower rate. This makes sense for both the department and the customers. This will be essentially help for these customers to stay in Los Angeles. So there's a business development and jobs aspect of this, but it makes sense for us and for them. So we would ask your approval.
Commissioners. Commissioner Moss.
A couple of questions. So right now we have 4 customers that would qualify for this?
That's correct. We have cold storage facilities, three separate locations, 2 separate companies, and then 1 industrial gas supplier.
And the gold standard here is 10 million. Am I reading this right? 10 million kilowatts per month?
Yes.
Or anything in excess of that? So can we afford, and would it be a good idea to look at what about 5 million kilowatt hours per month, or make this deal open to more customers? I mean, would that have benefits to the department because you've identified business development, economic benefits to organizations in the city? Sure. Why set the bar so high?
George, could you speak to
yes.
why we chose this cutoff?
And it's also kind of trial because it's a new contract and there's something that we have to work out. And moving forward, as our general manager also, want to take care of the local customers. So yes, we were looking to how can we lower that bar and get more participation into that rate and create a win-win situation so that our industrial customers will stay with the city and get a lower rate, and also department gonna spend less to serve them. So yes, in the future, this is a new contract which had to get a feel for it.
So what time frame was, assuming we approve this and it goes forward and gets implemented, what time frame would you estimate before you come back to us and say we would now like to drop this down maybe to the 5 million kilowatt hour per month level?
Maybe I could provide a little bit more, little more context for this. We had been talking for some time here about the prospect of expanding our energy efficiency program to include programs like this, which are basically broadly referred to as demand response. And that is trying to work with a customer with certain advance notice, certain timeliness, certain periods of time and frequency during the year. It can vary as to working with your customer to say, if you have a load that you can curtail, we will pay you for that curtailment, and when we do those calculations, we pay it up to a level that is cheaper than if we had to go provide that power to them long term. Doing that broadly, first, the department does not have a broad-scale program for this, and we would like to get one. It is not something that comes together quickly. It's probably, frankly, likely to be easily a year in the making to do something that's much more broadly. And it can be done for commercial customers as well as residential customers, even for pool pump interruption, for HVAC on your home, and your air conditioner interruption. There are lots of types of things that can be done. All of them require different evaluations of what's the level of the trigger that induces somebody to say, I'll sign up for that, and then making certain that, in fact, you've got either the technology or the wherewithal to make certain that when you call for it, you actually get that savings. So there's technology issues, there's pricing issues, and there's customer behavior issues, all that have to get sorted out that change a lot. What we got together and we talked about in the power system, and FSO and I got together and said, well, what can we do? What are the bigger ones that we have out there that we could do something now on, rather than waiting to get everything sorted out? And frankly, this was the here and now that we could do. And so we evaluated. There's a small group of customers that kind of fit a similar sort of profile. Said, let's move on that. Let's see how that works, rather than waiting to do all these other things. So that's kind of why you've got what you've got here. I would like to be delivering more to you than this, and in fact, we have a goal of trying to get to something on the order of several hundred megawatts of this capability within our system. Frankly, it would be over a number of years to get to that. You will be hearing more about this, but I just don't want to set up an expectation you're going to be hearing about it in a matter of weeks. This is a big effort. We're actually going to have to bring some outside help in to help this structure a program like this that fits all those types of criteria that I just described.
Well, I think it makes a lot of sense, so I think that's great.
Yeah.
Commissioner Parfait?
Well, first of all, I really want to commend the department for moving the demand-side management program forward. And I know it's baby steps, but it is so needed. And this actually aligns with what I brought up earlier, having to do with getting through the summer months and providing electricity to the folks in Los Angeles. And I do want to encourage you to move forward on this. And I think when we have our new CIS system in place, it'll probably help us in the rolling out of demand-side management on a smaller scale. But I'm an enthusiastic supporter of what you've pulled together here, and I want to thank you for it. So if I may, I would like to move that we approve item 18.
Thank you.
I second, and I think it's a great start.
Thank you.
I have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Carries unanimously. Thank you. 19 are filed items. Any comments or questions from commissioners?
I have a couple of questions on the monthly power system report. Under the Barron Ridge Renewable Transmission Project, I understand that we're looking at the possibility of some rerouting, and I just want to hear from you that this isn't necessarily a delay tactic, but actually there's some progress, because this is so important. We want to see this happen.
Mark can go through the process that we're going through. Yeah, it's part of the environmental impact report and statement process, working with the Forest Service. The community's asked us to look. The community's asked us to look at an alternative to go around the Green Valley community, but it's not delaying the project. We're continuing to move forward with evaluating it and still on track for bringing EIR to you this fall.
Thank you very much. And then another quick question related to the Intermountain Power Project. I saw that there was a test related to mercury emissions associated with burning coal, and I'm just wondering when this was performed. It's my understanding that the units have been down. Was this performed prior to the shutdown?
This is for the unit that hasn't been shut down.
I see.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Aaron. No, I have no further questions. That's all.
Any other questions or comments on filed items? Hearing none, they are deemed filed. We have a management item under 20 for an RPS project update. Or is that just to be filed?
That's just a management report for
If you have any questions,
if you have any questions, we'll be happy.
Filing.
Hearing none, we'll move to closed session.
Yes, sir. The board shall publicly report any action taken in closed session and the vote or abstention of every member present thereon in accordance with Section 54957.1 of the California Government Code.
Thank you.
Take a little recess?
Yes. Bio break?
Yes.
Sergio in Pacoima. You are watching LA City View 35, our city, our channel.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Los Angeles City Council, or I should say your Los Angeles City Council. This council meets every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. All of our meetings are open to the public, even our committee meetings. So we want to welcome you. If you have something to say, please fill out a public comment card. Mr. Clerk, do we have a quorum?
Yes, sir, we do.
Would you read the roll?
Absolutely. Alarcon, Buscaino, Cardenas, Englander, Garcetti, Weezer, Carez, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Zion, Wesson. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
First order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Zion moves, Labange second. Next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Cardenas moves and Mr. Buscaino seconds.
Mr. President, there is a request from member to continue item 4 to May 15. Item 4 to May 15.
Okay, without objection. So let's go through the rest of the agenda, and then we have a presentation by Mr. Cardenas. The first section, please.
Very good, Mr. President. Items 1 through 3 are items noticed for public hearing. We do not have any cards for items 1 through 3, sir.
Members, specials. Okay, on those items, let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Mr. President, items 5 through 12 are items for which public hearings have been held. A Housing, Community, and Economic, Development Committee report is expected for item 9.
Specials, members?
Item 9 to May 9th.
Mr. Cardenas wants to continue item 9 to May 9th. Any other specials, Mr. Garcetti? Mr. Garcetti calls item 12 special. No more. Mr. Parks? Mr. Parks calls number 6 special. No more specials?
Mr. President, pardon me, before voting on the matter, would you like to continue item 9 without objection to 1 week to May 9th?
Oh, yes, without objection. We'll continue that.
Very good, sir.
Mr. Parks.
Yeah, can I have 10 also so we talk to the staff?
Case Mr. Parks is calling 6 and 10 special. Let's prepare to vote on this item. Let's open the roll.
On what item? All the rest?
Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next.
Mr. President, that brings us to items 13 through 23. There are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, without objection, those items are now before us. Members, any specials on these items? Mr. Buscaino, number 19. Members, other specials. Cards?
Yes, sir. We have cards on items 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22. Excuse me, and 23.
Okay, so on the remaining items, let's prepare to vote. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next.
Mr. President, item 24 is an item scheduled for closed session. Would you like to hold it on the desk?
Yes, at this point, we'll hold it.
Very good. On the continuation agenda, item 25 is an item for which a public hearing has not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Do we have any cards?
25. Yes, sir, we do have a card on 25.
25. Mr. Zime wants to call it special as well. That brings us where?
Mr. President, that takes council back to items called special general public comment on council's agenda or presentations.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Cardenas for a presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. We have such a wonderful, beautiful, large city, and there are gems everywhere. And today, we're going to honor the Woodley Park Archers. And I have with me Wayne Shafran and also Don Tukey. And the Woodley Park Archery Range is located in my district over in the Sepulveda Basin, over by the 101-405 junction in the Van Nuys area. The Woodley Park Archers Range was built in anticipation of the 1984 Olympics as one of the 3 practice facilities for Olympians to utilize. Today, in conjunction with the Woodley Park Archers and Easton Foundations and other community volunteers, the range remains open 7 days a week from sunrise to sunset. The archery accommodates all forms of archery, including compound, Olympic-style recurve, and traditional-style archery. The range is able to provide free archery instructions to anyone who is willing to learn. That's thanks to the gracious time and contributions of volunteers from the Woodley Park's archers such as Jim McIntosh and Don Tukey are with me today, who have volunteered a countless number of hours on Wednesday nights and Saturday mornings to teach children and adults the sport of archery. I recently had an opportunity to enjoy the facilities. I took my family on my birthday, and we had a great time. The only bad part was my wife actually shot a lot better than I, so I haven't heard the end of that. And once again, it's through the commitment of volunteers and people in the community, like the 2 gentlemen who are with me, that keep this alive. And I would recommend that every Angelino take an opportunity to visit the archery, take some instructions, and it's very, very enjoyable. Believe it or not, archery, in my opinion, isn't something that some people might think, well, it's violent. You're shooting things. No, you're not actually shooting anything. You're actually relaxing. You're learning how to use your breathing better. You're learning how to listen to instruction. And when you listen to instruction, you actually will hit the mark. I was very surprised that as one of these gentlemen was standing next to me, and he actually said a little higher, a little lower, pull back a little bit further, I actually hit the bullseye. So I kind of wonder if it was them who made it happen or I made it happen. But I give you that example because in that moment we were having a great, great time. And I think that any time the city of Los Angeles can provide free services or a free activity to Angelinos, I think that's something that does, in fact, demonstrate the responsibility of our city, but at the same time the responsibility of the volunteers who provide that free service. So with that, I'd like to give the 2 gentlemen an opportunity to say a few words. I'd like to go first. Okay.
Honorable council members, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I want to express my sincere gratitude to Councilman Cardenas and to the City of Los Angeles for this wonderful recognition of the Woodley Park Archers. It's an honor to be part of an organization with a long history of service to our community. Through the continuing support of the Easton Foundations, for well over 15 years, a wonderful staff of coaches and instructors that are all volunteers, such as our present club head coach, Mr. Tucci, and our head instructor, Jim McIntosh. They've dedicated their Wednesday evenings and Saturday mornings week after week to providing free archery instruction to hundreds of Angelinos each month in our archery instruction program. So we're very appreciative of this acknowledgement. We'll proudly display this honor in our presentation case at the archery range. Thank you very much on behalf of the coaches and members of the Woodley Park Archers.
I would just like to say thank you to the City of Los Angeles for recognizing the value of having an archery range, to allow people to come out and enjoy the outdoors in a very, very nice area. Thank you again, and thank you to Easton Corporation for supporting us. Their support has been absolutely invaluable. Thank you again.
Thank you very much to our volunteers. Thank you, Mr. President. We have some certs. I'd like to give this certificate to these gentlemen, and so they can give it to the Easton Foundations. Okay. And Don. Here you go. We'll do this. Here.
Okay, this one's mine.
That one has your name on it. That one's the foundation. And in addition to that, To the organization, the Woodley Park Archers, once again, they're providing free and valuable instruction and service to the community of Los Angeles. And once again, I strongly recommend that Angelinos come and visit and take the free lessons and learn how to have a really, really good time at one of our facilities. And once again, this facility was built for Olympians. So it really is a fine, fine facility. How far can they shoot?
Up to 90 meters.
Up to 90 meters is one of the range. People like me could probably never even attempt that. But just to show that it's for people who take it very, very seriously and people who want to go out there and just have a good time. So thank you very much, gentlemen, and thank the organization for all the wonderful work you've been doing.
Thank you for your time.
Woodley Park Archers, congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Englander, if you could please come up here, sit next to your president for a minute.
Go to our left, all the way to go.
He's in the woodshed. No, he's not. Okay, I want to call. No, let me just check with the clerk. It would now be appropriate to move into public comment, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I want to call Mr. Arnold Sachs, Bruce Boyer, and John Walsh. Please come forward for general public comment.
This is his documents.
Sergeants, if you could please assist Mr. Sachs.
Sir, that's for Tony's, that's his crap he left up here. The speech. Yes, thank you. Good morning, Arnold Sachs. I'm so sorry that I missed some of the budget discussions. This is the story from the 21st. New budget eliminates 669 positions. And in this story, it mentions that 159 secretaries and typists will be losing their jobs. In addition, 72 city employees and other departments will be losing their jobs. The remaining positions to be eliminated are currently vacant, but funded. So you have 231 positions being eliminated or laid off out of 669, which leaves you approximately 440 vacated positions that are funded. So last year there was a budget crisis, and those 440 positions that were vacated but funded remained. And the year prior to that, there was a terrible budget crisis, and those 440 positions that were vacated but funded remained. And then the year before, those positions that were vacated were funded but still remained. But what's important in this story, it highlights that the city has laid off 400 people the last time they had budget cut. So they laid off 400 people, but they kept 440 positions vacated but budgeted. And what did those 400 layoffs cost? $30 million, because that's what the pay raise got that was kicked in due to layoffs. So what kind of leadership is the city council showing when they continue to keep vacated, budgeted positions and lay people off?
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Bruce Boyer, followed by John Walsh. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I'm Bruce Boyer from Reseda, and I'm here today for the Sons of Liberty of Los Angeles. On May 12th, you plan to perpetrate another fraudulent gun buyback on the citizens, knowing that a murderer can use this event to dispose of a murder weapon, as any gun turned in cannot be used as evidence. You know full well that most of the guns turned in are water pistols and doorstops. There's no gangsters giving up their guns. Only people in such dire financial straits that they'll wait in line for hours to exchange an old gun for a gift card. Wouldn't you tell the citizens that we're safer if we're defenseless, yet at least 4 of you carry a gun for your own safety? Today in Los Angeles, 25 women are going to go before a judge and they're going to be granted a restraining order as they're clearly in danger. Well, now, if you cared about their safety, you would take these old guns and you would give them to these women who are in danger. Instead, you tell them the police will protect them. The same police who have 1,000 women who carry guns. Your respect for women. Well, now, the Sons of Liberty will be out again on May 12th, and we're going to expose your fraud, and you're going to disregard, again, the safety of women. Now, we fully expect that you will once again use every means at your disposal to keep us out, silence us, violate our free speech, violate our freedoms of assembly. But we're going to do this, and we're going to expose you. So you are hereby on notice. You will respect our rights of freedom of speech and assembly. We will attend this event. We will participate in the event. This notice has been given to your city clerk. For either you will do this and you will confirm this in writing by 5 p.m. or we will see you in federal court.
Thank you, Mr. Boyer. John Walsh?
Bang.
Good morning.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. We did something unusual. We put up a post last night. It's brand new about what happened at Occupy May Day. I'm telling you, you know what? You rule by the consent of the governed. And yesterday, the governed didn't consent. Not one of you showed up. And what happened? We took over the streets nonviolently and peacefully, and we sent a message. Remember what happened yesterday. It was a dress rehearsal by Antonio Villaraigosa for the police oppression that will happen at Occupy Charlotte. Occupy Charlotte will be the mother of all Occupy movements. And it's not about not supporting Obama. It's about Obama coming to his senses. And we will see what happens. This and the LA Times, read the letter, the email I sent to Eddie Hartenstein. It's on our website, HollywoodHighlands.org. There were 60 cars, 60 police cars double parked in front of the LA Times as they spent more money, the LAPD, on LA Times. How much did it cost? We live in a city where when you went down into the subway yesterday, you found sheriffs in full riot gear. Because remember who the enemy is. The enemy is not the Afghans. Your enemy is not the Iraqis. Your enemy is the people. The cost of Occupy May Day was incredible, and you won't tell us exactly what it is. HollywoodHighlands.org right now. Find out what's happening. Who is the most powerful man in the city of Los Angeles? Not Eli Broad, not you, not the mayor. And read our blog. The most powerful man is someone most of you have never heard of. Mr. Nelson Rising, a mega blogger for Obama.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Now I'd like to call on Matt Dowd, followed by Armanik Noorajanian, and I think Daniel Garcia. Yes, Mr. Dowd.
Yes, thank you. G. Herb Weston, the 5th month in the chair, and you still have to ask the city clerk if you go to public comment. You know, why don't you just go there now? It's about time to just take a hold of it and do it. So the 5th month, okay, yesterday, I want to talk about that because I was down here getting the depositions up in the tower here. And here's what I'm going to say to Occupy. See, doing it once as a token gesture doesn't do anything. That was just a warm-up. That was just a dress rehearsal, whatever you want to call it. It's exactly what it was. You need to do it every couple of days. You need to do it on May the 5th. You need to do it like at least once a week, twice a week, 3 times a week. Because it worked. What you did yesterday worked. They shut down LA. You shut them down. So congratulations. You shut them down. And here's the problem, City Council. You were all cozy with Occupy too at the beginning, and it just makes me think of Zuma Dog when he was sat here and he goes, "You always make it worse. You always make it worse. You always make it worse." And Occupy came in here and you made it worse. Like, oh yeah, we love Occupy, warm and fuzzy. And they wrecked the place outside, and look at it, you're still fixing it $2 million later. You know, so here's what they have to do. Maybe when the constituents see that the city's bankrupt, then they'll vote you all out. Because I seen the CAO here with all the numbers of the budget, Tom LaBonge. You didn't see that? 200 million? Who was saying structural deficit, structural deficit, structural deficit in 2009? And now they're out here, oh, gee, we got a structural deficit of $200 million every year, and the firemen are crying for resources, and you got all the performers at Venice Beach, $1,000 an hour the attorneys are charging the city for depositions and stuff just because you're vindictive and retaliatory.
Thank you. Thank you. Armanik Noorajanian, followed by Daniel Garcia.
Good morning, respectable City Council members. Good morning, fellow Angelinos. My name is Armanak Noorajanian. I'm a liberal Democrat and human rights advocate. I run for the seat of California State Assembly from South Central Los Angeles, so-called 59th District. Actually, I'm more liberal than President Obama himself. And I ask all the black and Hispanic voters to give me their vote because I'm most progressive, most liberal candidate of all, and I actually promise to create more jobs and provide amnesty also for all applicants in state DMV, which will be able to obtain their driver's license without disclosing their immigration status. If you get me elected with June 5th to California State Assembly. Also promise to raise taxes 50% against wealthy individuals in California and gasoline selling corporations, all producer manufacturers, in order to create new job and replenish state coffers. Nowadays, California Governor Edmund Brown, decided to raise tax on 3% and raise maybe a quarter-cent sales tax, which is ludicrous and it doesn't reflect the realities of California politics and economic, and we need to raise taxes much more, about 50%, in order to provide more jobs for California. Actually, also I promise to provide 6 months free pregnancy leave for all California women, promise to raise speed limit 20 miles up on all California freeways and highways, and also I promise to introduce comprehensive ban against so-called medical marijuana dispensaries, as well as medical marijuana narco-mobsters, repo of Californians, repo of Angelinos, and I ask City Council members to cancel the so-called notorious...
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Garcia, Daniel, good to see you again.
Good morning, City Council, Mr. President. I'm here because I discovered that the city has invested in jobs for people with disabilities. I congratulate you for that, but that's not enough. If you compare the number that I have here, I will give you the information afterwards. Henry is here. But I want to give you this information because they, under the workforce development division, I got information about Jaime Pacheco Orozco, and she gave me information about the 2011 and 2012. 7 people with disabilities. You have increase in number of 10%. On 10% of these people have been served. This is great, but if you compare the numbers that the LA City as a whole is 9 million, it's 3 million people. 3 million people living in Los Angeles. Now, if you calculate how many times you workers are in the program is 122 than 22 people working for you. That make 3% working for you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Thank you. Could sergeants, could you please get that from him? Thank you, sir. Okay, now we're going to call on Mr. Dollhouse Dude, and after that we'll go to the Valley for, I believe, it's Periel Stansfield. Mr. Dude.
My real name is Juan Alcala. They call me the Dollhouse Dude on the internet. I am trying to push? Well, I'm trying to provide an idea that would change us from a homeless making system to a system that provides housing for everyone on a permanent basis. There is a formula, and I keep trying to give you the formula, but I don't know if anybody's listening. Coretz, Wizard, Garcetti, Englander, Cardenas, Buscaino, Alarcón, City Attorney, City Clerk, Bodin, Rosendahl, Reyes, Perry, Pars, Labonche, Krikorian, I want to be your friend, but I want you to tell me how can we accomplish what I am trying to do. And it isn't just me, it's all of us together. I am with Occupy LA simply because they are trying to tell you there are things that are very wrong, like throwing families out on the street, using the sheriff department to tell the little kid, you don't count, you little sucker, get out of here. Just because you don't have money to pay those filthy bankers. You know, let's create a system that will provide housing for everyone. I'm sure you signed up in political office to help people, not to hurt people, but you seem to have become public enemy number one. I don't understand why. Because you keep wasting the money on projects that are not getting us anywhere. Can you please tell me how to make a proposition with you that will carry weight and will take us into a new way of doing business? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dude. Now we can go to the Valley.
Hi.
Good morning.
My name is Periel Stanfield, and I am here speaking on behalf of myself and also other friends of mine in the animal rescue community whose schedules do not permit them to be here today. I am here to speak about an issue which we just found out about. This is that the LA Animal Services General Manager, Brenda Barnett, has acted to usurp the Commission, the LA Animal Services Commission's power. She's made a unilateral move without really informing anybody else in the rescue community to remove the position of New Hope coordinator at all the LA Animal shelters. This is an absolutely outrageous move. It's going to be devastating to the rescue community. We need our New Hope coordinators. I really was shocked by this. Now Brenda Barnett is backpedaling. Now she's called for a town hall meeting also on very short notice, and also a lot of people are not going to be able to get there. She is very out of touch with the daily realities of the animal shelter. She's trying to claim that the kennel supervisors are going to be able to take over the duties of the New Hope coordinators. That is going to be impossible. The result is going to be devastating for the animals and for the rescue community. This is a betrayal of the animals, of the city of LA, of the LA Animal Services Commission, and I really want you to look into this. This is it's not acceptable. And the public has a right to have a say in what happens with our animal shelters. New Hope coordinators are probably the most valuable program, and we need them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That ends today's general public comment. So, Mr. Clerk, that brings us to item 6. Mr. Parks, are you prepared to deal with item 6 now? Okay, so let's go to item 6.
Could we have the CAO come up, please? Good morning. Marita, could you just give us a breakdown on what the costing is as we go through the 3 fiscal years?
Certainly. Marita Aspen from the CAO's office. This ordinance is to provide salary increases to about the 20 classifications at DWP that are not represented. The cost and
Can I just stop you with it? Could you tell us when you say 20, what level are they that we can make a comparison? Management?
Yes, these are assistant general managers, the higher level that are non-represented.
Okay.
And like I said, there's about 20 classifications. There are currently about 16 incumbents.
Mm-hmm.
The price for this fiscal year is about $45,000. Is it 45 or 450? Yeah, $45,000. For fiscal year 12-13, it's about $100,000, and the annual ongoing is about $180,000.
And that starts 14-15?
Yes.
So there's no other cost that's added on after 15-16?
Correct.
Okay. And so, colleagues, the reason I bring this up, and it's not a lot of money and a lot of people, but it just happens to be the department that's going to be asking for significant rate increases at the same time that they're basically management employees are getting raises. And so I bring that up because I think that should be part of the consideration for voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. On item 6, I have cards from Mr. Sachs and Mr. Norajanian. If you could please come forward on item 6.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. He's absolutely right. Last week, 2 weeks ago, they came in. We need to get rate increases because we need to fix infrastructure. You know, it's almost like, can you hear the state colleges, the UC colleges, and the Cal State colleges? Our state is cutting our education budgets. We need more money so we can pay our regents give them higher pay raises. Exactly the same. Where is the sanity, or better put, when is the insanity going to stop? 14 other council members sitting here. I'm sure that half a dozen of you got up to speak out about the rate increase. Who's speaking up about the salaries?
Mr. Norajanian.
Respectable City Council member, GFL Angelino. Actually, I endorse this item 6, resolution 6, because it's actually involves kind of the matter of salaries of those non-represented employees of LA DWP. Well, actually, but actually, I would like to ask council members to amend this resolution, item 6, with concrete proposals, to increase at least salaries of those at least to state those salaries of non-represented employees of Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, because this item 6 doesn't have any kind of information about the salaries, proposed salaries of those non-represented employees of it, Department of Water and Power, and should be included into this particular resolution. But actually, it's strange for me to hear that that City of Los Angeles will care to amend salaries of those non-represented employees, because actually Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa has recently declared that he was going to cut labor costs and healthcare costs of Los Angeles workers, to cut, to do budget cuts, It all happens because that kind of budget cuts happen only because City of Los Angeles government refuses to raise taxes against wealthy homeowners and oil producing manufacturers. Well, 49% of Angelinos want to raise taxes against oil producing manufacturers.
Thank you. Thank you. No speakers in the queue. On this item, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 3 noes.
Next item. Mr. Parks, I think next item is...
Pardon me, sir, before moving on. Item number 6 was an ordinance, so that will go over for a second read.
I got it. Okay, so let's... but we're now on 10, right?
That is correct, sir.
Mr. Parks, are you ready on 10?
Yes. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
I just had a couple of questions. We dealt with this in Jobs Committee, but I know that these businesses or vendors are basically handling citywide work, but one of the concerns I have is that in looking at them, it looks like there's only one that was selected that is south of the Santa Monica Freeway, where we're in the highest unemployment rate. And although they're dealing with specific categories and they are citywide interests, I have found that they generally do best where they're located as opposed to the outreach. I just want to find out what was the selection criteria and how did we basically avoid some of what we thought were some outstanding work source centers south of the Santa Monica Freeway.
Yes, Mr. President, I'm Greg Irish from the Workforce Investment Board. I'm joined by Julie O'Leary from the Community Development Department. We actually conducted a competitive procurement to select these providers. The WIB has had a focus on industry sectors. We're focusing on industries that have the greatest potential to come out of this recession. Of course, create living wage jobs or have jobs that will lead maybe have entry-level wages but lead to progressive wage gains. We had a competitive procurement. We procured actually 9 contractors for 10 programs. We're focusing on 8 sectors. And actually their catchment areas in terms of their recruitment will take place citywide. So I understand your concern. You want to make sure that folks from South LA are actually recruited for these programs. There are a number of programs, though, out of the 9 contractors that actually deliver their training services within South LA. UAW, which is actually taking the lead on construction, will recruit citywide, but they actually provide their training in South LA. Jewish Vocational Services is actually training in the financial sector, but their training takes place at the Expo Center in South LA. You also have the Community Career Development, which is on Wilshire Boulevard in the great 10th District, will provide training in healthcare. And you've got El Proyecto del Barrio, which is provides training both in the Valley in logistics as well as in Watts. And finally, the Community Career Development provides logistics training from Wilshire Boulevard as well. So again, all of these contractors, their catchment area will be citywide. It will not be confined to where they're located. And what we need to do is give you the assurances that we will recruit citywide and make sure that the areas of the highest unemployment, that significant numbers of those folks who need to be served by these programs.
The other thing I was wondering, when you pick these categories that you believe are on the uptick, how do they match the areas with the highest unemployment? Are there resources in those areas that can fill healthcare, transportation, financial, security, entertainment? Are those the areas that can produce that source of employee?
We're not necessarily focusing on where the jobs will be. The jobs will be throughout the city. But these are actually we use a number of studies to determine that these industries are likely to hire.
Well, yeah, but my concern is, I agree with you, they're most likely to hire, but are the areas with the highest unemployment the likely source for candidates to be hired?
Yes, and that's our commitment to you, Council Member. What we need to do is make sure that we can report back to you on what's happening in terms of making sure that folks in the 8th, 9th, and 10th District, which has the highest unemployment, that they're adequately served out of the 770 people that will be trained through these programs.
Now, is this a one-year?
One-year deal. We anticipate the successful ones will continue. And again, there'll be some more announcements that we'll be coming to you with in the future in terms of how we're going to address the areas that have the highest unemployment. We have an innovation fund of $1.5 million that we're proposing in this year's budget. We intend to concentrate that additional money on some of the areas with the highest unemployment. And as you know, South LA is experiencing some phenomenal unemployment rates right now.
My last question, is there a way that you can report back to us on a quarterly basis or something so that we just don't wait until the end of the time period and find out we weren't successful? Can we start getting some quarterly reports or whatever the normal reporting is?
Yeah, we would have the capacity to report by zip code on a quarterly basis.
Speaking that mic, I can't hear
We
you.
would have the capacity to report by zip code on a quarterly basis, so the number of folks in training, and then as people get placed into jobs.
So training and in placement.
Yes, we have goals for both of those.
Thank you.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much, Mr. Irish. This is very important. You have what at Los Angeles City College, a workforce.
Yes, and actually you're covered. Managed Career Solutions is one of our biggest providers, is located on the campus of LACC.
Right. I would just like to ask a friendly amendment as we go forward that we partner as much as we can with the community college district. I would like to see a strong relationship with the Seahawks of Harbor College and the Port of Los Angeles. I would like to see a strong relationship with the Cougars of Southwest LA and the Los Angeles Airport, and on and on and on, to identify industry. Bob Arias is a port commissioner, and he talks about, he graduated from San Pedro High. They'd go up on the hill and they'd look out across the South Bay and they'd see jobs, 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 whether it's auto manufacturing, aircraft manufacturing, tires, etc., all the way down. Many of those have been displaced due to the changing world that we live in. Relationships to our community college have to be strengthened for the opportunity of persons of all ages. So I'm glad you're at Los Angeles City College. I know Mr. Garcetti was a champion in that particular location. It's right off the subway line, which many people could reach. But look throughout the region. And are we responsible just for the city of Los Angeles, or do we merge in other areas?
Responsible just for the city, but 95% of all our training, what we're showing you here are the prime contractors, but most of this training takes place through community colleges. 95%, and Mr. Garcetti has led this charge, of all of the $50 million we get in federal funds, most of the training, 95% of it is done through the community college system. We support the public system rather than private proprietary schools.
I got that, and that's so real important, because the public system. Thank you, and I know Mr. West has been a champion of community colleges. Thank you, Greg Irish.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Garcetti.
Yes, just to wrap up, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues, for the questions. Thank you for the good work on this. We had this in committee, and for those who might be watching at home, we get a lot of workforce training dollars from the federal government in past years. Now this is way past, but it's always good to tell the history. We mostly use that money in kind of a birdseed fashion. We helped people with their resumes, look through want ads. It was a very unorganized and undirected way. We've increasingly moved towards training. We've increasingly looked at sectors. When I chaired HCD committee a while back with a few of you here, we started looking at strategic sectors that we thought were going to be the growth sectors of tomorrow. And these are reflected now, and I have to commend the mayor and the WIB for their work in continuing forward. In the construction trades, where African Americans no longer were doing much work, the training and the partnership there. In the entertainment industry, where diversity has lacked for a long time, and where we hire people from around the country and around the world, but we don't necessarily grow both below the line and above the line, our own stars here. Looking at the financial sector and increasing jobs that people can have, getting into banks and managing the work there. Our green and solar work, where we know that installing solar panels, the clean technology of the future is going to be something very important here, especially as this council moved forward on a feed-in tariff recently. Our healthcare sector, where this was all born. Hospitality, at one of our three key sectors in our economy of trade, tourism, and technology. Our security, which is an increasingly higher paying and higher skilled sector. We have a lot of veterans who are going into this, actually coming home from war and going into the security sector. And then transportation. These are the sectors where we know they will have jobs. The jobs gap is bad enough, but the skills gap is even worse. And we are closing the skills gap with these putting this out in RFP. I want to congratulate the WIB on their good work with this and look forward to increasing our partnerships with some of our private sector employers who can save money when they work with us, who can get great skilled people who live right here in our neighborhoods, and who can ensure that Los Angeles is poised for the prosperity of tomorrow. So thank you very much. I urge an aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. With that,
Mr. President, pardon me, prior to taking a vote, if we could ask the chair of the committee if he would accept Mr. Labange's amendment as friendly.
I do accept it as a quite friendly amendment. Thank you.
Quite friendly? Okay.
Amicable.
So, on this item, let's wait a minute, Mr. Labange.
For Pierce, Mission, and Valley College, and East LA, and all the community, West LA. I just wanted to get them all in there. All 9.
Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That brings us to item 12. Mr. Clerk?
That is correct, sir. And might I advise you that motion 12A has been distributed and is now before you for consideration.
Okay, now it's my understanding that public comment was already satisfied on this item.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. So this was called again special by Mr. Garcetti. The floor is yours.
Thank you. We have a substitute motion, colleagues, 12A on this, on the funding. The old song, Missing Person song, says nobody walks in L.A., and yet increasingly we know that people are walking in L.A. There's a change in how we're approaching transportation. It started, I think, first with the bicyclists in the city, and so many of us around this horseshoe have seen that change in the way that we navigate Los Angeles. We've seen 150,000 people coming out to Ciclavia when we open up the streets to bicycles and not cars. But increasingly, we see one of the other times you can sometimes take your life into your own hands in Los Angeles is when you walk our streets. There's hardly a month that goes by without a tragedy in one of our districts of a pedestrian who has been hit by a car, sometimes losing their lives. We've seen that people, though, increasingly want to be able to walk in their neighborhoods. They want wider sidewalks. They want better planning that isn't just a parking lot on the street. We've seen areas like Atwater Village in my own district take on pedestrian overlay districts to encourage good development that actually encourages people to walk and not to drive everywhere. And every time we do that, we reduce traffic, we reduce pollution for everybody. So a year ago, I worked with the Department of Transportation to come together and to see, just as we have a bicycle coordinator in the city of Los Angeles, if we couldn't create a pedestrian coordinator position in the city of Los Angeles to look at how we're looking at transportation policy and start thinking about it from the pedestrian up. It was the pobladores who first founded the city, walking here from the Mission of San Gabriel. And since then, we have had folks that have looked to walk the streets, to enjoy the beautiful weather, but that increasingly want to make sure that when we have things like Measure R, which is focused on cars and trains, when we look at the connectors, it is those of us who want to walk to transit, who want to walk once they get out of the car, who need to make sure that we have somebody who is advocating for us. Originally, it was going to be one position, working with DO2. It looks like we will have 2 positions, and I urge your support here today. Just as we looked back on the creation of a bicycle coordinator many years ago, starting that revolution in how we look at getting around the city, we now are going to be doing the same thing for our pedestrians to encourage people to finally, in the capital of cars, to walk in LA. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Parks.
Thank you. Colleagues, I voted against this in the committee because of 3 things. One, although I think it's a great idea to have a head coordinator, number one, I think the Measure R is the wrong source of funds for it. Number 2, we have a budget process going on, and this is somewhat premature, proving positions outside of the budget process. And 3, the issue of 2 positions versus 1. The CAO recommended 1 to allow this to get off the ground and move forward. The committee moved it to 2. I just think that with the dire times of the budget, also, we don't want ever Measure R money to get where we were with some of our propositions that deal with overspending. And so, again, I think it's a good idea. It's just, in my judgment, the wrong source of funding, and we should not be going premature of the budget and selecting 2 positions when the CAO is recommending 1.
Mr. Labange.
I recruit the fine gentleman to my left of me, Mr. Parks, on that. I think the time is now. The small investment of $40,000 does help those who are responsible to try to create this energy that is going on. At the same time, Mr. De La Vega, and I know you're here, we do want to remember there's streets that do have to carry traffic. And traffic safety is so important, to look both ways and make sure the car stops before you cross the street, no matter if it's an intersection or not. It's sometimes very unsafe, but we need to have that awareness. This small investment will make those people who walk on Hillhurst, or those people who walk on Central Avenue, or those people who walk on Beverly Boulevard or Ventura Boulevard, have someone looking out for them. So I think it's a small investment for a good charge. So I support Mr. Garcetti with all the respect Mr. Parks is due. I think it's time, it's small amount of money that caps it. This is a position that is enhanced. The person's already there. It's not like we're bringing someone in and having to pay the whole cost. We're enhancing the position. Thank you.
Mr. Zine.
When would this position take effect? We have the general manager from DOT come forward, please. Because maybe there's a solution to the issue with the funding.
Good morning. Jaime De La Vega, DOT. If the council did approve these positions, we'd be advertising to hire them as soon as possible.
So when do you think it would take effect? The process to go through personnel, et cetera, backgrounds, a month, 2 months, 30 days?
I'm hoping that we can get it done in about 2 months.
2 months. And this is May. And in 2 months is July. So what if we were to approve this with the understanding that it would take effect after July 1st, and that way it could be included in the budget, and there wouldn't be an issue regarding the finance? Mr. Garcetti, is that agreeable to you? It's going to take 2 months to go through the process?
To answer that for Mr. Zine and for Mr. Parks, there's $1.75 million set aside in Measure R for pedestrian work, just like there's 1.75 for bicycles. So this isn't something that wasn't written into Measure R. It is in there. We've experienced and spent out that $1.75 million for bicycles already. We haven't spent a dollar on the pedestrian, so it is there. It is ready to go now. Actually, the person isn't there yet, so we would be hiring. And I say we had that accident out in the West Valley, 2 girls who were hit.
No, I support the position.
No, I know. I'm not convincing you on that. But the Safe Routes to Schools, there was a Safe Routes to School program that, in 2008 that was set up for exactly that area, and we haven't funded it. Let's get this funding going now and before somebody else is hit.
Well, I'm saying if there's an issue with funding, but apparently what you're saying, there is no issue with funding.
Got it.
Mr. De La Vega, the money is there for Measure R?
Yes.
To make this happen now, but it's still going to take 2 months to get it in place.
Yeah, there is no funding issue. We do have the money in hand already approved by council. The department's preference would be to get the approval today, if that's the council's pleasure. This request has been in the pipeline and actually predates the budget process. So,
so this would not affect the budget discussions, your department, and the deficit that we're facing.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, that clarification helps that people that are skeptical about where's the funding going to come from, it's already part of Measure R, it's already there. So whether it takes 1 month or 2 months to get the person in place, it's not going to affect the current budget discussions that are currently underway.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Mr. Garcetti, for helping save lives.
Ms. Perry.
What happens down the road? A person is hired and then they, even though it's coming through Measure R, but what happens down the road in terms of, health care costs and pension obligations and that sort of thing? Where does that come from to sustain that employee?
Right. As currently proposed, that would also come from Measure R. Our original proposal was to hire outside consultants to assist us on a full-time basis, and a determination was made by the personnel department that these positions should be in-house, and that was the recommendation to the committee, and we're comfortable with that.
So on a permanent basis, all the stream of sustaining the cost of this employee will come from Measure R, correct?
Yeah, that's my assumption, although ultimately it is a decision for the council and mayor on an annual basis how to fund the positions.
Just so I'm clear, so that none of the funding for, health care, retirement, any of that will ever come from the general fund or will never impact the general fund. Is that correct?
Yes, assuming the council mayor continue to fund these positions on an annual basis from Measure R, there will be no general fund impact.
So if later the council decides not to fund these positions through Measure R, then that can all change?
That's correct.
Okay, Mr. Garcetti, I have Mr. Parks on the queue again. Maybe I should call on him and then you close. Mr. Parks.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, there's no dispute that the money's in Measure R. I think when we set up criteria for Measure R, we tried to say that we never get to where what Prop M and others are, where it's overloaded with personnel, and that we should use it for year-to-year activities that are single use. And yes, there's 10% of the money set aside for peds and bicycles, but again, we were trying not to put personnel as an ongoing cost, because we saw what happened 2 years ago when we continually overloaded Prop M and other propositions, that we had to back off on all of the service for buses because personnel just keeps growing in that amount. So it's not a matter of Measure R is not there, it's the use of Measure R and the original concept of trying to keep it within year-to-year single-use projects as opposed to personnel costs.
Mr. Garcetti to close.
Thank you, colleagues. So just a reminder, this is a resolution authority. This is not a regular authority, so that will be embedded in that to answer Ms. Perry and Mr. Parks' questions. It's a resolution authority. We have actually, I think, of the 1.75, already 2 years of Measure R. It's at actually $3.5 million. When you look at the $135,000 in cost for both of these, I mean, you could almost fund 20 years of it just with the amount that's in there today. I think all of our road work, all of our rail work, and all of our transit work in Measure R will always have some folks who hopefully are going to be working on these things for the next 20 to 30 years so that we can see them embedded. But as a Reso authority, when that no longer is needed, when we have a city that's truly safe for our pedestrians, when we've built out the infrastructure to allow that to happen, we will always have that option then to make sure that that isn't an ongoing cost for the city. So I urge your support for this today. I think this will be a brave, I guess it's pun intended, a brave step forward for Los Angeles.
Thank you.
Okay, let's open the roll on this item.
Mr. President, for clarification, that is the Transportation Committee report as amended by Motion 12A.
Okay, let's open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay. Mr. Buscaino, would you want to deal with your item at this time? So we'll now move to item 19.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, item 19 is a important issue that is facing my community in San Pedro and in fact other parts of the city as well. Bombing, skateboarding, reckless skateboarding across the city. Unfortunately, recently 2 teenagers suffered fatal injuries as a result of bombing in San Pedro. One occurred in November, most recently in January. And oftentimes, we've heard from neighborhood council members, business owners, residents of the frustrations of dealing and avoiding skateboarders that are weaving in and out of traffic and completely have a disregard of rules of the road. Working with the Los Angeles Police Department and the neighborhood council members, this motion will prohibit reckless skateboarding, or otherwise known as bombing, in the city of Los Angeles, where it will allow skateboarders to follow the same rules of the road as we do with bicyclists across the city. Anyone here from the city attorney's office? We heard from them in public safety. You know, my first day at city council, we heard from Rob Dyrdek, world famous skateboarder, and thanks to Mr. Wesson who brought him in. It was a Rob Dyrdek day, and it was a message that he clearly put out to teenagers across the city is to, if you're going to skateboard, do it in a safe manner, and most importantly, use our existing skate parks that we have across the city. So I respectfully ask for an aye vote to move forward on this, and also we're looking at asking the city attorney to have the officers impound the skateboards after the citation's given, so the parents can go to the police station and recover the skateboard, because oftentimes as a police officer I know a lot of these kids don't tell mom or dad that they got cited from the police department. So with that, colleagues, I respectfully ask for an aye vote to move forward on this item. Thank you.
Mr. Buscaino, I happened to watch a little program about that last week, and I just have to say, I didn't know one could travel that fast on a skateboard. It looks dangerous. And then to hear the stories of the one guy who lost his best friend. So anyway, we have public comment cards on this item. So, in fact, we have two members got on this item, Mr. Englander, followed by Mr. Alarcon.
Yes, thank you. And I want to thank Councilmember Buscaino for bringing this forward as well. This is an issue that we've got to deal with in my district as well, because we've got a lot of hills in Porter Ranch and Granada Hills, and so we've got a lot of people doing this as well. And the fact is, kids are dying. And when I heard that story on television last week, and that boy was talking about his best friend, and the fact that they were just stupid that day. They weren't wearing any protection and any helmets. There's no brakes on these. They lose control and they die, or worse, end up as vegetables, brain dead, and with all kinds of problems, and what that does to a family. So I applaud you for bringing this forward. It's long overdue, and now we need an educational component. It's one thing to cite these kids, but we need to let people know what's going to happen if they continue to do this. So thank you. You've got my support.
That's a good idea, Mr. Englander. Mr. Alarcon.
I know my wife and I, too, were shocked when we saw that story on the news, and want to commend Mr. Buscaino for bringing this matter to our attention. I do want to add a friendly amendment to ask the either Department of Transportation or Department of Public Works to report back on what we can do structurally to reduce the potential for these kinds of things, to encourage the incentives that allow kids to identify certain streets. Is there anything we can do to reduce the potential that they'll want to use particular streets in that way? Not that we want to put speed humps on hills, but and encourage them to go flying off. But I think the law is one thing. They're already violating laws, and anything we can do to tighten them up is good. But I think there may be some technical things we can do structurally to the street that might help. So I would like to offer a friendly amendment that we ask Department of Public Works and Department of Transportation to report to the Public Safety Committee. Is the City Attorney reporting back?
Yes.
Reporting back with the City Attorney on structural changes that might be recommended in the future.
All right. With that said, if I could get Arno Sachs and John Walsh, and then we'll go to the Valley.
Yes, thank you. Good morning again, Arnold Sachs. Mentioned something about bicyclists, so how about requiring helmets for skateboarders? And if you want to put some teeth into this, how about making it a hefty fine? If you're going to impound the skateboard, make it a hefty fine. If you're looking to save lives, nothing saves lives than having to pay a big fine. And finally, signposting. Are you going to put up signs regarding this? And I have a real concern. Report back to the Public Safety Committee with an analysis of laws enacted by other municipalities to prohibit safe skateboarding. Why wasn't that done first? Why didn't you check with other municipalities first so you get an idea about how broadly or how narrow you want to make the scope of this law? That's ridiculous.
Mr. Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at Hollywood Highlands. I don't know why it's only a minute. This is the second time I'm up. HollywoodHighlands.org. New post up since last night. You know, my skateboard is so old. It is so old, it has a Howdy Doody decal on it. Okay, and I bought a new one, but it has learner wheels on it. I would like to thank Mr. Buscaino for, and I would like to introduce Mr. Buscaino. It's got 4 syllables, right? And because he is now an official candidate for mayor of the city of Los Angeles. This is obviously. Now, I would suggest instead of waiting 4 years that you run now, because as it stands now, you have a much better chance than Zev Yaroslavsky. There are 60% who don't know a damn about who they're going to vote for. Thank you. HollywoodHighlands.org. Go there now. Visit.
Okay, let's go to the Valley. Officer Ashcraft, followed by... Oh, I was in San Pedro. Are they both in San Pedro?
Yes.
Yeah, there he is. Officer.
Hello. Thank you for letting me talk. I'm here to talk about the skateboarding issue, obviously that Councilman Joe Buscaino had talked about. And basically what we want to do is have them be held to the same rules of the roads as bicyclists. You know, we're not saying that all skateboarders are bad. That's not what we're saying. The majority of skateboarders in and around San Pedro are law-abiding. They follow the rules of the road, even though they don't have to. They don't go in and out of intersections. But we're getting a large portion of them now blowing through stop signs, drafting behind vehicles, cutting in and weaving in and out of traffic, in between, in and out of the lanes. And this has become a public safety issue for pedestrians, for people in cars, and for the skateboarders themselves. And like had been mentioned before with the unfortunate deaths of those two children. And basically what we want to do is, I've talked to numerous kids in and around the area about skateboarding, and San Pedro's always been a popular area to skateboard. But now it's becoming more of a popular throughout the country, and having other people from other countries come and skateboard in and around the area. And so what we want them to do is just follow the same rules of the road as bicyclists do. We want them to use the skate parks. We have one in Wilmington. We're building one at Peck Park right now in San Pedro. And we want, the Los Angeles Police Department wants the kids to use the parks. We like the fact that they're skateboarding. We just want them to follow the same rules of the road as everybody else, and that way they can protect themselves, protect the motorists, and protect the pedestrians walking in and around. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer. Diana? Hi.
Good morning. My name is Diana Nave, and I'm the president of the Northwest San Pedro Neighborhood Council. And I want to thank our councilman for introducing this motion. Our council hasn't taken an official position on this, but this is a concern that we have raised and are really quite happy to see a response to the concerns, because we've been long concerned about the safety of the skateboarders in our community, and I think you've already heard a lot of the reasons why. We get more email on this than just about any other issue other than Ponte Vista and cell towers. People being concerned and citing specific situations that have occurred where people have been, as I've said, weaving in and out of traffic, or they have come in and out of nowhere, because they're moving so rapidly, come into an intersection and almost caused accidents. So we are concerned. We do support our skateboard community. We have worked to get the skate park at Peck Park to provide additional alternatives for off-road, but we're also concerned about looking at how to make the roadways more safe for the skateboarders. And I appreciated Councilmember Alicon's amendment, and would suggest that you look at how can we actually improve the use, because this has become a major form of transportation for the young people in our community. And finally, as you move forward with it, I'd like to suggest that you involve some of the skateboard community themselves in talking about how to proceed, because they may have some insights and some suggestions for you as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Zine.
I have one question on this particular matter. Have we considered having a vehicle code section and petitioning Sacramento to include it in the California Vehicle Code, to have a restriction? This is local ordinance, which means it'll still be able in other jurisdictions. Have we considered? If we haven't, we might want to consider legislation to Sacramento to have a vehicle code. Mr. Alarcon will take care of that when he... No, I think we should do that, because it's a serious matter. You've got a lot of hills in that area. We have those in parts of the city, and if these people don't understand, the youth don't understand the consequences, and I know it's very serious. So in addition to an ordinance which has some impact, the vehicle code section would have greater impact throughout the state, so we should look at the expanding this to author. Mr. Dion, what do you think about that? Mr. City Attorney?
It's a good plan.
So why don't we pursue that? We have a legislative liaison in Sacramento. See if we get a vehicle code section on it. Okay.
Mr. Labange.
A question. Can you ride a skateboard off a sidewalk into a street? No violation? What is the technical rules? Because just as tragic as the situation in San Pedro with the Hills and what they call bombing, many skateboarders leave the sidewalk and go into the street. And could you give it on the microphone?
I would say that would be considered reckless skateboarding. Anytime that you're going to go into the traffic without, again, not following the rules of the road, or as a pedestrian as well. Yeah, I would say that the skateboard or pedestrian, we ask pedestrians not to jump out in traffic. So we'll be asking the same for skateboarders.
And we'll look at that issue there.
Yes.
Because I know safety is more important. But it is, as your constituent from San Pedro said, I've seen many people use skateboarding now as a means of transportation as well, as not just for recreation. And I bet they couldn't, maybe Richard, did you used to pound skates onto a board to make a skateboard? And amazing how they are now, the crafts that they are. Joe, thank you for your leadership in San Pedro and throughout the district.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Koretz.
Yeah, we have a tiny bit of a problem with this in my district. In some ways, it's a good thing. On Fairfax Avenue, Fairfax has gone from being just a bunch of shops that generally cater to the Jewish community and elderly Jewish community to a number of super hip skateboard shops, including actual skateboarding facilities within them. And then we occasionally have the problem of people then skateboarding down Fairfax and sometimes knocking over frail elderly folks patronizing the rest of the stores. So it's an odd mix. It's not a massive problem, but I don't know if that would fit in as well with these regulations, and that would aid the store owners that own the stores that cater to skateboarders to be able to say, look, be careful, don't knock over the patrons on the sidewalks of the other businesses in the area. Mr. Buscaino, I don't know if that's envisioned as part of what you're bringing forward, but it's certainly the only problem that we really have in my district that relates to that.
Mr. Buscaino, to close.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President. It's obviously, by hearing from my colleagues, this is a citywide problem where all we're asking, I'll be clear, I don't want to ban skateboarding. The last thing I want to do is ban skateboarding. What we're trying to do is prohibit reckless skateboarding. And as a police officer, I would rather have kids, as Arthur Ashcraft alluded to. I agree with Senior Lead Officer Ashcraft. I would rather have kids skateboarding than breaking into cars, committing crimes. But we encourage the skateboarders to use our existing skate parks across the city. And I would also like to thank Diana Nave from Northwest Neighborhood Council. Oftentimes we ask our neighborhood councils to be involved in policy and be heard. And I also want to read for the record the Central Neighborhood Council, led by the President, Linda Alexander. Her letter to me indicated the Central San Pedro Neighborhood Council and its stakeholders meeting of March 13th, 2012 voted unanimously to support your motion in the City Council to require skateboarders under the age of 18 to wear helmets and to comply with all traffic laws. So again, thank you, colleagues. I encourage, again, ask for your aye vote to move forward.
Okay, no more speakers in the queue. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Mr. Clerk, next item.
That brings us to item 18, called Special for Cards.
Okay, on that item, I'd like to call forward Arnold Sachs, John Walsh, and Matt Dowd.
Yes, thank you. Good morning again, Arnold Sachs. In today's Orange County Register, there's an article, property tax dollars pile up. Special district funding varies widely. It goes on to say here that Almost 15% of property taxes goes to special district funding. I'm concerned, again, another business improvement district. From 9/26/11, the Downtown News, the Historic Corps has a budget of $1.3 million, and approximately 64% of that goes for maintenance and cleaning up. So that leaves 36% of the budget for other areas for the business improvement district. How is that money spent? How many business improvement districts, how many property improvement districts are there in the city of LA that carry through with the same kind of budget setup, where 36% of that budget goes unsaid? In this Orange County news story, it says, and I quote, "The taxpayer deserves to know where the taxes are being allocated." So don't you believe that the business improvement people that are paying for these fees have the right to know where the money is being allocated and not just writing out a blank check to the city of LA to do what they want and please with the excess funds that's left over? Because again, we know how open and transparent the council is. Do you think these nonprofits or these for-profits that are hired to run these nonprofits that oversee the business improvement districts are as open and transparent? Oh, you know what? Nonprofits don't have to have open meetings. I believe they don't fall under the requirements of the Brown Act.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. Take a front page picture of Broad and Rising. I live in a BID district. I don't think people who don't live in a BID district, business improvement district, understand what it is. Okay, you vote one in. Every property owner has to pay into the district, and then we get services that we used to get from the city, but now we're paying. Well, you say, John, you're a renter. You don't have to pay. Your landlord does. No. My landlord, there's a formula for rent control to raise our rent every year. And the money that the landlord pays goes into the formula. So I am paying for it. Now you're going to expect me to say, like, oh, you're all a bunch of crooks. No. The BID does a very good job in law enforcement. Now, right across, and I live right where KFWB used to be, across the street from the Capitol Records building, we had a crack house. There was a 5-story building, glass building right there in the corner of Yucca and Argyle. We went to the police for 6 damn months, and they didn't do a damn thing for us. I wonder why. If you went back to Athens 3,000 years ago and there was crime on the streets, it was because the law enforcement was corrupt 3,000 years ago. I'm making no allegations. But when I went to the BID and brought it up, and they're all ex-cops, they're retired cops, they said, we'll take care of it. They went and stuck the LAPD's nose in their own doo-doo and made them clean up our street. And I give no thanks to Charlie Beck. I give no thanks to the mayor. I give no thanks to you. I thank for cleaning up crime in Hollywood, the BID. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Matt Dowd, I don't see him in the chamber, so on this item, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Mr. President, there's been a request to send that matter forthwith.
Without objection.
That brings us to item 20, called Special for Cards.
You know, I want to move, is Mr. Cardenas? Yeah, I want to move and take up item 25 at this time. And let me see, we have a public comment. But Mr. Cardenas, I have one public comment card. That's on Mr. Sachs. He's left the chambers. So on item 25.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to move that we receive and file the committee report and substitute and approve the CLA report dated April 23rd on this item, and also move both amending motions to be referred to the Rules Committee.
Mr. Zine.
After discussion with Mr. Alarcon, I don't know if Mr. Alarcon had discussed it with other members of the council, that we were going to send amendments B and C, because there's some concern about from the city attorney's office, to send B and C to rules and to approve A, which is the modification on LEHD, because there doesn't seem to be any controversy on that one. So I want to make sure that the city attorney is on board with this, but I was under the impression that due to the city attorney's concern, B and C of the amendments would be sent to rules for further clarification, and that we would approve A on the communication from the committee.
Well, we have Mr. Alarcon next.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. To clarify what Mr. Zine just mentioned, after speaking to the city attorney, we are in fact receiving and filing Report A, Section A, and then we are moving forward with the rest of it back to committee.
Well, if we receive and file A, we're not going to approve A, then we have a problem with the initial motion on the issue of people having those and having relatives stay in those units.
We're substituting and approving the CLA report.
And that's covered in the CLA report? Because I haven't been briefed on the CLA report. They was just handed me this morning. So do we cover the family? Can we have the city attorney come to the table?
Your time.
Regarding this matter, regarding the item that we're discussing, number 25, so we can get clarification. Do we have a representative from the city attorney's office?
Actually, our attorneys who are handling the issues in B and C, they've already gone back to their offices. We were in agreement that those matters should be sent to rules. Regarding A, we have attorneys here from our housing department. I don't know if that is what your concern is.
Well, the concern was on the initial motion was on A, the issue of the need and modification, so you wouldn't have a situation that took place with a LAHD managed property in my district, where the person who built it had relatives staying 2 of the units. That's what prompted this whole situation. So we want to make sure that that's covered, and that's my concern. If we receive and file it, then it seems that we're not going to be covering that particular part of it.
But it's going to come to rules.
And inclusive of what's going to rules is this paragraph, Mr. Zine. Develop a clear and transparent tenant disclosure policy that not only applies to familial relationships but also to any other type of relationship that could potentially result in violations of conflict of interest policy and that could compromise the integrity of fair and transparent tenant selection process, which is what you're referring to.
Yeah, I just don't want to see it go to Neverland. I want to make sure we can put it into play.
No, it's Weston's committee.
Okay, I know we've been dealing with this for quite a while. We've been discussing it and we've been continuing it, and there's some concerns that Mr. Alarcon has. But again, this was brought to my attention by what I consider blatant abuse, and that's why we want to do it. And then it's been expanded since then. So if we want to send it and make sure we have it all covered so it can be done in a proper fashion, that's fine with me.
I don't know what kind of characters they have in Neverland, but Mr. Weston is the president of the Rules Committee, so it'll go to his committee.
Well, I have great confidence in our president. And again, I just got this morning after we convened the meeting, so I was not able to review the policy that was sent by the CLA. Thank
Okay,
you,
Mr. Zine.
So that's fine, Mr. President.
You can call me by my street name, Peter Pan. Okay? Mr. Alarcon.
I would never call you Peter Pan, Mr. President. Just to be clear, we are actually approving the HACLA portions of the recommendations in A, but we had to substitute it to make it clean so that we could move items A or amendments A and B over to rules. So the HACLA portions are being recommended for approval. I concur with Mr. Cardenas. The city attorney was concerned that items A and B, amendments B and C, amendments B and C, certain portions of them may already be in the law, and then other portions may be unclear as to what code we are assigning it to. So, for example, where there's a reference to a conflict of interest policy, there is no clearly defined conflict of interest policy for the City of Los Angeles. We typically put it in our ethics code. So the city attorney wants the opportunity to clean up the amendments that Mr. Cardenas and I introduced and present them in a way that captures our intent most accurately.
So for clarification then, recommendation A on today's agenda will be received and filed. There's a motion to adopt the CLA, the recommendations contained within the CLA report dated April 23, and to refer recommendations B and C on today's agenda to the Rules Committee.
All right, let's open the roll on this item. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, next item is item 20.
That's called special for cards, sir.
Okay, and Matt Dowd doesn't appear to be in the chambers, but Mr. Norajanian is. If you'd please come forward.
Item number 20. Good morning, City Council members. Good morning, fellow engineers. Actually, I endorse with item 20 because this item 20 is rather progressive, I believe, city government legislation, and actually it leads to creation of healthy homes, creation of granting funds for Let's Save for Kids sake grant program, and actually it requires transferring funds from healthy homes production program of the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development into Los Angeles City grant funds, which are called Let's Save for Kids sake grant program. It's actually progressive legislation which I very much recommend, endorse, and actually it requires some funds, and over here it has authorized general manager to administer funds in accordance to the provision of HUD's Office of Healthy Homes and lead hazard control in United States Conference of Mayors grants. But actually, lead hazard actually poses a great danger for the safety of Angelina residents, and actually, I ask for city council members, to create more resolutions concerned to lead safety and lead testing, inside Los Angeles homes, so that people would be able to, who would need lead safety devices, testers, would be able to get them from at least city government, so lead testing would be done on.
Thank you. Thank you. No speakers in the queue on this item. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Next.
Mr. President, that brings us to item 21 called special for cards.
Mr. Norajanian, if you could come back. You have 1 minute, I'm told. And Mr. Walsh, please come forward. Mr. Sachs appears to have left the chambers. Go on. 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's set the clock.
Good morning, respectable city council members. Good morning, fellow Angelinos. Actually, I endorsed resolution 21. 21 is a rather progressive resolution which allows transferring a local housing trust fund. It changes local housing trust fund and various building and equity growth in the neighborhood grant funds from non-interest bearing funds to interest bearing funds. Actually, interest bearing funds maybe create more interest. Actually, involves local housing funds development and stuff like that, and actually reflect more capitalist approach, towards keeping those funds up and growing, and actually. Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at Hollywood Highlands, HIGHLANDS.org, or Walsh Confidential. An amazing 20%, according to Quantcast, of our people who come to our website are under 18 years of age. Can you believe it? 1 out of 5 under 18. This doesn't directly involve the housing scandal. That was scandal of the month last month, the housing scandal. And we'd like you, in fact, if you want to catch up, just put LAHD and big damn scandal in Google and you'll get this. Thank you, everybody. HollywoodHighlands.org. We had a wonderful day yesterday and we took over the city and left it pretty much the way we found it. Screwed up. HollywoodHighlands.org.
Okay, on this item, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Mr. President, that brings us to item 22, called Special for Cards.
Mr. Sachs, he's not here, so no speakers in the queue on this item. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That brings us to item 23, called Special for Cards.
It's called special by Mr. Walsh. Is he out of town? Out of time?
Yes, sir, he is.
So I see no speakers on the queue on this item. So again, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That brings us where?
That brings us to item 24, scheduled for closed session, sir. I do believe there is one card on that matter.
And that card is turned in by Matt Dowd, who I do not see. So, Sergeants, if we could quickly clear the chambers and go into closed session. I do not want to lose a quorum. Let's quickly clear the chambers, and we will be going into closed session. Okay, we're in open session now on item 25.
Excuse me, sir. It's item 24.
Item 24.
And if I may,
yes,
in the case
may.
entitled Kathleen Washington versus City of Los Angeles, there is a recommendation for settlement in the amount of $950,000.
Okay, so on item 24, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Forthwith on that item. That brings us where, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, Council has motions for posting and referral.
Okay, consider them posted and referred.
The desk is clear.
Announcements, members. Announcements, Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow night in historic downtown San Pedro, it's First Thursday, where the businesses and the restaurants revived here. I want to welcome and actually encourage my residents to attend First Thursday in historic downtown San Pedro. We are going to have a reception welcoming our new Captain Nancy Lauer at the historic Warner Grand Theater tomorrow at 6 o'clock. And amongst other, the art galleries will be open, kicking off at 5 o'clock in partnership with the ACE District and the San Pedro Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
Any other announcements? Mr. Cardenas.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to thank Angelinos who are continuing to buy their Spay and Neuter Saves Lives license plates. And I just wanted to announce that one of the urgencies that we've been trying to push is for the state of California to give an extension beyond June 9th for us to get to the 7,500 license plates that we need for them to start printing those license plates. And this afternoon, Governor Brown will be signing the bill that passed the legislature in order to grant that extension so we could have more people in California can have more time to buy these special license plates that will create a permanent funding for spay and neutering throughout California. I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank a very busy celebrity Cesar Millan for agreeing to go to the signing, and also Pierce Brosnan, who actually is the artist that they picked his art to be on those license plates as well. They're going to be there with the governor, and if everything goes well, I'll be there with them. Thank you.
Congratulations. Mr. Englander, you have an announcement?
Just quickly, as the Vice Chair of the Budget Committee, wanted to remind everybody that we'll be continuing the budget deliberations today at 1 o'clock in Council Chambers.
Anyone, members, any more announcements? Okay, everybody rise for adjourning motions. Adjourning motions, members. Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Today I'd like to adjourn in memory of Mabel S. Tyler, who was a devoted member of Mount Zion Congregational Church in Cleveland, Ohio. She was born in 1923 to Clarence and Catherine Webb in Pendleton, South Carolina, and received 2 master's degrees from New York University, specializing in textiles and clothing, and a master's of education from John Carroll University. She worked for more than 30 years for the Cleveland Metropolitan School District as a devoted teacher and department head for 5 different schools. She was deeply devoted to her career and was a role model and mother to many of her students. She was also one of the few teachers to include young men in her home economics classes. She loved her grandchildren, and her affection to them knew no bounds. She was a lifelong member of Mount Zion Congregational Church, and her love for God never wavered. She is survived by her son Ralph, daughter Kim, sister Marion, daughter-in-law Zoe, 7 grandchildren, nieces, nephews, and a host of other loving friends and relatives. She will be sincerely missed.
Other adjourning motions, members? Okay. This meeting is adjourned.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
It seemed like another beautiful day in the city of angels.
Well, what time's your class, honey?
Oh, I have to meet them in about 15 minutes.
How are they doing? You think they'll be ready for the race you were telling me about?
Well, they may not all finish, but they'll try.
Oh, I've got that math test today, Mom. I have to hurry so I can get in a little more setting before class.
Oh, that's right. You better run along. Oh, honey, do you mind taking out the trash before you go?
Sure thing. I'm right on top of it. Oh, good luck on the test, Dee Dee.
I told you not to call me that anymore, Dad. My name's Diana.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
My dad.
Bye. But something was wrong.
$55 shirt and I can't, but you won't believe this.
I don't want to hear about your problems. I had trouble getting in as well.
A lot of expensive shirt. I'll never be replaced. Oh, boy. You know what? I got to get it. Just, yeah, you two, I'll see you later.
You're doing really well, even though it's so hot out here today. Watch those branches, guys. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, go ahead and watch that one. Oh, thank you.
Oh, that's disgusting.
I'm going home.
Richard, get back in here. The toilet's back up.
Public Works, LA becomes living hell.
Daddy! Daddy!
It's a critical time for Los Angeles because due to a long-standing lack of resources, our once healthy infrastructure is on the decline. Los Angeles is the second largest city in America. We have some of the most massive infrastructure systems in the world, and the Department of Public Works is responsible for a huge percentage of them.
We sweep over 600,000 curb miles a year.
We remove illegally dumped trash and debris from over 5,000 locations every year.
We maintain over 290 acres of median islands, and the city's urban forest, almost 700,000 trees. We also prune 90,000 trees a year.
Of course, we also fix and maintain city streets.
You know, I called 311 and street services took care of it.
The city collects trash, recyclables, and yard trimmings from 720,000 households a week. We don't just collect refuse, recyclables, and yard waste. We're also responsible for maintaining and repairing 6,500 miles of sewer and storm drains and collecting and treating wastewater.
I just made the call and they picked it up.
We get calls about recycling tires, dead animals in the street, industrial waste handling, picking up of large bulky items. You name it.
The Department of Public Works has a vision for the future and extraordinarily committed city personnel who are anxious to pursue this vision.
We prepare designs, specifications, and estimates for all major public works improvement projects.
We're also responsible for building streets, sewers, and storm drains,
as well as construction of public buildings and hundreds of public facilities.
How does the Department of Public Works do it all?
We administer contracts and permits for the city's construction and improvement projects.
The Bureau of Contract Administration also inspects all work on a daily basis constructed on public property to ensure that it meets the highest quality standards and is completed on schedule.
All of the bureaus of the Department of Public Works collaborate to produce excellent results.
only problem is that in Los Angeles lately, we've only had enough funding for the most immediate and urgent needs.
Many of LA's infrastructures are very old. We have a lot to do in order to maintain and improve them over the next 10 years.
Unfortunately, infrastructure spending in California has been on the decline.
In 1960, 20% of statewide spending was on developing and maintaining public infrastructure. By the year 2000, it was down to 3%.
Public Works benefits everyone, including those services that we take for granted.
But the budget for the next 10 years is not enough to cover the city's needs. If Los Angeles doesn't increase spending for the necessary maintenance and improvements, its infrastructure will continue to deteriorate.
And we'll have to do without improvements for the future, such as the Department of Public Works, 95 new projects to reduce traffic congestion.
How can they get the money they need to maintain and improve our infrastructure?
When bond proposals are passed in the city, they allocate funding for various public works projects.
I guess my vote on bonds really can make a difference.
I asked for another light on the street, and here it is.
The city streetlight system has over 240,000 lights, covering 5,000 of LA's 7,000 miles of streets.
Public Works designs and executes public projects such as sidewalks, bridges, wastewater treatment facilities, and libraries.
We're hampered only by the limitations in our budget.
We take care of 73,000 miles of public streets and alleys.
We maintain over 1,200 miles of storm drains.
We have a staff of over 5,500 dedicated employees.
As Los Angeles keeps pace with the needs of its people, the Board of Public Works continues its leadership tradition.
After more than 90 years of service, we're still here
to serve the city of LA.
I'm Jeff, this is JD from Sun Valley. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35. Our city, our channel. That awesome?
Many people, when they think of San Pedro as a place where a lot of cruise ships come into. A lot of people also think of San Pedro as a place that used to, many years ago, be the home of the fishing industry. But San Pedro, the town, has a lot of wonderful little gems. So come with me as we explore these San Pedro gems. I think it's important for our viewers to know that if you want to know about San Pedro, there is really one individual who can show you and tell you in a variety of different ways. I'm standing next to him now, James Allen. James is a very colorful personality, an individual who knows San Pedro, but he also has well, he has a very colorful newspaper. Tell us a bit about that and about your love for San Pedro.
Yes, I have been publishing the newspaper for San Pedro for over 30 years.
And it's called?
Random Lengths News. And this is a copy of it here. You can get it online, you can get it in hard copy, you can get it mailed to your home. But if you want to find out what's going on in San Pedro or the greater Los Angeles Harbor area, we cover it all. Random Lengths is a unique publication that basically carries both politics and culture and does it from a non-mainstream media perspective. You're going to get it in an alternative perspective, and it won't bore you. It'll entertain you. You may not agree with everything.
That's for sure. I've known James for many, many years, at least 25 years, and when he says it won't bore you, that is absolutely right. It's colorful. Anyway, go on.
Part of the many editorial campaigns that the newspaper has gone on over the last 30 years is the job of helping to recognize and create the actual structure for the arts district.
Why did you feel it was important to do this?
What's important is that we have 3 generations of fine artists that have habitated this part of San Pedro, a part of Los Angeles. And they keep coming back, and it keeps renewing itself. And there is this sort of underground culture of art and culture here that does not get recognized from the rest of Los Angeles, but it has this tenacity to keep going and survive and to keep continuing.
I just want to tell our viewers, as I say, I've known James for many, many years, and if you want to know anything about this city, this town, what's good, what's bad, you'll find it in James's publication, Random Lengths, and certainly James is one of the colorful figures of San Pedro. I've used the word colorful quite a few times, and I'm standing in truly what is a very, very colorful shop, and I'm talking with the owner, Annette. I know that your last name is, if I may say this, a bit unpronounceable, so can I call you Annette?
Yes, of course.
And this shop is yours, and I believe it is the start of something that James has talked about called the Art Walk. Tell us a little bit about that.
The Art Walk is a first Thursday event here in San Pedro. We have docent guided tours that are free for people to come down and enjoy seeing the different galleries in the area.
This particular shop that you have here is filled with a wonderful array of, well, I don't know, things. Tell me a little bit about your shop.
Okay, well, first of all, this is a Findings Art Center. It's a nonprofit organization. We have 2 causes. One is a Women's Findings Project, and it's a group of women who meet weekly to improve on their English skills as well as their entrepreneurial skills. So the Findings makes those things. The other cause is the first Thursday openings of different causes. So we have opportunities for shows for emerging artists, community projects. Tonight, the employers of the Port of Los Angeles will be here. Findings comes from the word that was actually implemented through the artwork of Sister Mary Corita Kent. This gallery is dedicated to further her cause. And a 2-by-2-inch square is a finding, and she wanted us to look at the world in 2-by-2-inch fragments.
Okay. We're standing in another fascinating room, and there's several things here that intrigue me. First of all, this painting here, it looks like a giant hole, and then there's something there. Tell us what that is.
Actually, the idea is that it is a worm looking out into the world. And there is, those of you who are golfers, it's called the double eagle. And so it's from the inside of the earth looking out. These are all works of employees of the Port of Los Angeles. So this is their side hobby. It's not their...
not the way they make their living.
Right. Although they're planning on it very soon.
What about pricing? Does the artist give you a price, or does someone say to you, how much is this? And then you say, let me think about that? Or
no.
Is there a price or what?
It is all by the discretion of the artist. The artist decides how much, and It's their sales.
Okay.
We do this as a nonprofit, so the profit directly goes to whatever cause we're promoting.
Okay. And this happens again how often?
Every month there's a new show, and there's a new cause and a new event.
We're standing outside one of the icons of San Pedro, and James, tell us exactly where we are and what this place is.
This is the Art Deco Warner Grand Theater. It was built in the 1930s, and it has been a theater that has premiered many of the first-run movies back in its day, and is now being used as a cultural arts institution for the Arts, Culture, and Entertainment District for San Pedro.
So we had, big Hollywood stars coming here and the red carpet and glamour and all that sort of stuff?
Not quite like Grauman's Chinese, but...
Okay. So let's go inside and see some of the wonderful things that I know you're going to tell us about. We're standing in this beautiful hallway that is really, what is this, 1930?
1932, I believe, was the year it was designed. But why don't we bring my brother in and tell us a little bit more about the theater. My brother Fred Allen is the president of the Grand Vision Foundation, which is the nonprofit that has been doing a lot of the restoration work for the theater.
Absolutely. I've always been fascinated by the older venues that are still in service around our country. This one is a particularly fine example of the Art Deco style, although the lobby here that we're looking at is actually not original. This was overpainted.
It's not original?
No. This was overpainted in the 70s.
On purpose?
On purpose. And I'll show you the second floor lobby, which still has the ceiling intact from the original paint.
Anyone who was watching has got to say, why was it overpainted?
I think it was seen as an older style, and people wanted to get a cleaner look. And so you can actually see in like some of the decorative ends of the little channels up here that there's actually Art Deco designs up in there, and those were highly decorated. The architect Marcus Pritica was famous for these theaters. He did the Pantages Theater in Hollywood, and there were three actually sister theaters of this one in Montebello and one in Beverly Hills, and this one.
When you see places like this, and it's just my love of such places, but what are the dangers, and I use that word advisedly, what are the dangers of a place like this falling into disrepair or not being kept up?
Well, if you were to go down to downtown Los Angeles, to Broadway, there are at least a dozen old venues that range in age from about the turn of the 20th century into the 30s. Only one of them, the Orpheum, is still actually an operating theater. So the danger of losing these theaters is great. This was almost turned into a swap meet. Yeah, it was going to be sold by a private individual to another private individual that was going to tear out the seating and, unrake the floor, make it a big giant swap meet. And that's when the city stepped in and said, no, that's not going to happen. We're going to own it.
We're just about to go upstairs, and I happened to look up and saw this wonderful sort of ceiling. Fred, tell us a little bit about that.
This is actually the original design for all of the theater, and you'll see more of this when we actually go into the auditorium, that the auditorium is still original. It hasn't been overpainted at all. And this is a really fine example of the type of design that they did throughout the building, in which one of the owners overpainted down here, and which we will be restoring.
Okay. Terrific. Let's go upstairs. Is this an old-time water drinking fountain? What is this?
It is. It is an old drinking fountain, and we're trying to restore it, but we can't find where the pipe ends up downstairs. We haven't discovered that yet. That's one of the tasks that we have left to do. But
now, when you say we are restoring it, we is what?
We is the Grand Vision Foundation, in conjunction with the City of Los Angeles. part of our mission is that we want to see this taken back to the way it was on opening night. This actually is one of the theaters of my youth. I first walked into this building when I was maybe 11 or 12 years old. The arts and entertainment that we present here will be an engine for economic resurgence in the San Pedro area, and we really look forward to bringing her back to her true elegance. I think it probably cost all of them about 50 cents to come in, and probably when it opened it was probably a quarter, unless you sat in the loge. In this theater we have a balcony, and the first 6 rows, I think it is, of the balcony is the loge, and those were the special seats. They actually sold for more. And I've heard many, many old couples in this town say that she really knew that he liked her because he bought tickets to the loge. Well, it's a really highly decorated proscenium, unlike any other newer proscenium that's been put up in the last 80 years. At least. And the valance that you see there is original to 1931. It's never been replaced. Although the drapery that's right behind it and is suspiciously very well color coordinated with the valance is brand new. It is something that the Grand Vision Foundation purchased and installed just a couple of years ago. This theater was put up in 6 months from shovel in the ground to opening day. 6 months for $500,000. You know, the studios were putting these things up, these theaters up, wildly around the country because at that time the whole system was integrated from, you know, from the studio out to the presentation was all in the same corporation. At the Grand Vision site, you can sign up to be on our email list and give us your address, and we'll even snail mail you a card telling you what's going on every month down here. And there are hundreds of shows that are going on. It's music, it's dance, it's theater. We have got a really active performing arts venue.
Never ceases to amaze me and surprise me, and I think one of the biggest surprises this evening is the place where we're sitting, and I'm sitting with the owners of a wonderful, wonderful, well, I was going to say restaurant. Tell me first of all what both your names are.
My name is Aniko. It's a Transylvanian name, Hungarian.
And I am Mishi, but Mishi is like Mike. It's a nickname for Michael.
Okay. And we're sitting in, now tell me, would you call this a cafe? Is it a restaurant? What exactly is it?
That's a good question because it started out with our intention of being a bakery and a small bakery cafe front. And as the customers came in, they requested more and more foods, and now it's leaning toward a combination cafe restaurant, but with a bakery background.
And I see this man sitting next to you, and I must tell you, and you can see this on television, he reminds me a lot of a wonderful English actor called Charles Laughton. I'm sure you've had that said to you before. Now, your part in this whole operation is what?
Well, I am just co-owner. We both started this. Our background is in different areas.
But do you do the cooking?
I do help
Not
out.
if I can help it.
Yes.
I'm surrounded by wonderful things to eat, and I see, looking at your menu here, that one of your specialties are strudel, and having a German wife, which I do, I'm well familiar with the strudel, but is strudel one of your specialities?
Yes, that was our main goal. Actually, we first considered having a wholesale business of just preparing strudel, and then we felt that I am very much a community-oriented person, and since we decided to have a cafe front, we exposed our strudel to more of the townspeople and got that acquainted. And yes, the strudel is the name, Mishi's Strudel, that is our focus.
You know, when our camera pans around this place, as our viewers will see, it is a really sort of, I guess the word is homey and comfortable and friendly. And in designing it and putting it together, what were some of your considerations in actually doing that, in making it and having it give the feel that it is?
As I was doing my master's work in music in Vienna and in Munich, I spent a lot of time at the cafe houses in Vienna, in Austria.
I know them very well.
Yes, I love them so much, and I never dreamed in my life that I would have a cafe someday, but as that was coming to a reality, that inspiration was in my soul as to make it similar to what those are.
Did that play a big part? I mean, it's really fascinating that you have so many strudels, and I guess because I have a sweet tooth, I mean, did that sort of impact you, the coffee houses of Vienna, in saying, yes, I'm going to have a strudel place?
No, not at all. We didn't even think of strudel at that time. It was strictly my husband's aunt that encouraged us to get into trying it out.
Okay.
But the cafe house itself was an inspiration to me, where the poets and writers and authors and musicians would gather. And even here, as we opened, we've had people finish books here and compose music, and we have opera night every first Thursday here as well.
And do you have a website? And if you do, what is the website's name and address?
The Mishi's Strudel, which has two S's in the middle. And the website is www.mishistrudel.com.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you both very much.
Thank you very much. It's very delightful. Thank you for coming to our cafe.
Welcome to San Pedro. It's First Thursday, and I'm so happy to take you up our 100-year-old elevator at the Lofts.
Wait a minute, a 100-year-old elevator?
Yes, it's 100 years old. It's a hydraulic elevator, and you have to learn how to work this. It's a freight elevator, which artists need if they're doing sculpture or large paintings. You have to be able to have a large elevator to convey your work.
But it's safe.
Oh, yes. Ride with me, and you'll be safe.
And we're now transported to a completely different, wonderful, magical world. My goodness, where are we going?
Well, let me introduce you to the founders. My name is Candace Gahn, and I'm one of the artists here. I have a studio, and there are 8 studios ringing the building. And then in the center, we have 2 gallery spaces, a small one and a large one. We put up new shows every 2 months.
It's always fascinating when you come into a place like this to see and talk to the people who sort of founded it, and I happen to be lucky enough to talk to the founder. Tell me your name.
My name is Jan Govertz.
And this idea came to you how, and how long have you been doing it? Tell me a little bit about it.
I went back to school at Cal State Dominguez and graduated in '91. And at that time, I started a studio in Wilmington. At one point, I thought, well, this is kind of silly. I know there has to be a place in San Pedro for us. So I just hit the streets and started looking.
And you came to San Pedro specifically because?
I live here.
Oh. Okay.
Yes. Okay. And I wanted to work here.
In addition, are any of these paintings yours?
No, this is a guest show. This is the Redondo Beach Art Group. And so all of these paintings and photographs were curated into the show.
So even though we're in San Pedro, you welcome people from other communities locally?
Absolutely. Yeah, we were just showing our own work here, but it got to be a lot to have our own work here every month when we're open on first Thursday, so we started inviting people. And it makes it more interesting because there's a big mix then of artists who show here.
And how long are you open, from what time in the evening to what?
From 6 to 9.
6 to
on
9?
first Thursday, yeah.
Okay. One of the interesting things about going in a place like this is actually looking at the artworks, and I've always been kind of, as Mark knows, off-center, as it were, and have a kind of an off-center kind of humor. And I really love these three things here, and they are done by an artist who is standing by my side. Tell me your name.
Anne-Marie Rawlinson.
And tell me a little bit about these three. The one there, tell me a little bit about that.
It's called Gottwater, and it was inspired by seeing Lake Arrowhead water track. The colors of the boxes were exactly what I saw. So I'm currently a member of the Women's Caucus Echo Group, and that flows into this Gottwater piece. So I wanted to make a statement of how precious water is, and that we have to.
I would say that's an incredible statement. Now, these two things here, they're sort of, I don't know how to describe them. I mean, they're paintings, they're artworks. Tell me a little bit about how you did all this.
Yeah, well, it came about because the LA Assemblage Group is a group I founded 16 years ago, or more, 17, and we decided to do a group project with different famous people, dead or alive.
This here was a group project?
And you have to guess who it is. No, it wasn't, not this one. Everybody did a personality, a famous person, either dead or alive. So you have to guess now who this is. And there are multiple clues in it.
Well, I don't know. The first thing that comes to mind is Jacqueline Kennedy, but that can't be her. Don't keep me guessing. Who is it?
Kate Middleton.
Oh.
The hat.
Yes.
And there's the Queen also.
Oh.
The Queen, and then her parents, and here her husband, and so on. So looking closely, you would have gotten it.
One of the really unique places in San Pedro is a place called the Whale and Ale. Now, saying the Whale and Ale naturally assumes that it is a British pub. I'm talking to the owner, Andrew Silber. Andrew, tell me a little bit more about the Whale and Ale. Is it indeed a British pub?
Yes, it's one of the very few unique British pubs in the South Bay area, or in fact in Los Angeles County. It's oak paneled. The oak was imported from England. It has a feel of an English country pub, unlike many that claim to be English pubs and are semi-authentic.
Do I hear a British accent?
Yes, I was born and grew up in Wimbledon and lived all over London for many years and moved here to Los Angeles in 1985.
And how long have you been the owner of this really wonderful, very British place?
Since December of 1995, so just over 16 years.
And how have Americans, I know that when Americans go to Europe, and especially Britain, they love to go to a British pub. Yes. So having said that, how have you found Americans' acceptance of this place?
Americans are extremely accepting of it and seem to have, it's endeared itself to them very much. We have all sorts of American clientele, those that have been to England, those that think they know about England, and some who have a vision of what a pub would be like, and some who come in not knowing anything, just wanting to find out about it.
Having said that, are there any sort of special, I don't know, British touches that you have incorporated here that make it very, very British?
Well, I think there are. I mean, first of all, there's me and the accent, which go down well. But the menu, which is a big menu with all sorts of things like prime rib of beef with Yorkshire pudding, has some very traditional English dishes, including steak and kidney pie, and an English breakfast with banger and bacon and baked beans. So there is quite a good English feel to the menu.
If I was watching, my first thing would be to say, gosh, that sounds wonderful, but do you have fish and chips?
Oh yes, fish and chips is our biggest selling item, and we were lucky in 2010 to win an award for the best fish and chips in Los Angeles.
Wow!
Yes,
Woo!
which was very nice.
What about things like British beers? I mean, we're sitting at the bar. I'm sure you do, but do you serve British beers?
Yes, we do. We have quite a mixture of 13 tap beers on draft, and we've picked them very carefully over the years with trial and error. We've added some and taken some away, and now we have English beers like Fuller's London Pride, brewed in Chiswick. We have an Irish ale called Smithwick's from the oldest brewery in Ireland, and altogether 13 carefully chosen tap beers.
As you and I both know, when you go into an English pub, there is often, quote-unquote, entertainment. Do you have any sort of British-themed entertainment here?
Oh, yes, regularly. For instance, at least every 2 months, we have a Beatles tribute band.
Whoa!
On a Saturday night. They're called the Backbeats. And
they're called the what?
The Backbeats.
Okay.
Which was actually a film called The Backbeats, which was about the early days of the Beatles in Hamburg and in the Cavern, Liverpool. And that's where they picked the name. And they're extremely authentic, which is why we love them. The lead guitarist who plays Paul McCartney taught himself to play left-handed so that he would look like the real Paul McCartney.
I know that if people want to come here, the first question is, tell us your website and a phone number and where it is in San Pedro.
Yes, the website is www.whaleandale.com with the and spelled out. And from the website you can get menus, photos, and actually make reservations directly onto the website. The address is on 327 West 7th Street. Many people think of us as being on 6th Street, but we're not. And it's between Center and Mesa. And our phone number is 310-832-0363. Many people ask me, how did you survive? How come the Whale and Ale's still here and doing well after...
Good question. I wish I'd asked it.
And the simple answer, I mean, one could say it's because the food's so good or the service is excellent, both of which I believe are true.
Or you have a great personality.
Well, thank you. But the main reason is uniqueness. In much as San Pedro is unique to LA, the Whale and Ale is unique as a destination. If you want to get beef Wellington somewhere with a carpet and a grand piano playing, there aren't many places you can go to do that.
I suppose since we're both British, I should end this by saying, jolly good show.
You should, and stiff upper lip.
Okay, you can see the gems of San Pedro, and remember, come on down the first Thursday of every month, and you can see and enjoy them yourself. Now this is another story. Until next time, I'm John Clayton. Thanks for watching.
And we live in Silver Lake. We love the cultural diversity of Los Angeles. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35. Our city, our channel.
Visiting with Huell Hauser is made possible through a generous grant from the Ralph M. Parsons Foundation.
Okay, here it is, Tuesday night at 8 o'clock. We're in a Quonset hut What's the deal on this old Quonset hut?
Well, this Quonset used to be the men's and women's gymnasium when we first opened the school back in the day, 1948. So it's been here for a long time, and as you can see, World War II construction really holds up.
Yeah, this is a historic Quonset hut, and we haven't told everybody where we are right now, but we're in the old gym here at LA Valley College, which is located where? It's just had a name change.
Well, it's now called Valley Glen. It used to be Van Nuys, but...
Okay, so we're in the Valley.
We're in the Valley, San
LA
Fernando
Valley
Valley
College, and what is going on in this room tonight? When we walked in the door, there was a lot of energy in the room.
Oh yeah, this is the community open workout, which we run on every Tuesday and Friday evenings, and it's from 7 to 10 o'clock, and it's open to the general public. And we have students, we have members of the community, we have martial artists, gymnasts,
So wait a minute, you mean
breakdancers.
anybody in the community who wants to come over here? This is a free-for-all over here.
Well, it's a free-for-all with limits. So we want to keep it safe. We want to keep it sane. But yeah, it's pretty much people come in and they coach one another. They show each other their skills, and it's sort of like, you watch one guy do it and somebody else tries to do one better.
Now, is this connected officially with the college, or is this just something for the community?
Well, it's sponsored by our community extension program here. And what happens is that it's part of the college, and we open it up during non-class time as a service to the community, because we are a community college.
Wow, this is very interesting. What's going on over here? Your name is?
Arnold.
What's
Arnold
going
Shaw.
on over here?
Oh, just working out every day, just trying to get better.
But what kind of work are you doing over here? Let's see you. Let's see you doing something, fellas. We get over here with the camera and everybody stands still.
We're shy. All right. Go for it. Go, Craig.
Wow. Here he goes. Now, what do you call this?
Oh, martial arts.
This is just basic martial arts.
Yeah.
Let's see what you can do here. We missed you a minute ago.
Okay, well, I'm after him. Me? Big yell.
All right, so this is the martial arts side of it. Thanks a lot. Then we got, what's going on over here?
Well, we have tumblers that come in. We have a children's gymnastics program here during the week and on Saturdays. And so a lot of the children come in here and work out on Tuesday and Friday nights just to get in a little bit of extra practice. And it's a good place for them to come in and burn off their excess energies.
Wow, this is great. You're the coach over here.
I'm one of the coaches.
Your name is?
Sean Marsh.
All right, let's see what they can do. They're serious about this.
Yeah, we have fundamental tumblers, martial artists, dancers. They all come here to incorporate their acrobatic skills.
Now, is this something they learn in school,
Well, they
or they
use-
just learned? Yeah, it's been cut back.
Well,
hasn't
yes,
it?
sir. But now they come here because the college opens it up to the public and let the kids come in, and we work with the martial artists, give them a safe environment to learn in.
And these kids are all different levels.
Yes, sir.
That's not a problem.
We get the kids that are too tall, too short, too heavy, and we teach them how to flip. That's the ones we get. We have adults. We have kids from 3 adults to 73. If you look at this line here, we have all adults in this line.
Wow.
Good job. And Francisco's one of our coaches here.
Oh, yeah, he's good.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay, here's another one of our martial artists here. Go ahead.
Whoa.
Then we have a new sport, martial gymnastics. It's martial arts and gymnastics combined.
Oh, this is going to be interesting.
They use ropes and obstacles.
Whoa. Whoa.
Yeah, this is fresh from Japan. We're bringing this to the United States here.
What is this called?
These are hoops. He's going to do flips and land inside of these hoops in the air.
Oh, my
Okay.
God. Here he goes. Whoa.
Nice ball.
Now, this is going on every Tuesday and every Friday night.
Every Tuesday and Friday night. It's been going on. I've been here since 1979.
You have not.
Yes, sir.
As a
yes.
student.
As a student, and now I'm a coach here.
Wow.
So I